The air over the twins was thick with the scent of wet earth and horse sweat. Dawn pressed against the ragged edge of night. Hesitant, pale, not yet banishing the shadows from the muddy banks of the Green Fork. Rain had come and gone in sullen gusts, soaking banners and men alike, turning the roads to rivers. From the ramparts of the East Castle, a line of armored men, half shrouded by cloaks and hoods, watched the slow approach of the king in the North's retinue. No crows called. The air was too heavy for song. Robb Stark led his party, Grey Wind patting at his stirrup, the direwolf's hackles ruffled by the wind. His mother, Catelyn, rode beside him in a sodden blue cloak. Her face, lined by exhaustion and worry, was set and pale. Behind them rode Sir Brynden Tully, silent as ever, and Sir Edmure the soon-to-be bridegroom, who looked back over his shoulder at every jostle and noise. 100 swords trailed them. Northmen, rivermen, bannermen weary from years of war. Robb did not look back. He kept his gaze fixed on the gates and the gray banners that hung limp above them, emblazoned with the twin towers of House Frey. They did not ride with music. The drums, the flutes, the raucous laughter. None of it. Even the horses were subdued, as if feeling some undercurrent beneath the surface. In the months since Edmure's betrothal had been hastily arranged to patch the old wounds between Stark and Frey, the king in the North's council had grown wary. There were too many letters, too much delay, too many subtle reminders of old slights. Catelyn's eyes swept the walls. "It's too quiet," she whispered. "Lord Walder is never quiet." Robb's mouth was a grim line. "He's old, mother. Maybe he's tired." Brynden snorted. "Walder Frey will outlive us all, if only out of spite." They approached the gate, where Sir Stevron Frey awaited them, surrounded by his half-brothers and 100 guards. Sir Stevron's face was carefully blank, but his eyes moved ceaselessly, flickering over Robb's men as if counting, weighing, measuring. "My Lord King," Stevron called, bowing. "Welcome to the twins. My Lord Father bids you enter and be at your ease." "Nitaberin." Grey Wind growled low in his throat. The horses stamped restlessly, but Robb inclined his head. "Lead on, Sir Stevron. The king in the North is here to fulfill his oaths." As they crossed beneath the portcullis, the walls pressed in close, stinking of damp stone and old straw dew. The twins were not built for beauty. The halls were narrow, the ceilings low, the light uncertain, but servants met them, offering bread and salt, and so Robb took the salt from Stevron's own hand, letting the grains fall from his palm. "We are your guests, and under your protection." Stevron's smile never reached his eyes. "Of course, Your Grace." As the party filed inside, Grey Wind bared his teeth, but Robb knelt to soothe him. "Quiet, boy," he murmured, scratching behind the ears. The wolf's wild yellow gaze never left the Freys. Catelyn trailed her son, fingers knotted around the hilt of a knife. She caught the blackfish's eye, and her uncle nodded once, slight and cautious. They were led to the great hall, a cold cavern hung with fading banners and too many eyes. Walder Frey sat upon his dais, a thin-lipped, pale old man swaddled in furs, peering out at the world through roomy slits. "Ah, there you are," Walder croaked. "So good of you to come at last, Your Grace." His gaze flicked to Edmure, then to Catelyn, then to Robb. "We had begun to think you'd changed your mind. Such a pity if you had." Edmure bowed stiffly. "I would never dishonor my word, Lord Walder." Walder's lips twisted. "No, no, not you, but kings." "Well, kings are known for forgetting little things, aren't they?" He bared his teeth. "Come closer. Let me see the man who would be king." "Nanadosimal." Robb stepped forward, his face composed. "We are here as friends, my lord. My uncle is eager to wed, and House Stark is grateful for your forbearance." Walder's laughter was a crackle. "Grateful? Ha! A man should not be too grateful. It's unseemly. Well, come. Food and wine for the king and his lady mother." His gaze swept the Northmen. "And leave the wolf outside, if you please." Robb shook his head. "Grey Wind stays. He's as much my guard as any knight." Walder pursed his lips but said nothing more. The servants brought out bread and salt again, thick hunks and crusted loaves. The guests ate and drank, and the tension did not ease. When at last they were shown to their chambers, Robb paced restlessly, while Catelyn stood by the window, watching the rain. "We should not linger," she said. "Take Edmure. Let the wedding be done, and ride out at first light. There's a feel to this place, like a spring that's wound too tight." Robb nodded. "I've sent men to guard the stables, and more to keep watch on the bridge. Sir Brynden and Lord Roose both say the same. Do not trust the Freys." Dan. Catelyn shivered. "Why did you break your oath, Robb?" He stared at his hands. "Because I am my father's son. Because honor is a blade with two edges. Jean saved my life, or thought she did, and it would have shamed me to leave her ruin." "Honor has led us to ruin," Catelyn said softly. But there was no time for regrets. In the hall below, Edmure sat with his Frey bride, her eyes downcast, her hands trembling. Walder Frey presided over the feast, his sons ranged at his side, their glances sharp and hungry. The food was plentiful, the wine cheap and sour. As the night drew on, the Blackfish made his rounds, murmuring with Northmen and Riverlords alike. Roose Bolton, pale and unreadable, sat beside his wife, silent as a wraith. Robb drank little. Catelyn drank less. Both listened, as the laughter and music crept up, but never soared. The Freys watched them, and the Starks watched back. Outside, the storm grew. Wind rattled shutters, rain drummed on slate roofs. The Green Fork swelled in its banks, brown and fast. Somewhere, a dog barked, but no one listened. At midnight, Robb retired to his chamber, with gray wind curled before the fire. Catelyn walked the halls, a silent specter, trailing a hand along the walls. She stopped outside the bridal suite, listening to the soft, muffled weeping of Edmure's new wife. From a narrow passage, she heard footsteps, soft, cautious, deliberate. She stepped back into shadow and waited. It was Sir Brynden. "A dozen Freys are missing from the hall," he whispered. "Roose's men count 300 armsmen on the far bank. The gates are barred." Catelyn stiffened. "Has Robb been told?" Brynden nodded. "He has, but what can he do? We cannot leave at night, not with the bridges guarded. I've sent word to the men at the stables, and posted our own guards at every door." Catelyn let out a long, shaky breath. "It's not enough." "No," said Brynden, "but it's something. Rest, Cat. I'll walk the halls till morning." She squeezed his hand. "Thank you, Uncle." She made her way to Robb's door, tapped once. Gray wind rose, hackles bristling, but Robb let her in. "Uncle Brynden says the Freys are plotting," she said, closing the door softly behind her. Robb rubbed his face. "They have 300 men across the river, and the gates are shut. We should leave, Robb. Now, before the dawn." He shook his head. "We cannot. Not with the bridges closed. We'd have to fight our way out. Better that than be slaughtered in our beds." He glanced at Gray Wind. "If they come, we'll not go quietly. I promise you, Mother." But he did not sleep. The night stretched on, cold and endless. Down in the yard, Northmen huddled around their campfires, clutching swords and axes. As the gray of dawn crept in, a horn sounded. Not a call to arms, but a single note, low and warning. Catelyn jolted awake. Robb was already up, buckling on his sword belt. They rushed down the hall, Gray Wind at their heels. Brynden met them at the stair. "There's movement at the east gate. Frey men, too many too armed." Robb nodded. "Wake the men. We make for the yard." Edmure stumbled from his chamber, pale and bewildered, his new wife clutching his arm. "What's happening?" "The Freys are about to betray us," Catelyn said. "Keep your wife close, Edmure. Don't let her out of your sight." "Dandas." The party moved swiftly, gathering what men they could. Down in the yard, Northmen rallied, shields slung, axes in hand. The Freys emerged from the shadows, 100, then 2. Faces blank, weapons drawn. Walder Frey appeared atop the ramparts, flanked by his sons. "My honored guests," he called, voice ringing over the courtyard. What a shame, what a dreadful shame. You break your word, King Robb, and now you expect to sup at my table as if nothing has happened. Robb strode into the open, Grey Wind stalking beside him. Your grievance is with me, not my men. Let them go, and I will face your justice. Walder cackled. Oh, your justice will be coming, your grace, but not tonight. He raised his hand. Crossbowmen appeared on the walls, but as they notched their bolts, horns sounded from beyond the castle. Faint, then louder, echoing across the river. A second, third, and fourth blast. And then a fifth. The phrase turned, uncertain. The gates at the far end of the bridge rattled. The men-at-arms guarding them fell, one by one, arrows sprouting from their necks and backs. A host poured in, black banners with white trout. The silver eagle of House Mallister. The quartered sun and spears of the Blackwoods. Brynden grinned. Our friends have not forgotten us after all. The courtyard exploded into chaos. Frey screamed. Northmen charged. Steel rang on steel. Catelyn found herself with her back to the wall, dagger in hand. She slashed at a Frey who lunged too close. Grey Wind tore into another, jaws dripping red. Robb fought like a demon, driving toward the gate. Edmure shielded his bride, hacking wildly at the men who pressed him. Brynden's sword was a silver flash in the dawn. Above, Walder Frey shrieked orders, but the archers turned, loosing arrows into the melee. Men fell on both sides. The gates were forced open. The Blackwoods and Mallisters surged in, led by Tytos Blackwood himself. Stark, he bellowed. To me. The tide turned. The phrase broke, scattering for the halls, the stables, the river. Robb led his men through the breach, gathering the wounded as he went. Catelyn found Edmure, still alive, still clutching his wife, blood streaming from his brow. They forced their way to the western gate, Brynden hacking the lock apart with an axe. The portcullis rose, slow, ponderous. Northmen and rivermen poured out into the open air, the storm lashing them. Behind them, the twins was chaos. Fires had sprung up, smoke twisting into the rain. Walder Frey vanished from the ramparts. Catelyn clung to Robb's arm as they stumbled down the road. How? Brynden grinned, teeth flashing in his gray beard. Tytos Blackwood has long hated the phrase. I sent word 2 nights ago. Mallister answered as well. The phrase had their plans, but so did we. Ma'am? Robb was panting, blood spattered on his surcoat. You saved us, Uncle. All of you. Catelyn's knees buckled. Robb caught her, held her up. All around them, the survivors gathered. Northmen, riverlords, bruised and battered, but alive. Far behind, the towers of the twins blazed orange in the dawn. The banners of House Frey drooped, sodden and tattered. As the last of their men trickled through the gate, the Blackfish gave the order. Scatter. But regroup at Seaguard. The Freys are broken, but not dead. Behind Noir. They melted into the storm, slipping away along muddy paths, through thickets and fields. Robb rode at the front, Grey Wind beside him, Catelyn at his side. Edmure rode with his bride, eyes hollow but alive. There would be time later to count the cost, to mourn the dead. For now, they rode for freedom, for the North, for the hope that had not been extinguished. The king in the North had outmaneuvered the Freys, and the Game of Thrones would go on. The morning after the storm, the world seemed strangely still. Mud and blood streaked the battered cloaks of Robb Stark's men as they wound away from the smoking ruin of the twins, keeping close to the hedgerows and the tree line, wary of pursuit. In the gray light, Catelyn rode silent, her knuckles white upon the reins, her eyes fixed not upon the road ahead but the men who followed, so many limping, wounded, bandaged in dirty rags. Fewer than they had come with, but alive. Every step their horses took away from Walder Frey's reach, every league that opened between them and those black twin towers, felt like a reprieve handed down from the gods themselves. Yet there was no triumph in the king in the North's voice as they made their way to Seaguard. Robb kept his direwolf close and his counsel closer, eyes hard, his jaw clenched with a silent fury that rarely softened even in his mother's presence. Brynden rode beside him, the Blackfish's face drawn and pale, but alert, surveying every twist of the path behind them. They took little-used roads, cutting through fields where new wheat pressed up from the wet soil, or through tangled woods where the crows called harshly. They skirted farmsteads, sent outriders ahead, and kept their wounded at the center of the column. At dusk on the second day, as the storm clouds faded and the first hints of gold touched the horizon, they reached the high palisades and stone walls of Seaguard. Its banners flew, blue and silver, with the silver eagle of House Mallister flapping wild in the wind. The drawbridge was down, and the gates stood open for them. A dozen armored Mallister men watching the road with taut faces. Sir Jason Mallister himself met them in the yard. Broad-shouldered and gray-haired, his armor burnished to a fine sheen. He knelt before Robb in the churned mud. "Your Grace," he said, "you are welcome and safe. My house stands with you." Robb inclined his head, the first glimmer of relief in his eyes since the night of the escape. "We owe lives, Sir Jason." Mallister shook his head. "You owe me nothing, Your Grace. The Freys have forgotten what it is to be honorable, but the Mallisters remember." "No." Inside Seaguard, wounded were tended. Bread and strong wine passed among the survivors, and Robb called his closest bannermen to council. The hall was warm, filled with the glow of tallow candles and the smell of stewing venison. Shadows flickered against the oaken beams. Outside, the walls bristled with sentries, wary for any sign of Frey or Lannister vengeance. Catelyn sat with her brother Brynden and watched her son from across the table. The lines in her face deepened by exhaustion, but her eyes sharp. Edmure was there as well, his bride Rosalind Frey at his side, thin and trembling, hands fidgeting in her lap. Roose Bolton's pale eyes glittered in the candlelight. "The Freys will not forgive this insult, Your Grace, nor the Lannisters. You must assume the news will reach Casterly Rock within a fortnight, perhaps sooner if Walder sends a raven tonight." Robb nodded. "Let him. The Lannisters are far, and our men are together. We have the twins behind us and the river to our backs. The North stands." The Blackfish leaned forward, knuckles pressed to the table. "The Freys are not defeated. They may skulk in their towers, but their armies are not broken, only scattered. We must move swiftly before Walder can rally his strength or send word to Tywin." "Now, Wyan," Catelyn found her voice, low but steady. "And what of Lord Walder's kin? The Red Wedding is undone, but blood calls for blood in the Riverlands. If we are not careful, the Riverlands will drown in vengeance. We need allies, not more foes." Jason Mallister poured wine for Robb. "The Freys are hated, my lady. Blackwoods, Brackens, even the Derrys would join you if you march on the twins. Strike now, while Walder is reeling." "Maw." Edmure's face was taut, lips bloodless. "Strike? My wife's family." Rosalind flinched, and Catelyn reached across to squeeze her hand. "No harm will come to Rosalind. She is Tully now." Robb's expression softened. "Rosalind is our guest, our kin. She will be treated with honor. But House Frey has broken faith, not us." Roose Bolton's gaze never left Robb. "If we march on the twins, Your Grace, we must be sure of our supply. The roads will not be safe, and the Lannisters will seek to cut us off. We cannot fight two enemies at once." Mem smiled. A silence fell, broken only by the crackle of logs in the hearth. At last, Robb turned to his mother. "What would you have me do, Mother?" Catelyn stared at the flames, her mind swirling with memory. Of Eddard Stark in the Godswood at Winterfell. Of Robb as a boy, sword too large for his hands. "You must send out riders, Robb. To White Harbor, to the Eyrie, to the Blackwoods and the Brackens. Rally every friend you have left, and you must write to Lord Tywin himself." Robb frowned. "To what end?" "To tell him you are alive," she said. "That Walder Frey's treachery failed. That the North remembers. The Lannisters do not respect silence. They respect strength." Brynden nodded. "She's right, Robb. The Freys and Lannisters counted on surprise and slaughter. You denied them both, now make them answer for it." Robb sat silent a moment, then nodded. "It will be done." He gestured to Sir Jason, who bowed and left to make ready the messengers. Robb's voice was quiet when he spoke again. "We rest here 2 days, then we march for Riverrun. The Freys will not face us in the field, not now. We'll gather every loyal banner, then take the fight to Walder's door." Edmure swallowed. "And my wife?" Robb turned to Rosalind, his tone gentler. "You will be safe at Riverrun. No harm will come to you, I swear it." Rosalind's eyes filled with tears, but she nodded. The next morning, the rain had washed the blood from the cobbles, and the Northmen moved through Seaguard streets with wary purpose. Squires polished mail, sharpened swords, and patched rent banners. In the castle chapel, Caitlin lit candles for the dead, her men and those of House Mallister, and for those lost sons of the North whose names would never be sung. A quiet knock drew her from her vigil. Brynden entered, his boots quiet on the stone. "The ravens have flown," he said. "To White Harbor, to the Vale, and the River Lords." Caitlin snuffed out her candle. "Will they come?" The Blackfish shrugged. "Some. Enough, perhaps. The Blackwoods will not side with Frey, nor the Brackens, if only to spite them. The Vale, who knows? Lysa is as flighty as ever, and Lord Baelish is whispering in her ear. Naturn 10. She closed her eyes. "We need every man. If the Lannisters come, we will meet them in the field," he said. "As we must." He reached for her hand. "Cat, you should rest." She shook her head. "I'll rest when Robb sits safe in Winterfell." Brynden's mouth twitched, but he said nothing more. 3 days later, the banners of Stark and Tully and Mallister streamed out of Seaguard in a long snaking column. The Northmen marched with grim faces, Grey Wind pacing beside his master. Edmure and Rosalind rode near the front, flanked by Blackfish and a detachment of Mallister knights. Scouts rode ahead, combing the countryside for Frey patrols or Lannister riders. They found none. The Riverlands were holding their breath. Villagers peered out from behind closed shutters as the king in the north passed by. But some threw open their doors and called blessings or tossed loaves and apples at the marching soldiers. Word had spread. Walder Frey's treachery had failed. The Stark wolf had escaped the snare, and vengeance was coming to the twins. By the time they reached the Red Fork, 3 days' march south of Seaguard, the column had swelled. Blackwoods and Brackens rode in with their banners, their own tales of Frey slights and Lannister depredations. Even some Darries joined them, gaunt men in battered mail, led by a young lord with fierce blue eyes. Robb called his captains to council in a stand of willows beside the river. The Blackfish spread a rough map upon the grass. "We have close to 10,000 men," he said. "The Freys will hole up in their towers, but they cannot feed all their men forever. Not with the river rising and our lines closing. If we take the west bank and hold the ford, we can starve them out." Jason Mallister nodded. "Their levies are raw. Only the sons of Walder pose any threat. And they are few and cowardly." Roose Bolton's lips curled in a faint smile. "If the twins fall, the Riverlands will be yours. But beware. Walder Frey's as cunning as any fox. He will not fight fair." Robb traced a finger along the river. "I want to take the East Tower first. Strike fast, break their hold on the bridge, then close the noose." "Then, can I see?" Brynden nodded. "I'll lead the assault myself." Caitlin found herself watching her brother, fear gnawing at her gut. He met her gaze and winked. That night, the men gathered beneath the willows. Fires glimmered along the banks, smoke curling into the soft dusk. Robb sat with his captain, speaking quietly, his voice low but firm. "We ride at dawn," he said. "No mercy for those who raise arms against us. But any man who yields will be spared. The Freys may have lost their honor, but we have not. Let them see the difference." Nanogo. A cheer rose, soft but fierce, and the men returned to their fires. Caitlin drifted among the wounded, speaking words of comfort, binding wounds, listening to the old stories. She remembered Winterfell in the summer, the great hall full of laughter, Robb and Jon sword fighting in the yard, Arya's shrill laughter. She remembered Ned, so alive, so certain, his honor as heavy as the world. She prayed for morning. Dawn broke clear, the sun spilling red and gold across the wet fields. At first light, the Blackfish led 100 men across the river, slipping through reeds and shallows, silent as shadows. At the first cry, they surged up the bank, swords flashing, cutting down the sleepy Frey guards before they could loose the portcullis. The horns sounded, and the stark banners streamed out from behind the trees. Robb rode at their head, gray wind leaping beside him. Arrows arced over the battlements, but the Northmen pressed forward, ladders and grappling hooks clattering against the walls. From the ramparts, Frey crossbowmen loosed volley after volley, but the Northmen pressed on, climbing, leaping, hacking through the defenders. Gray wind found his way to the gate, scattering men like chaff. The portcullis creaked, then rose. Robb himself was first through, his sword slick with blood, his eyes alight with a fury that chilled even his own men. The Freys broke and ran, some leaping from the walls into the river below. Within the hour, the east tower of the Twins was in Stark hands. On the far bank, Walder Frey's banner still flew, but the old man did not appear. His sons screamed orders, but their men wavered. Caitlin watched from the riverbank, her heart in her throat, as the first of the banners were torn down. Edmure stood beside her, his arm tight around Rosalind, his face as pale as her own. By noon, the West Tower's gate opened, and a white banner waved from the ramparts. The Freys, those who survived, begged for a quarter. Robb walked the bridge at dusk, his mail stained red, his face spattered with mud and blood. The survivors knelt as he passed, their swords laid at his feet. Brynden joined him at the far end, grim but triumphant. "We have them," the Blackfish said. "All of Walder's sons who remained. The rest fled or drowned." Robb nodded. "Bring them to the Great Hall. Walder Frey as well, if he can be found." They entered the old stone hall, the air thick with the stink of fear and smoke. Walder Frey sat slumped upon his chair, his sons huddled close, his lips pressed thin. Robb faced him across the length of the hall, every eye upon them. "You broke faith," Robb said. "You raised arms against your liege lord. You plotted murder beneath your own roof." Walder's gaze was black, empty. "A king who breaks his word has no friends." Robb's voice rang. "A lord who slaughters guests under his roof has no honor. You are done, Walder Frey. The Twins are forfeit." At a gesture, Mallister men seized the old man, dragging him from his chair. The Frey sons cried out, but no men moved to defend them. Robb turned to the assembled lords. "This day, House Frey is cast down. The Twins belong to the Riverlands once more. Let all men see what becomes of those who betray the laws of gods and men." A roar went up, a wild, hungry sound. But Robb raised his hand for silence. "No harm will come to the women or to those who yield. But Walder Frey and his sons will answer for their crimes." So it was that Walder Frey was taken in chains, his house broken, his banners burned. The Twins, long a symbol of cunning and treachery, now flew the direwolf of Stark and the trout of Tully. Ravens flew to every corner of the realm bearing the news. Caitlin watched as Robb mounted the dais, gray wind at his side. He raised his sword, and for a moment, he seemed older, harder. The boy she had raised transformed into a king. "This is not the end," he said to those who gathered. "The Lannisters are yet in the field. But the North and Riverlands stand united. The Red Wedding failed. Let every enemy of House Stark remember this day." In the days that followed, men came from every corner of the Riverlands, Brackens and Blackwoods, Darrys and Ballisters, all offering fealty. Even the Eyrie sent word. Lysa Arryn, urged by her cousin's victory, sent arms and gold. From White Harbor, Lord Manderley offered ships and men. A great host gathered at the Twins, the largest seen in the Riverlands since the days of Aegon's conquest. Robb moved among his men, listening, commanding, mourning the lost, healing old wounds. Caitlin sat with Rosalind Frey one evening, as the moon rose over the towers. The girl's face was pale, but there was hope in her eyes. "I was afraid," Rosalind whispered. "I thought you would hate me for my father." Caitlin pressed her hand. You are not your father, child. You are Tully now, you are of the north. Rosalind wept, and Catelyn held her, rocking her as she once had Robb and Sansa, Arya and Bran. On the 10th day, as the host prepared to march for River Run, a raven arrived from King's Landing. Robb read the parchment in silence, his face a mask. "What does it say?" Catelyn asked. Robb handed her the letter. The Lannister seal was heavy, blood red. To Robb Stark, styled king in the north, your presumption has run its course. The Freys are loyal servants of the crown. The murder of Walder Frey will be answered in kind. Surrender, or be destroyed. By command of his grace, King Tommen of House Baratheon, Lord Tywin Lannister, Hand of the King. Catelyn crumpled the letter in her fist. They will come for us. Robb nodded. Let them come. The march to River Run was a triumph, but also a warning. Scouts returned with news of Lannister forces on the move. Tywin gathering his hosts at Harrenhal. Bannermen mustering from the west and south. Every bridge, every ford was watched. But the Northmen were ready. At River Run, the gates opened wide. The Tully banners flew, and the townsfolk lined the roads, tossing flowers and singing the old songs. Brynden led them in, his voice booming out over the ramparts. The king in the north returns. Edmure and Rosalind took their place in the great hall, the Blackfish at Edmure's side. Robb took the high seat, Catelyn at his right hand, the Northmen massed behind him. A council was called. Men from every corner of the Riverlands gathered, banners bright in the sunlight. The war was not over, not by half, but hope had kindled in every heart. Robb rose to speak. His voice carried, clear and steady. The Freys betrayed us, but we endured. The Lannisters send threats, but we are not afraid. The North and Riverlands stand together. Winter is coming, and with it, our vengeance. We will not break. We will not yield. The North remembers. Na, no. A cheer shook the rafters, fierce and proud. Catelyn watched her son, pride and fear warring in her heart. For the first time in many months, she dared to hope. In the deepening twilight, with the banners of Stark and Tully united above the walls, the Game of Thrones began anew. And somewhere, far to the south, Tywin Lannister read the news from the Riverlands and smiled. A thin, cold smile, sharp as the edge of a blade. The Red Wedding had failed, but the Lion was not yet finished. The real war was only beginning. Yea. River Run stood proud beneath the spring sun, banners streaming from every turret. The blue and red of Tully joined with the gray direwolf of Stark, in a unity that had not been seen since the days before the war. The castle, so long embattled, bustled with new life. Northmen and Riverlanders crowded the bailey. Smiths hammered out fresh swords, grooms tended to great destriers, and everywhere ran the pulse of hope, nervous, uncertain, but real. Catelyn walked the ramparts at dawn, her steps slow, hand resting upon the cool stone as she looked to the east, where the red fork ran like a silver knife through the green lands. Below, children chased each other, giggling, as a Tully knight tried to teach them the difference between sword and stick. She watched them with a strange ache in her chest, thinking of Bran, of Rickon, lost or perhaps dead, of Arya, vanished, of Sansa, a captive in King's Landing, and Robb, her only boy left, the weight of a kingdom pressing down on his young shoulders. She felt old and worn, despite the trappings of victory that now crowned her house. Behind her, the footsteps were soft. Brynden's, she knew at once, by the unhurried tread and the faint click of his spur. "You should rest, Cat," he said, stopping beside her and surveying the river with a practiced eye. "You've not slept." She smiled, faintly. "No one has these days." He set his hand atop hers, gentle as he'd ever been. "You saved him, you know, and the Riverlands with him." She shook her head. "I only bought time, Uncle. The storm is gathering again. Tywin Lannister is too canny to let such an insult pass unanswered. The Freys are broken, yes, but not dead. We have made our stand, but now we must hold it." "Dywyn?" He followed her gaze east, where beyond the mists rose the hills of the Trident. I have men watching every road. The Blackwoods ride patrol to the south. The Brackens have sent word. No Lannister host has crossed the Tumblestone yet, but Harrenhal is bristling. Lord Tywin sits and waits, biding his time. She nodded. He is waiting for us to move, for a mistake. He will wait long if we can help it. Bryndon's mouth twisted. But Cat, you must rest. For Robb. For yourself. She squeezed his hand, then turned away, climbing down into the cool stone halls. Robb's council gathered in the solar above the great hall. Dawn's gold lit the carved windows, falling in long stripes across the table where lords and captains clustered, voices tense. Roose Bolton sat opposite Robb, inscrutable, his pale eyes giving nothing away. Jason Mallister stood at Robb's shoulder, mail gleaming beneath his tabard, while Edmure, looking older and soberer than she remembered him, conferred quietly with Sir Desmond Grell. Robb sat at the head of the table, his crown set before him, his sword beside his hand. Grey Wind slumbered at his feet, but his tail twitched restlessly, as if the direwolf shared his master's unease. We have a fortress, Robb began, and a host. But the Lannisters outnumber us, and the Vale remains silent. I have sent word to Lord Royce and Lord Nestor, but Lysa's answer was as expected. Nothing but tears and prayers, and not a sword from the Eyrie. Jason Mallister grunted. The Manderleys will come, your grace. Lord Wyman has pledged 6,000 men. The Umbers as well. It may take weeks, but the north is rising. And Dawan. Roose's voice was low, careful. Weeks may be too long. If Tywin moves from Harrenhal, he could reach us in 10 days, perhaps less if he fords the rivers. And the Freys still command men in the field. Not all of them were at the Twins. Edmure scowled. Let them come. The walls of Riverrun have never fallen. They have never been tested by Tywin Lannister, Roose replied. Nor his gold. A silence fell. Catelyn took her seat beside her son, nodding to the assembled lords. Lord Tywin has never fought the North in earnest, she said. He wins battles with coin and with treachery. If he cannot break our walls, he will break our allies. Already I hear rumors. Lannister gold in the camps. Promises of pardons for those who abandon Robb. Robb's hand clenched upon the table. No man here will abandon me. No man, you see, Roose said quietly. But gold whispers. Hunger whispers louder. Catelyn met his cold gaze. Then feed the men and remind them of the oaths they swore. Hold feasts. Tell stories. Let them remember why they fight. The North remembers. Bryndon nodded, approving. Let Tywin try to buy us. We will show him a Riverlord's honor is not for sale. No men? Robb nodded. Send word to every captain. I want the watch doubled. No man passes the gates without my leave. Lord Mallister, I leave the river patrols to you. Roose, you will oversee the stores. Uncle, see that every man on the walls is well rested. If Tywin means to come, let him break himself against stone. Let him break himself against stone. The council broke, and Robb turned to his mother, face drawn. Did I do well? He asked softly when the others had gone. She brushed his hair back from his forehead, as she had when he was a boy. You did as your father would have, but you must not try to bear all this alone, Robb. Use your men, trust your lords, but most of all, trust yourself. He nodded, but she saw the shadow in his eyes. Riverrun became a fortress once more. Sentries paced the walls, and fires burned in the bailey all night. Blackwood and Bracken riders brought word from every corner. No Lannister host on the march, but more and more banners gathering at Harrenhal, the greatest force seen in the Riverlands since Robert's Rebellion. Scouts spoke of wild bands of Frey levies raiding villages along the Trident, burning farms, seizing food and horses, anything not nailed down. Catelyn found herself in the cellars more often than not, working alongside healers and serving women to pack away dried fruit, smoked meats, barley, beans. Every sack counted, every cask of oil precious. Riverrun could withstand a siege, but only if its bellies were full. In the evenings, the lords gathered in the great hall, telling tales and drinking to the old victories. Northmen and Riverlanders mixed, wary at first, but soon trading boasts and war stories. Edmure led the younger knights in songs, and soon the laughter grew easier. On the third night, Robb joined them, Grey Wind at his heels. The room fell silent as he entered, and he lifted his cup, voice ringing clear. To House Mallister, who saved us at the Twins. To House Blackwood, who rode at our side. And to every man who stood against Walder Frey and lived. The North remembers. The Riverlands remembers. And together, we will bring peace to this land. Dany. The cheer that rose was fierce and genuine, and for a moment Catelyn allowed herself to hope. But every dawn the rumors worsened, Tywin's gold was at work, and even the godswood whispered that winter was not far off. A week passed. Ravens flew daily. No word came from the Eyrie, but White Harbor's ships were seen along the coast, and the first of Manderly's men trickled south, banners snapping in the wind. The Umbers, too, fierce men in shaggy cloaks, arrived beneath the gate, their voices loud and merry. We heard there was a fight, Great John Umber boomed, slapping Robb on the back. Wouldn't miss it for all the ale in Oldtown. On the 8th day, a new messenger arrived, battered and breathless, a boy from the Dares, mud-spattered and shaken. "My lords," he cried, collapsing to his knees. "Harrenhal, the Lannisters are on the march. 10,000 men, knights and sellswords, all flying the Lion. Tywin himself leads them." They crossed the Trident at Maidenpool at dawn. A hush fell upon the hall. Robb drew his sword, the scrape echoing through the stone. "Send word to every man. To arms. We ride at dawn." Dun. Asik. The hours passed in a blur of shouting, clashing steel, and the wild urgency of preparation. Every able-bodied man was armed, every horse saddled. Northmen and Riverlanders formed up in the bailey, their faces grim, shields newly painted, swords sharpened and checked. Catelyn moved among them, offering a word here, a blessing there. She found Edmure strapping on his armor, jaw set. "We hold the ford," he said, voice steady. "Tywin will not cross the Red Fork, not while I live." She kissed his brow, tears burning her eyes. "Be brave, Edmure, but be careful. The Lannisters are cunning." "Dance." He managed a shaky smile. "So am I, sister, so am I." In the stables, she found Robb, buckling Grey Wind's collar. The dire wolf's yellow eyes watched her, wild and intelligent. "Mother," Robb said softly, pausing in his work. "If the worst happens, if Tywin takes the field, promise me you'll ride for White Harbor. Take Rickon, if he lives, and Bran, take them north." She gripped his arm, fierce as a bear. "No harm will come to you, or to them. I have lost enough, Robb." He nodded, but she saw his fear, and she loved him all the more for it. Before dawn, the host of Stark and Tully rode out from Riverrun, banners streaming, armor flashing in the first cold light. The Riverlords rode at the fore, the Northmen close behind, and the Mallisters covering the flanks. Scouts raced ahead, signaling the Lannister approach. A cloud of banners, a forest of spears, the Golden Lion bright as blood. The armies met on the east bank of the Red Fork, where the land sloped down to the water's edge. The grass trampled, the earth soft beneath thousands of hooves. Tywin Lannister's camp sprawled along the far bank, an ordered forest of tents, banners fluttering from every lance. For 3 days, the hosts faced one another across the river. Arrows flew at dusk, but neither side dared the ford. Every night, Catelyn watched the lanterns of the enemy flicker and die, and wondered what morning would bring. On the 4th day, a parley was called. Robb, flanked by Brynden and Great John Umber, crossed the river under a flag of truce. On the opposite bank, Tywin Lannister waited, hard-eyed, unyielding, surrounded by knights in gilded armor. Catelyn watched from the bank, her heart hammering. She could not hear the words, but she saw Robb stand tall, saw Tywin's face darken, saw the hard line of Brynden's jaw. When Robb returned, his face was stone. "He offers terms," he said. "Bend the knee, yield the north. Accept the king's peace and swear fealty to King Tommen or be destroyed." "And your answer?" Catelyn asked. her voice barely above a whisper. He smiled, grim and fierce. The king in the north kneels to no one. The men roared, brandishing swords and axes. The battle began at dawn. Trumpets blared, drums pounded, and the river ran red with blood. Lannister's spears surged across the ford, knights crashing into Northmen's shields. The Mallisters held the right, the Blackwoods the left. In the center, Robb's banner rose and fell, gray wind a gray shadow among the carnage. Catelyn watched from the hill, flanked by wounded men and weeping women. Arrows blackened the sky. Men fell screaming. For hours the lines wavered, surged, broke, and formed again. She prayed, silent and desperate, as she had not prayed since Ned's execution. At midday, Brynden rode to her, blood on his cheek, his sword nicked and stained. "They hold," he panted. "Robb holds the ford. The Greyjohn broke their left, and the Umbers have taken the Lannister baggage. Tywin is in retreat. He's pulling back." Her knees buckled. She sobbed, open and raw, as the banners of Stark and Tully rose higher. By dusk, the Lannister host had melted away, banners trampled, gold cast aside. The riverlands rang with the songs of victory. Men knelt in the bloodied grass and called Robb, King in the north, King of the Trident. That night, as Riverrun feasted and the wounded were tended, Robb found his mother beneath the godswood. "We won," he said, voice hoarse with disbelief. She hugged him close. "For now." He nodded. "For now." Overhead, the stars wheeled in cold silence, and the river flowed on. The Red Wedding had never happened. The Freys were broken. The Lannisters, for the first time, had known defeat at the hands of the wolf and the trout. But Catelyn knew in the marrow of her bones that peace would not come easily to Westeros. There would be other wars, other betrayals, other dawns like this one, sweet with hope and stained with blood. But tonight, she would let herself believe. The North remembered. The Riverlands stood. And for a brief shining moment, the wheel had turned in their favor. A hush hung over Riverrun after the battle, a silence deeper than any Catelyn had known since the day war first swept through the Riverlands. It was not a silence born of fear, nor of mourning, though plenty of that lay behind them now. It was the fragile, disbelieving quiet of men who had outlasted their doom and could not quite believe it. The stones of Riverrun, ancient and steadfast, seemed to breathe again. The scars of siege were everywhere. Burnt timbers, shattered masonry, blood in the cracks of the Bailey stones. But the flags atop the towers shone unblemished. The direwolf and trout side by side snapped full and proud in the morning breeze. Catelyn spent the days after victory walking the walls and courtyards, searching for those who were gone and for those who might yet return. She found Squire Hoster Tully, limping from an arrow wound but alive, cleaning blood from his sword in the quiet yard, beneath the arch of the East Tower. She found Sir Desmond Grell with his arm in a sling, barking orders at the new guards at the gate, his voice as sharp as the snap of a banner. She saw the faces of men she'd never known, Northmen and Riverlanders both, sleeping in rows upon the rushes of the Great Hall, too weary for even a cup of ale before their eyes closed. The battered host that had faced Tywin Lannister across the Red Fork was a patchwork of survivors, the wounded and the hale, the bold and the broken. Messengers rode daily, dust-caked and sleepless, bearing news to every holdfast and hill fort. The Lannisters had retreated east, nursing their wounds, and their rear guard lay scattered across the fields from Maidenpool to the Blackwater. There were no songs yet, but the word spread from lip to lip, heart swelling with each retelling. Robb Stark had stood, and Tywin Lannister had fled. In the Godswood, Catelyn knelt beneath the red leaves and listened to the wind, hoping for a whisper of Ned's voice, the old comfort of Winterfell's gods. She prayed for her children, wherever they were. Bran and Rickon, Arya, even Sansa, still caged in the golden prison of King's Landing. She prayed for the men who had fallen, and for those who lived. But most of all, she prayed for Robb. The king in the north held council in the high chamber, sunlight streaming through arrow-slit windows. The old wooden table was crowded with lords and captains, the air thick with the scents of sweat, wool, and the faint metallic tang of blood. Edmure Tully stood at Rob's right, his bruises fading to yellow, his eyes weary but alert. Brynden Blackfish stood at his left, arms folded, gaze sharp. Jason Mallister, Roose Bolton, Titos Blackwood, and Gretchen Umber filled the table's arc, each bearing new scars and new respect for the others. Rob sat at the head, hands folded, his wolf's head crowned before him, and gray wind curled at his feet, tongue lolling in the heat. There was a gravity about Rob now, a maturity sharpened in the forge of near death, an unlikely triumph. He looked at each man in turn before he spoke. "We have driven Tywin Lannister from the Riverlands," he said, "but we have not ended his war. He will return. He may seek other roads. He may strike at the Vale or try to turn the Freys to his cause. He may send gold or knives in the dark. We must prepare for every game the Lion plays." Nedin. Great John Umber thumped a meaty fist on the table. "Let him come, your grace. My lads are itching for a rematch. I say we ride after him, hunt him down in the woods and fields like the stag he claims to be." A ripple of laughter eased the tension, but Rob shook his head. He will not be so easily drawn. Tywin is too wise to fight a war of pride. He will use patience and coin and wait for us to starve or quarrel amongst ourselves. Roose Bolton's voice was chill as a blade. "We have the twins for now, but House Frey is not destroyed. Walder's lesser sons and grandsons gather what men they may. If Tywin promises gold, they might yet strike from the shadows. Banditry, poison, midnight blades. Our supply lines are thin. The north is far, and winter comes." Ian. Titos Blackwood cleared his throat. "We have the love of the people. The small folk cheer for Stark and Tully. If we show them justice and spare them the worst of the war, they will feed us, even in winter." "The ravens have brought word. The Brackens, Darrys, and Mootons are ready to parley. There can be peace in the Trident if we choose it." Jason Mallister nodded. "If we secure the crossings, if the small folk trust us, then Tywin's gold will do him little good. No army marches on an empty belly." Rob listened, weighing each word. He turned last to his mother. Catelyn spoke softly. "You must be more than a wolf, Rob. You must be a king. The Riverlands will follow you if you protect them, not just from Tywin, but from hunger and fear, and every old quarrel that divides these families. House Frey must be punished, but not so harshly that every vassal fears your rule. And you must write to White Harbor and to the Eyrie. Ask for grain, for ships, for safe haven for the children and the weak." "Mans." Brynden grunted in approval. "You must show them that the Starks and Tullys mean to rebuild, not just destroy. That's how you break Tywin's game." Rob nodded. "So be it. Let ravens fly to every lord of the Trident. Let them come to River Run and speak their grievances. I will hear them all. I will make peace where I can and war where I must. As for House Frey, Walder and his sons will be tried for treason. The twins will pass to a cousin loyal to the crown or to the Riverlands. They will never again be a threat to North or Trident." "Nesotham." Roose's eyes glinted, but he only bowed. Rob's gaze swept the room. "It begins today. We are no longer just survivors. We are rulers. The North remembers. The Trident will not kneel to Lannister or Frey." A murmur of approval. The council broke to their tasks. The days that followed were full of a different kind of war. Messengers rode between every great house of the Riverlands, calling lords and knights to River Run for a great council. Small folk flocked to the castle gates, begging for bread, protection, justice. The fords and bridges were watched by Blackwood and Mallister riders. The stables filled with horses, the armories with captured Lannister spears and crossbows. Edmure Tully took charge of the rebuilding. His pride in his home and his new wife, Roslyn, a quiet, constant force. Catelyn watched as Edmure walked the ruined outer walls with the stonemasons, sharing bread with the carpenters, his laughter rising above the clangor. Roslyn kept the ledgers and soothed the wives of fallen men. earning the respect of women who had once called her only a Frey. The small folk saw her, not as a trader's daughter, but as the Lady of River Run, and so she became. Brynden Blackfish rode patrols along the river, rooting out Frey partisans and Lannister spies. He brought order where there had been chaos, and peace where there had been fear. The Blackfish's justice was swift, but never cruel. He spared boys too young for swords, punished thieves with hard labor, not hanging. Catelyn saw in him the best of the old Tully ways. Robb spent his days hearing petitions and his nights in council. He met with every lord who came, young Lord Bracken with his bristling mustache, Lady Sybil Derry with her 4 sons, the grim Lord Mooten of Maidenpool. He listened more than he spoke, asked after every field and every granary, and promised protection and peace. He sent letters north to White Harbor, asking for ships and saltfish, for flour and oats. He sent word to the Eyrie again, though Lysa's silence remained unbroken. Every day, the walls of River Run swelled with new faces. Families who had fled the war, merchants returning to test the safety of the roads, even a trickle of Mirish and Tyroshi traders with spices and silk. Markets sprang up in the shadow of the walls, and slowly, life returned. One morning, as Catelyn walked the riverside, she found herself surrounded by the laughter of children. Squire Hoster Tully limped past, leading a group of younger boys in swordplay, their wooden blades thudding harmlessly against shields. For a moment, she saw Bran and Rickon among them, heard Arya's shriek of triumph. The ache never lessened, but it was softened, now, by the hope that not all joy had been burned away by war. The trial of Walder Frey was held in the Great Hall, with every Lord of the Trident and the North in attendance. Walder, ancient and shriveled, was dragged in chains before Robb's high seat. His son stood behind him, cowed and trembling. The charges were read: treason, murder, conspiracy against the king in the North, and the Lords of the Trident. Witnesses gave testimony. Sir Bryndon's scouts who had seen Frey men lurking in the shadows, Edmure who had been lured under false pretenses, even Roslyn, who spoke softly of her father's threats and violence. Walder, defiant to the last, spat on the stones. A king's word means nothing. You'll break your own oaths soon enough. It is the way of things. Kill me if you will. Another will take my place. You are all wolves in the end. Robb's reply was quiet, but rang through the hall. The North and the Riverlands will remember what you have done, and how you were judged. There will be no more blood feuds, no more secret vengeance. You will die, Walder Frey. Not for pride, but for justice. Oh, and so it was. Walder Frey and his eldest sons were sentenced to death. Their lands forfeit. The twins were granted to Sir Jared Frey, a distant cousin who had stood with Robb in the war, on the condition he marry a Blackwood and send his youngest son as a ward to Winterfell. The bridge remained open, guarded by Mallister men. Justice was done, not with fire and sword, but with law and mercy. As the weeks passed, the Riverlands found a new rhythm. Fields were sown, villages rebuilt, grain moved downriver in long, creaking barges. The banners of Stark and Tully flew over every crossing, and the Frey colors were nowhere to be seen. Robb began to speak of sending envoys south, to Dorne, to Highgarden, even to King's Landing itself. If we are to rule, he said to Catelyn one evening as they watched the sunset from the ramparts, we must be part of the realm, not apart from it. The North remembers, but the world is larger than Winterfell. She saw her husband's wisdom in him then, and she nodded. Your father would be proud. He squeezed her hand, and for a moment the boy he'd been flickered behind the king's eyes. Do you think Arya is alive? He asked softly. Bran? Rickon? I do, she whispered. And if it was a lie, it was one she would tell forever. In the heat of high summer, a great council was held at River Run. Lords and ladies from every corner of the North and Trident gathered in the Great Hall. Blackwoods and Brackens, Umbers and Mannerleys, Mootons and Derrys, and the bannermen of House Mallister and House Tully. The hall rang with talk of justice, of peace, and of rebuilding. Robb sat the high seat, his crown upon his brow, grey wind curled at his feet. At his right hand, Caitlin. At his left, Edmure and Roslin. When the speeches and oaths were done, Robb rose to address the assembly. "We have won a victory, but not an ending," he said. "The Lannisters will come again, and others too. But if we stand together, North and Trident, with honor and justice, we need not fear any foe. I will rule as my father did, with mercy and with strength. Let this be the beginning, not just of peace, but of a new realm. One where old quarrels are set aside, and all men are free to live without fear. The North remembers. The Riverlands remember. And together, we endure." 9. The hall shook with cheers, banners waving, swords thumping the floor. Caitlyn's tears were of pride and sorrow together. Ned would never see this day, nor would the sons she'd lost. But the realm he had died for might live, if only a little longer, in the hope she saw shining in her son's eyes. Night fell over Riverrun, warm and full of promise. The campfires stretched for miles along the Red Fork, music and laughter carrying over the water. No one knew what the morrow would bring, whether Tywin would strike again, whether winter would come harder, whether peace could truly last. But for one night, under banners new and old, a battered realm dreamed of something better. And the wolves and trout watched the rivers flow, silent and proud, as the world turned. K.E.K. The air at Riverrun was thick with the scents of earth, growing things, the faint coppery tang of drying blood, and the heavier aroma of roasting meat. Late summer pressed close, warm and golden, lending the fields around the castle a rippling brightness. Yet within the halls, in the corridors and council chambers, and cool shaded cloisters of the ancient seat of House Tully, the atmosphere remained taut, watchful, a wound-bound, but not yet healed. Riverrun was the beating heart of the new North Trident Alliance, and the king at its center was both shield and keystone, every heartbeat echoing with the sense that a single misstep could undo it all. Caitlyn's days began with sunrise, a habit she had carried from Winterfell's frosted stones. Though there were mornings she woke before the sun, dreams still clinging to her like spider webs. Sometimes she dreamed of Ned, sometimes of her lost children, but most often now, it was Robb's face she saw. Her firstborn, now king, now almost a stranger, grown taller and leaner than the boy she remembered. He bore himself with a gravity that made men twice his age bow their heads and listen. She met him often in the solar, in quiet moments before the council gathered, when the soft light of dawn slanted across the map-littered table, and gray wind lay half-dozing on the rushes. This morning, she found Robb alone, hands braced on either side of the Riverlands, his eyes shadowed. "There's word from White Harbor," he said without preamble, not looking up as she entered. "Lord Wyman's ships reach Maidenpool before the week is out, bringing flour, dried fish, salt beef, enough to feed our garrisons until winter's end, and the larders besides. He asked only for free passage for his trade and the right to speak at our council." None began. Caitlin nodded, relief loosening the coil inside her chest. "Granted. The Manderleys have never broken faith with Winterfell. Their loyalty is bought not with gold but with honor." Robb smiled, wan but genuine. "It will be done." He pressed his palm to the painted wood where the river met the neck, where the world grew wild and green and uncertain. "And there's more. The Blackwoods bring word from the neck. Granogman, Harry Lannister supply trains in the south, and Lord Reed sends us frog spears and marshland honey in thanks. The North remembers," he writes, "and the neck never forgets." Caitlyn's lips twitched. "Howland Reed remembers my father, and my mother, and Ned. He will not fail us." Robb's gaze flicked to her. "I wish the Eyrie was so loyal." Lysa's last raven was full of riddles and tears. "She says the Vale cannot spare men, that young Lord Robert's health is too fragile, that she prays daily for peace but cannot risk open war. Baelish shadow is long in those halls. We can endure without them," Caitlin said, gentler than she felt. "If the North and Trident stand together, if the small folk feed us and the lords do not quarrel, Tywin's gold cannot breach our walls. His only road is force, and he lacks the strength." "For now," Robb agreed. But the longer we hold, the more desperate he will become. He finally looked at her, face drawn and grave. I've made a decision, Mother. I will send an embassy south, to Highgarden, to Dorne, even to Storm's End if I must. Tywin's enemies must become ours. I will offer peace to the Reach, friendship to the Martells, perhaps even marriage, if it will win us an ally. Nandon. Catelyn felt a familiar prickle of worry at the base of her skull. Marriage is a sharp blade, Robb. But it cuts both ways. He managed a crooked smile. Would you rather I take up the sword again? No, she said, and reached to brush an errant lock of hair from his brow, as if he were still her little boy. No, my son. I would have you live. I would have you find peace, even if it is only bought for a little while. And word of Riverrun's victory and the judgment upon House Frey spread across the realm on the wings of ravens and rumor. Lords from every corner of the Riverlands trickled to the castle gates, some with hope, others with old grievances, a few with hidden knives. In the great hall, Robb received them all. Lady Cybele Derry arrived with her sons and a guard of archers, their yellow banners bright above the gate. She knelt before the king and pressed her lips to his ring. The Derrys have long memories, your grace. We are yours, if you will have us. Robb drew her to her feet and spoke words of gratitude, promising protection for her lands and her folk. The Mootons of Maidenpool sent their castellan, a grim, one-eyed man who carried word that the Lannisters had harried the coast, but now pulled back, their appetite for pillage diminished by the North's new strength. From Blackhaven came a letter sealed in black wax. Lord Beric Dondarrion, rumored dead a dozen times, sent tidings of outlaws driven north by Lannister reprisals, begging safe passage through the Riverlands. Robb granted it, and instructed his men to watch but not hinder the Lightning Lord's ragged band. Let the Lannisters bleed from 1,000 stings. As the council swelled, so too did the burden of feeding and sheltering a battered realm. Edmure labored from dawn till dusk, orchestrating repairs, digging new wells, reinforcing the battered outer wall. He worked alongside the stonemasons and woodwrights, listening to every complaint, every plea for coin, barley, or timber. Rosalind, growing in stature with every passing day, took the women of Riverrun under her wing. She organized kitchens and sick rooms, arranged nurseries for the children of the small folk, and began the delicate, difficult task of binding the wives and daughters of the Riverlords to her cause. The women who had once whispered Frey with suspicion now came to her chambers for advice and comfort. Brynden Blackfish spent his hours on patrol, leading sorties to clear the roads, capture stragglers from Frey bands, or escort the first shipments from White Harbor. He returned one evening with a captive, a Frey cousin, bruised but alive, caught trying to bribe a guardsman. Under Blackfish's questioning, the man revealed a plot to poison the wells with ground glass, a desperate gambit by the Frey's remaining partisans. The plot was thwarted, but the memory lingered. Reminder that the war was not so easily put to rest. Roose Bolton, ever the shadow in the corner, set his maesters and men to tracking rumors of Lannister gold and spies. It was Bolton's work that uncovered a plot by a group of knights, newly arrived from the south, to seize Edmure in his sleep and ransom him to Tywin. They were arrested in the night, tried at dawn, and hanged before the market crowd. The lesson was clear. The harvest moon rose, red and swollen, as the great council of the Riverlands convened in earnest. The banners of 24 houses crowded the great hall, some so old and faded their colors could barely be made out. Robb presided in simple clothes, his crown set aside, Grey Wind dozing at his feet. At his right, Edmure and Catelyn. At his left, Blackfish, Rosalind, and Jason Mallister. In the back of the hall, Roose Bolton stood with folded arms, silent as a shadow. Each lord and lady was given voice. The Derrys asked for horses to patrol their wild borderlands, the Mootons for men to rebuild their docks. The Brackens and Blackwoods, ancient rivals, squabbled over a disputed stretch of forest. Lord Jonas Bracken, bullish and red-faced, called out, "The Blackwoods took 3 villages from us while my father's men were away at war. I demand their return." Lady Mage Blackwood, tall and thin as a spear, answered coolly. The villages in question swore to me after the Frey treachery. They chose protection over plunder. Let the king decide. Now, D.O.C. Robb heard each plea, each insult, each accusation. He called for maps, for testimony, for compromise. Where the quarrels ran deepest, he offered judgment by combat, or by the testimony of the small folk. Some were settled, some postponed, but always Robb's voice was calm, his reasoning plain. You are not just my bannermen, he reminded them all, but my people. We cannot fight Tywin Lannister and ourselves both. If there is war between Blackwood and Bracken, the Lannisters will have the run of the Trident before the snows fall. If we are united, not even Tywin can break us. Never. Some grumbled, but most nodded, chastened. By nightfall, new oaths were sworn, and at dawn, the council was renewed. Through it all, ravens came and went. From Dorne, a letter arrived at last. Prince Doran Martell sent polite regrets, citing the wounds of his family and his people's hatred of war, but offering a cautious friendship. Dorne will not lift the sword for Lannister, nor for Frey. If the North wishes trade or passage for its ships, the water gardens are open. From Highgarden came only silence, but whispers soon reached Riverrun that Mace Tyrell was preoccupied with his daughter's betrothal in King's Landing. The Reach grows fat and lazy, Brynden said with a snort. They will wait until the winter is clear. News from King's Landing was more troubling. Sansa Stark was seen, seldom, on the arm of the new queen, Margaery Tyrell. Joffrey was dead, poisoned at his own wedding feast. Tommen Baratheon now sat the Iron Throne, with Tywin Lannister as hand. There were rumors of unrest, of plots and sudden deaths. The realm was less stable than it had ever been. Robb called Catelyn and Edmure to his side. It may be our chance. If the crown is weak, we may press for the return of Sansa, or for peace on our own terms. But I will not march on King's Landing. Not yet. Let the Lannisters bleed in the south while we grow stronger here. Catelyn nodded, heart swelling with pride and dread. Autumn crept in. The nights turned chill, mists curling over the river, and the hillsides burned red and gold with fallen leaves. The first ships from White Harbor arrived, long, broad-bellied cogs, laden with flour, salt fish, wool. The markets of River Run overflowed. The small folk came by the hundreds, bartering for bread, for seed grain, for the promise of winter stores. Roslin's kitchens fed the hungry. Edmure's riders guarded the roads. Robb spent long evenings writing letters, each one bearing the wolf and trout and wax. He sent messengers to the Wall, offering aid in grain if the Night's Watch could spare men for the fords and bridges. He sent envoys to the Stormlands, to Dorne, to Old Town. Some answered with hope, others with caution, but none with open threats. Tywin's shadow lingered, but did not strike. In the evenings, Catelyn walked the halls, listening to the music drifting up from the Great Hall. The low murmur of voices in the galleries, the laughter of children playing in the gardens. She found Robb one night beneath the moon, standing alone on the ramparts. "Do you ever wish it was different?" he asked, his voice low. "That you could have stayed in Winterfell? That I could have remained your son, not your king?" Balmsor. She reached up and took his hand, her fingers entwining with his. "You will always be my son. You are the king now. But you were always meant for this. You are your father's son, in all things that matter." He leaned down, pressed his brow to hers, and for a moment she felt the years slip away. For a moment, she had him whole. The first snow fell before year's end, thin at first, then heavy, blanketing the fields and cloaking the world in quiet. The banners at River Run snapped in the cold wind, but inside the halls there was warmth and fire, and a sense, tenuous but real, that they had survived for now. No ravens came with dire news, no Lannister host appeared upon the horizon. On the longest night of the year, the Northmen and Riverlords gathered in the Godswood. Robb stood before the heart tree, the red leaves whispering overhead, and spoke the words of the old gods and the new. We have come through fire, through darkness, through blood and betrayal. We stand together now, North and Trident, for our children and our children's children. We will not be broken. Nepsen? They knelt in the snow, and Caitlin knelt with them, her tears freezing on her cheeks. The wind was bitter, but the fire in her heart was fierce. For this night, at least, they were safe. And so, River Run endured. The war was not over. The world beyond their walls was still wild, still dangerous, still uncertain. But within those ancient stones, hope lived, quiet, stubborn, and unyielding as the river itself. Gay. Dawn crept pale and cold over River Run, a hush lying heavy on the rivers and fields, as if the land itself waited, expectant and uncertain, for the next turn of the world's great wheel. The snow had crusted hard overnight. Hoarfrost glittered on the parapets, outlining every crenellation in silver, and every sound carried farther, ringing in the brittle air. The red fork ran sluggish and black through the white landscape, mist curling over its surface, while the banners above the towers, direwolf and leaping trout, snapped and twisted, bright against the steel-gray sky. Caitlin walked the battlements alone, wrapped in a fur-lined cloak, her breath ghosting before her. Below, the yard bustled with life, even in the cold. Northmen mending harness and sharpening axes, Riverlanders tending the winter gardens, stable boys shoveling new straw. The world did not stop for politics, nor for war. Somewhere, a hammer rang on an anvil. Somewhere, a child's laughter spilled across the stones. There were worse sounds, she supposed, in a world such as this. But even as she watched the daily rhythm unfold, her heart could not rest. The news from south and east was always just a shadow behind her eyes, the question that never faded. No banners of Lannister or Frey approached the Trident now, and yet, what grew in the dark corners, where Tywin's gold still whispered? How long would the peace they'd carved from blood and fire endure? She heard the footfalls before she saw him. Robb moved lightly despite the weight of mail and the sword at his side, the shadow of a beard on his jaw. He joined her at the battlements and stood, silent, gazing down on the courtyard below. "It is beautiful," he said at last, and there was wonder in his voice, mingled with sorrow. "Even now. Especially now, maybe. Sometimes I think the gods have a cruel sense of humor, showing us peace like this, only when we know it can't last." Caitlin laid a hand on his arm. "That is what makes it precious. It is the fragile things that mean the most, Robb. The world will always take them from us in the end, but while they're ours..." She could not finish. The words caught, tangled with memory. Ned's laughter in the frost, Bran's shouts echoing over Winterfell's yard, Arya's wild leaps in the snow, Sansa singing. Rickon's fat, serious face. She felt Robb's hand close over hers. "We will have more," he said, quietly fierce. "I swear it. I will not let Tywin take this from us. Nor the Freys, nor any lord south of the Neck." A raven called from the rookery tower, shrill and insistent. Together, mother and son made their way down, past the icicled windows and the warming tapestries, into the solar where Edmure waited with parchment in hand and worry etched deep into his face. He stood as they entered, then thrust the letter at Robb. "From Old Town," he said. "Lord Hightower writes." Finally, Robb broke the seal, eyes darting over the words, his brow furrowed. "He offers peace. Hightower says the Reach will not march against us, nor aid the Lannisters, provided we respect his ships and his merchants. He wants assurances for his kin in the Riverlands, and an envoy sent south to negotiate matters of mutual benefit." Caitlyn's heart quickened. "He is watching and waiting, like all the rest. He thinks to choose the winning side when the time comes." Robb nodded. "Then let him wait. We are strong enough, for now. We hold the rivers, we have food, we have men. If the Reach will not fight us, nor will Dorne and the Vale, well, Lysa hides still behind her tears. That leaves only Tywin and the remnants of Frey." Edmure's voice was bitter. Walder's whelps crawl in the ruins of the twins, plotting. Every day my riders bring word of new bandits, new raids, always in the dead of night. The small folk suffer. We cannot watch every field, every hamlet. We will do what we can, Robb said, eyes on the fire. We have no dragons, but we have men and justice. If Walder's bastards try the old games, we will answer as my father would. Swiftly and with the law. Nenhan, a servant knocked, bowing low. A rider from White Harbor, your grace. Urgent news. They followed the servant down to the yard, where the rider, a boy no older than Bran had been, tumbled from his mount, breathless and flushed. Your grace, Lady Stark, Lord Tully. Ships on the eastern coast. Not Lannister, not Tyrell. Ironborn, sails as black as night, krakens on the banners. Lord Wyman sends warning. Moat Cailin holds, but the raiders have struck at Ramsgate, Seaguard, even the Flint Cliffs. The Dreadfort's banners ride, and Sir Roderick Castle with them. Menasty. Robb's face tightened. The Ironborn again. They cannot help themselves. What does Wyman ask? Permission to send ships up the Trident to patrol and reinforce the coast. He asks for your command, my Lord King. Robb turned to his mother. The North cannot fight a war on two fronts. The Lannisters in the south, the Ironborn in the east, and winter nearly upon us. Catelyn felt the chill in her bones. You cannot be everywhere at once. The Riverlands will hold the crossings, and the North its coast. You must trust your bannermen, and your faith in them must be seen, not just spoken. Done. Robb nodded, already thinking ahead. Edmure. Send riders to every lord along the Trident. The Blackwoods, the Mallisters, the Brackens. We hold every ford, every bridge. White Harbor may patrol the coast, and the Dreadfort may ride north, but the Riverlands must not falter. I will write to Lord Wyman myself and send him my thanks. Through the bitter weeks that followed, the war changed shape again. It was no longer great hosts clashing in open field, banners streaming, trumpets blaring. It was a war of shadows, of raids and whispers, of sudden fires in the night and wolves chasing ghosts. The Ironborn struck at lonely farms and fishing villages, burning what they could not steal. Lannister gold seeded the fields with knives. One day a hunter found the body of a Blackwood squire in a frozen creek. Another day a Riverlord's child vanished. Ransom demanded and never paid. At River Run, the great hall filled with supplicants. Small folk fled the Ironborn, seeking bread and shelter. Lords came with grievances, banditry, feuds, burned crops, missing kin. Every tale was a thread in a web that Catelyn struggled to untangle. Rosalind proved her worth, moving among the kitchens and the nurseries, soothing the frightened and the sick. Her belly had begun to swell with Edmure's child, and the women whispered that it was a sign, the old blood renewing itself, hope taking root even in winter's heart. Robb spent long nights with maps and reports, dispatching riders, penning orders in a firm, uncompromising hand. He sent word to Bear Island, to the Mormonts and the Flints, bidding them harry the Ironborn wherever they landed. He charged the Umbers with holding the Neck, the Tall Hearts with guarding the eastern woods. He wrote to the Night's Watch, offering food and aid for any black brothers willing to ride south. And always the weight pressed heavier. Gray wind prowled the halls at night, a silent shadow, as if the direwolf alone could sense the gathering storm. One snow-blind morning, Brynden Blackfish returned from the southern marches, his cloak crusted with frost, his eyes wild. They gather at Harrenhal, he said, voice hoarse. Tywin Lannister, with Sir Gregor Clegane and every sellsword he can find. 20,000, perhaps more. He is not beaten. He waits, but he is not beaten. Done. Robb's jaw clenched. We cannot fight him in open field. Not now. Brynden nodded. He knows it. So he will not come at you openly. He will use the phrase and the bandits and the coin. He will turn every neighbor against us if he can. He will try to cut us apart a limb at a time. Then we must not let him, Robb said. The North and the Trident must act as one. If the Ironborn press too hard, If the Riverlords fall to squabbling, then Tywin wins without drawing sword. Once more. Catelyn watched him, feeling again the ache of pride and fear that never left her now. Edmure, exhausted but determined, banged his fist on the table. Let us call the lords again. Let them swear anew. Here, in this hall, before every god they name, let us show Tywin that we will not break. And so they did. The second council of Riverrun was even greater than the first. The hall thronged with banners and men in winter furs, with women wrapped in shawls, children on their knees. The fires blazed, the tables groaned with food, and the mood was fierce, almost desperate. A pride born not of plenty, but of defiance. One by one the lords and ladies came before Robb, swearing their swords and their hearts. Blackwood and Bracken, Derry and Mooton, Mallister, Piper, Ryger, Goodbrook, Vance. The North was present in all its hard-faced splendor. Umbers, Flints, Tallhearts, Mormonts, the lords of Bear Island and Widow's Watch. Even from the Neck came a delegation of Crannogmen, reed-crowned and silent, bearing gifts of fish and frog spawn. Catelyn saw the hope kindling in their eyes as Robb stood to address them. I do not promise you peace, he said, his voice carrying to the farthest shadows. Nor do I promise you gold, or plenty, or an end to sorrow. I promise you only this, that I will stand with you, through winter and war, through darkness and loss. The North remembers, the Riverlands will not kneel. We will not break. A roar of approval filled the hall, banners shaking in the draft, fists thumping tables. Some wept, and none were ashamed. Spring was only a memory when the Lannisters finally moved. Rumors swept the Trident, Sir Gregor raiding the Blackwater Rush, Frey men seizing small holdings in the Riverlands west, a new force assembling at Harrenhal. But it was not Tywin who struck the first true blow. On a freezing dawn, as the world lay glazed in ice, word came to Riverrun that the twins had fallen. Not to Frey or Lannister, but to the Riverlords themselves. Mallister and Blackwood, riding under the Direwolf and the Trout, had seized the bridges in a lightning attack. Walder Frey's last loyal sons were dead or fled, and the ancient towers, so long a blight, now flew banners of peace. The news spread like fire. For the first time, the Riverlands were whole, from the Neck to Maidenpool, and every mouth that spoke Robb's name did so with respect or fear. There were still raids, and hunger, and sorrow. There were no songs of victory, not yet. But hope grew stronger, and the rumors of Lannister gold lost their power. On the eve of the spring thaw, Robb stood before the Godswood, every lord and lady of the North and Trident behind him, and spoke the words that would echo for years. We have not won, the war is not over, but we are still here. The wolf and the trout, the old blood and the new. We will not kneel, not for Lannister, not for Frey, not for the shadow of a crown in King's Landing. The North remembers, the Riverlands endures, and together we will see the spring. The fires that night burned bright and long, and Catelyn, watching the faces of her people, saw the beginning, not of peace perhaps, nor of the old happiness, but of something new, something that might in time be enough. And in the distance, the rivers ran free. The snow began to melt, and the promise of the future flickered, fragile, in the dawn. A.K. Snowmelt coursed down the Red Fork in cold torrents, the river swollen with spring's restless hunger, lapping higher on its muddy banks than any could remember in years. Riverrun's towers rose above a world made soft by thaw, its stone walls scarred but unbroken, casting long shadows across the half-frozen waters. The banners of House Stark and House Tully still flew, colors bright and defiant in the clear morning light. But every soul within those walls understood that the game was far from finished. Hope was a thing they cherished in secret, carried quietly, as if fearing it would wither if spoken too loud. Catelyn rose with the dawn, her joints aching from the night's cold and dreams too tangled for comfort. She watched mist curling above the river from the eastern parapets, listening to the chorus of crows, the distant ring of hammers, and the measured pace of men changing the guard. Beneath the promise of a new season, She felt the quiet thrum of uncertainty, each day stretching further from the horror or yet always only a messenger's word from new disaster. She found Rob already at work in the solar. Gray wind sprawled by the fire, parchment and letters scattered across the old oak table. His face was drawn, sharper now with the loss of childhood's softness, his gaze steady as he read and wrote. The sunlight caught the streaks of red in his hair, making him look both older and heartbreakingly young. He looked up, smiled wearily, and beckoned her close. "The Blackwoods report the first lambs are born," he said, voice softer than it had been for weeks. "No sign of Lannister banners for 10 leagues in any direction. Lady Cybele writes that her fields are greening again, and she will send what grain she can. The Crannogmen of the Neck have driven the last Ironborn from the marshes, and Lord Wyman's ships have begun patrolling the White Knife. For now, at least, we are safe." Catelyn brushed her fingers across his knuckles. "You have bought us this peace, Rob. Remember that. No matter what storms gather, you held them off. The people see it." He shook his head. "They see what they wish. A king who stood firm. But I feel every crack, every worry. The Freys are scattered, but not gone. Tywin is quiet, but quiet as a wolf on the hunt. I fear the silence more than the sound of trumpets. Mebarax." "Well," Catelyn smiled with effort. "Your father always said that peace is just a lull between storms. It does not mean we are powerless. It means we have time to prepare." Rob nodded, eyes distant. "That's why I've sent word to White Harbor for more smiths. We need tools as much as swords. The harvest will be thin unless we mend plows and saws. I asked the Mallisters to patrol the river, and Lord Edmure rides south tomorrow to oversee new bridges at the Tumblestone. We cannot simply wait for the enemy. We must shape what comes." A knock at the door announced Sir Jason Mallister, his weathered face bright with spring color. He saluted Rob and Catelyn, his smile as direct as always. "Forgive the intrusion, your grace, my lady. Riders from the west, Bracken and Blackwood banners, and—" He paused, frowning. "A group of gold cloaks from King's Landing, white banners raised." Rob's brow creased. "Gold cloaks? Here?" "Aye, your grace. They come under truce, led by Sir Loras Tyrell. They claim to bear terms from King Tommen and Lord Tywin himself." "Mine's eye." Catelyn's heart stilled, but Rob only drew a breath, his posture straightening. "Show them to the East Hall. Have them disarmed and post double guard at every entrance. If Tyrell comes in peace, he will have nothing to fear. If not—" "Not—" Sir Jason nodded and withdrew, leaving a charged silence in his wake. The East Hall was dressed for parley. Fires burning high in the hearth, banners arranged so that neither north nor south held the place of honor, but stood side by side. Rob took the high seat, Catelyn at his right, Edmure at his left, with the Blackfish and Jason Mallister close behind. Rosalind, hands folded over her swelling belly, sat with the other ladies, her calm a quiet anchor for the uneasy company. Sir Loras Tyrell entered first, golden hair cropped short, his green and gold cloak trailing after him like a banner. Beside him strode a gray-bearded knight in Lannister crimson, and a dour-faced septon. 4 gold cloaks in well-kept mail followed, each unarmed but watchful. Loras bowed, eyes bright with something like weariness. "King Rob, Lady Catelyn, Lord Edmure, I come in the name of King Tommen Baratheon and the Hand, Lord Tywin Lannister, to offer the peace of the Iron Throne to the North and Riverlands." "Nay." Rob's tone was careful. "And what shape does this peace take, Sir Loras?" The knight at Loras' side unrolled a parchment. "King Tommen's mercy is generous. The North may retain its customs, so long as the king's peace is kept. The Riverlands shall be restored to House Tully, and all Frey lands forfeit to the crown. All who lay down arms are pardoned. If the king in the North will bend the knee, all hostages will be released. Sansa Stark among them. The king's hand asks only for an end to rebellion, and an oath of fealty." "Mr. Marshal." A soft murmur rippled through the hall. Catelyn's breath caught at Sansa's name, but she kept her face composed. Robb met the knight's gaze. Mercy is not a coin, sir. It cannot be given by those who spilled innocent blood. What of the men murdered at the Twins, or the bannermen who fell in the Riverlands defending their homes? What of House Frey's treason? Loras did not flinch. Walder Frey is attainted. His house is broken. The Iron Throne will not defend his memory. King Tommen is a boy, but he wishes peace, not vengeance. Lord Tywin wishes peace because he knows winter will cost more lives than war. There was a long silence, the kind that felt like a blade's edge. Catelyn finally spoke, her voice calm but cold. And what is the price of this peace, Sir Loras? What guarantee have we that the next time gold runs short in King's Landing, the South will not seek our fields and rivers anew? Loras's lips tightened. We cannot guarantee what lies beyond the span of men's lives. Only what is given now. The crown asks for fealty, not servitude. You may rule your lands, raise your banners, keep your gods. But the wolf must kneel. Now. Robb looked out over his bannermen, reading their faces, wary, hopeful, proud, afraid. You have our answer tomorrow, he said. Let us speak again when the sun is high. Tonight, you are our guests. Break bread and take salt. Loras nodded, bowed again, and let himself be led away. The night was thick with argument. In the great solar, Robb's council debated every word and every possibility. Greatjon Umber spat into the fire. We have them on the run, boy. Why kneel, after all we've won? Roose Bolton's voice was soft, slippery. We must consider the cost of another year of war. The North is spent, and the Riverlands too. Food runs short. If Tywin sues for peace, we may dictate terms. Edmure's eyes were raw with hope. Sansa, she could be home, Cat. No more bloodshed, no more graves. Bryndon's frown was deep. Tywin gives with one hand and sharpens a knife with the other. I do not trust his peace. Robb looked to his mother. What would you do, if it were yours to decide? Catelyn hesitated, heart torn. I would grasp peace with both hands, Robb, if I believed it true. But the Lannisters have never made peace without a blade hidden. Still, the realm bleeds. Your father would say, take what you can, but never forget what was taken from you. He nodded, quiet. I will not bend the knee, but I will offer peace. The North and Riverlands will be friends to King Tommen, but not his vassals. I will not yield our crown for the promise of my sister's life. That night, Robb wrote his answer in his own hand, every word measured, each sentence weighted with pride and caution. The next day he met Sir Loras in the sunlit hall. You may tell King Tommen this, Robb said, voice steady and clear. The North and the Riverlands wish for peace as he does. We will not take up arms against the crown if left unmolested. We will honor all treaties of trade and alliance. But we will not kneel. The North has not forgotten the cost of Southern justice, nor has the river. Sansa Stark may return to her home, as should every innocent pawn of this war. But we will wear our own crowns and rule our own lands as... Loras's eyes were troubled, but he inclined his head. I will bear your answer, your grace. He departed before sunset, his men silent behind him. Banners lowered. The days passed. Spring bit deeper, the world softening in green and gold. Rivers rushing, roads thawing. Rumors flew the returning birds, of Tywin's fury, of Cersei's plotting, of Marjorie's gentle hand on Tommen's shoulder. No word came from King's Landing. Catelyn found Sansa's absence sharper than ever, each letterless day a wound. She poured her worry into work, tending to the wounded, teaching young girls to read, watching over the small folk with the same iron patience she had once given her children. Edmure and Roslyn's babe was born at the height of a rainstorm, a girl with a tuft of red hair and lungs strong as a warhorn. She was named Minisa, after Catelyn's mother, and her birth was taken as a blessing, proof that the old blood and the new would persist. Robb moved among his people as spring lengthened, breaking bread with commoners, listening to the complaints of lords, riding patrol along the banks with Blackfish and Mallister at his side. Every day brought news. Bandits gone, fields planted, wolves sighted in the woods. One night, as dusk softened the castle's ancient stones, Robb stood atop the ramparts, looking north. "I dreamed of Bran last night," he said, quiet as falling snow. Hay stood at the heart tree at Winterfell, and the ravens came to him and whispered secrets. He told me, "Keep faith, Robb, I know. The world is not done with us yet." Benente. Catelyn stood beside him, hands folded in her sleeves. "Then we will keep faith, and we will endure as we always have. Spring always comes, my son, even after the blackest winter." Below, the rivers ran fast and bright, washing the old blood away, carrying with them the seeds of something new, uncertain, fragile, but alive. And the future waited, as it always did, just beyond the next bend in the stream. A hush of expectancy had fallen over Riverrun in the weeks following Loras Tyrell's departure. Like the stillness before a thunderstorm, the first true warmth of spring had at last come to the Riverlands, thawing the last crusts of ice and setting the fields ablaze with wildflowers and fresh grass. The castle's outer wards hummed with the steady work of repair, masons scaling battered walls, thatchers on rooftops, smiths singing at their anvils as they shaped plowshares and arrowheads alike. Beyond the walls, farmers sowed seeds in the rich alluvial soil, praying the coming summer would be kind. Catelyn watched all this from her window in the high tower. She found herself thinking of how swiftly the world could shift. One season ago, the snow had lain heavy on the fields, and every mouthful of bread felt borrowed. Now, though the future was uncertain, life itself seemed to press up from the earth with new insistence. Hope was everywhere, but so too was the memory of how fragile such peace could be. She rose before dawn, as she always had. The air was still cool in the halls, shadows deepening in the corners, but warmth was building at the heart of the castle. In the kitchens, where Roslyn organized great cauldrons of broth for breakfast. In the bailey, where Edmure and the Blackfish drilled new levees in old, putting their men through paces with a renewed focus. In the solar, where Robb had taken to sitting late into the night, his brow furrowed as he bent over ledgers, maps, and a pile of house. Catelyn found her son there that morning, chin in hand, eyes fixed on a letter bearing the white and gold rose of Highgarden. "You haven't slept," she said, gentle reproach softening her voice. "What tidings does the Reach send that rob you of rest?" Robb looked up and let out a long breath. "Tyrell is cleverer than I hoped." His replies all honeyed words and soft promises. Offers of trade, talk of marriage alliances, even hints that the Reach will recognize our peace if we treat with King Tommen and keep our borders closed. Yet he says nothing truly binding. No commitment, no sword. Mace Tyrell will not be the first to choose a side, and he means to reap the benefits no matter who prevails. Now, he rose and crossed to the window. Below, the banners of Stark and Tully fluttered together, the river running bright and quick beneath. "I want to trust him. I want to believe in peace, but I cannot pin my realm's future on the good intentions of men who have never shed blood for it." Catelyn joined him, her hand closing over his. "Your father would say that trust must be earned, not given freely. The Tyrells have weathered more storms than most. They will not risk all on a single throw. But their caution works in our favor as much as theirs. While they delay, we grow stronger, and our enemies do not dare march against us alone." "Bencher me." Robb's eyes searched hers, seeking reassurance, wisdom, some certainty. "Is it enough, Mother? What if Tywin strikes before another harvest? What if the Freys or the Ironborn, or even the Crown itself sends daggers in the dark?" She squeezed his hand. "Then we will answer as we always have, together, with the North's strength and the Trident's pride. You are not alone, Robb. Not so long as men believe in the justice of your cause. Let the Tyrells wait and watch. We will be ready." Minion. A week passed, marked by a growing rhythm of restoration. Robb toured the towns and villages around Riverrun, sometimes with Catelyn at his side, sometimes alone, or with the Blackfish riding escort. In every hamlet, the folk greeted their king with guarded hope. Many knelt or pressed rough hands to their chests, whispering blessings as he passed. More than a few offered gifts: jars of honey, loaves of oat bread, a painted shield, a newborn lamb. It was not the adoration given to Targaryens or the ancient awe owed to the Starks in the far north, but something new and precious. Trust built from hardship and shared purpose. Edmure Tully distinguished himself in these weeks, taking up the duties of lord with a determination none could have predicted in his younger, feckless days. He arbitrated disputes over fields and ditches, soothed old enmities with fair words, and showed an unexpected gift for winning the loyalty of the stubborn, battered riverlords. With Rosalind at his side, her belly now swelling visibly with their child, Edmure began to be seen not as the failed heir of Riverrun, but as its steady heart. Catelyn took solace in watching them. It was as if, in their marriage and coming child, some curse had been lifted from the Tully name, though she never forgot the price that had been paid in blood. Rosalind herself, growing rounder each week, became a quiet force in the castle's rhythm. She gathered the wives and daughters of lords and small folk alike, teaching them letters, leading prayers at the sept, listening to their worries. Even the women who had once whispered "Frey" with suspicion now turned to her with respect, calling her Lady of Riverrun without hesitation. In the depths of night, when the castle stilled and only the owls hunted the ramparts, Catelyn sometimes slipped to the Godswood. There, beneath the ancient willow and the silver birches, she found peace enough to speak to Ned, of her hopes, her fears, the choices that weighed on her son, and the memories that would not fade. As the last of the snows receded from the mountain passes, the first ships from White Harbor arrived, heavy with barrels of salt fish, oats, and cheese. Lord Wyman's banner flew high from the largest cog, and he sent his second son, Sir Wendell, ashore with letters of greeting and the promise of continued friendship. Robb met with him in the Great Hall, surrounded by Northmen and Riverlords alike. "Lord Wyman offers us not only food but coin and men," Robb told his council afterward. "He asks only for a seat on my council and protection for his ships on the Trident. He has done more for us than any southern lord." Then, Brynden Blackfish approved. "The Manderleys are true. Their ships will make the Trident safer, and their loyalty will bind the North closer." Roose Bolton, ever the shadow at the edge of things, offered a warning. "Wyman is shrewd. He will want more than gratitude in time. Be wary how far you grant his ambitions." Robb listened, nodded, and agreed to Wyman's terms. In the coming days, the White Knife became a lifeline, and the people of the North and Riverlands alike began to speak of Manderley with the same respect they once reserved for Stark and Tully. It was nearly a month after Sir Loras Tyrell's embassy when the next great turning came. A letter arrived from the Eyrie, written in Lysa Arryn's own trembling hand, bearing news that made Catelyn's breath catch. "My beloved sister," the letter began, "long have I hidden behind my walls, but the winds have changed. The Vale stands with the Riverlands. Robb's justice is just, and the Lannisters have shown their cruelty for all to see. I send Lord Jon Royce and 2,000 knights to your aid, and my prayers for your safety. The Eyrie will not bend to King's Landing, nor to Tywin Lannister. Metter Runingchanen." Robb read the letter aloud in council, and for the first time, Catelyn saw the weight on his shoulders ease. "Let the lords of the realm see our strength," he said. "With the Vale, the North, and the Trident united, Tywin cannot hope to break us by force alone." Even Roose Bolton seemed pleased, though his smile was thin as parchment. "Let us hope the Knights of the Vale arrive before the next storm breaks." The next days were full of preparation, messengers flying to the Vale, White Harbor, even as far as Bear Island and Deepwood Moat. The Riverlands braced for whatever came next, emboldened by the sense that, for the first time in many years, their fortunes might truly be changing. As the Festival of the Maiden approached, a celebration new to many Northmen, but held sacred by the riverfolk, Catelyn moved among the preparations, helping Rosalind and the other women gather flowers, oversee the baking, and ready the castle for a feast. On the eve of the festival, Robb ordered the gates thrown open to all, and the people flocked in from the surrounding villages. That night, under a sky blooming with stars, the great hall was alive with music and laughter. Edmure danced with his wife, the Blackfish with every widow and maid in the room, and Robb himself spun a laughing peasant girl across the floor. Even Roose Bolton, dour as he was, accepted a cup of sweet wine from Lady Sybil Derry, and smiled. It was the first true joy Caitlin had witnessed since before the war. A night when the realm's wounds seemed to fade, and a future brighter than any memory felt, for a moment within reach. When the fires died down and the people drifted home, Rob stood on the parapet beside Catelyn, eyes shining with hope and the weight of his crown. "Did you ever think we would see such a night?" he asked. She smiled, tears slipping down her cheeks. "Not for many years, but I never stopped hoping." "Not truly." Rob gazed out at the dark fields and the silvered river. "Whatever comes, we will face it together. The North remembers. The Riverlands endures. We have built something worth defending." Caitlin leaned her head on his shoulder, letting the music and laughter echo in her heart. Beneath them, the rivers ran free, and the castle glowed with warmth and life. It would not last forever. No peace ever did. But for now, in the new green dawn, it was enough. And for once, hope was not a fragile secret, but a living thing that sang in every heart. A promise that the old wounds could heal, and that perhaps the wheel of the world might yet turn toward mercy and light. Ka. The soft light of late spring poured over River Run, turning the ancient stones golden and stirring scents of earth and green things in the morning air. From every tower and window, from the narrow sally ports to the broad terraces above the river, came the sounds of life renewing itself. Hammers on wood and iron, voices of merchants bartering, the laughter of children tumbling through wildflowers at the edge of the Outer Bailey. Gone were the frost-bitten days of winter siege, replaced now by the hopeful bustle of a kingdom finding its feet once more. Caitlin moved through these days with purpose, both participant and quiet watcher, her heart fuller than it had been in years. Yet she did not mistake renewal for safety. At every turn she was reminded of how quickly joy could turn to fear. A sudden shout from the gate, the approach of strangers in foreign cloaks, a raven's wings black against the morning sun. The realm held its breath, waiting to see if the new peace would take root or be torn up by the next storm. Rob, for his part, moved as king with ever more confidence. Each morning he heard petitions in the great hall, attended by Edmure, the Blackfish, Roslin, and a handful of trusted riverlords. The folk of the Trident came to him as they once had to Hoster Tully, a smith with an iron debt, a widow wronged by her neighbor, a hedge knight seeking pardon for poaching a stag. He listened, judged, and sent each away with a sense of fairness restored. Sometimes stern, often generous, always with the gravitas of a man who understood every word he spoke. Was a stone laid in the foundation of his reign. In the afternoons, Rob rode the fields and villages beyond the castle, Grey Wind ever at his side, watching the work of planting and the repair of old stone bridges and new timber keeps. The people greeted their king with hope that shone in tired faces. There were new babies in every village, baptisms and weddings, the weaving of nets for the river and songbirds returning to the reeds. In the fields, the first shoots of barley and rye whispered of better harvests to come. Caitlin sometimes accompanied him, more often sent Edmure or the Blackfish in her stead. Her own work was rooted in the castle. She oversaw the kitchens, the mending of banners, the teaching of letters to lordly children and small folk alike. She had begun to correspond with Sansa in King's Landing, the letters always careful, never hinting at treason, but layered with hidden questions and motherly advice. Each reply was a balm, proof that her daughter yet lived, and each new page a knife's edge of hope and dread. In the quietest hours, after the lamps had been doused and the castle lulled into slumber, Caitlin would walk the ramparts and pray beneath the stars. Sometimes for peace, sometimes for strength, always for her scattered children. With the coming of June, the world beyond the Trident stirred with its own slow, dangerous purpose. The Knights of the Vale began to arrive in earnest, Lord John Royce riding at their head, his silvered armor bright and his words direct. He brought 2,000 men, steel and discipline, and an unspoken warning. The Eyrie would be neither pawn nor prey. The great lords of the Riverlands gathered to greet him in the hall, and for the first time since before the war, Caitlin saw pride and unity in their ranks. Lord Royce bowed low, before Robb and presented Lysa's formal declaration of alliance. "The Eyrie stands with the North and Trident against all who would do you harm," he intoned. "Our swords are yours for justice and for peace." Robb clasped his arm in the old way. "And we are yours, in blood and in honor. The realm will remember this day, my lord. You do my mother's house great credit." That night, as feasting filled the castle, Catelyn sat beside Lord Royce and spoke with him of the old days, of Jon Arryn and her sister as a girl, of their fathers and the wars that had shaped the realm. Royce listened, grave and courteous, and made no secret of his intention to see the Vale's voice heard in every council. "We have been silent too long, my lady. Let us speak now, together, for the future our children must inherit." After the feast, as the banners were furled and the guests returned to their quarters, Robb found his mother on the battlements. "With the Vale at our side," he said, "even Tywin will think twice before he dares march again." "Do not let hope blind you to vigilance," Catelyn murmured, though her heart ached to share his optimism. "Tywin has not survived so many wars by trusting to his enemy's exhaustion. He will watch. He will wait." Robb nodded, serious. "But now, for the first time, he must wait for us, not we for him." The days grew long and bright, the Riverland villages swelling with travelers. Peddlers from the Arbor, Tyroshi traders, even a few broken men seeking a place to begin again. White Harbor ships sailed daily upriver, their holds heavy with salt and cheese and iron tools, and soon Manderley's youngest son, Sir Wendell, became a fixture at court, broad, laughing, and adored by the small folk for his tales and his open hand. With the Trident's roads at last secure, Catelyn and Rosalind turned their attention to Riverrun's fosterlings, the children of Mallister, Piper, Derry, Mooton, and even of Bracken and Blackwood, kept in peace under one roof. They learned their sums and letters from a Winterfell septa, their swordplay from the Blackfish himself, and their horsemanship from Edmure. In them, Catelyn saw the realm's hope, rivals learning to be brothers and sisters, the future woven from the warp and weft of old enemies. Yet the old hatreds were not so easily undone. Twice in as many weeks, word came of feuds rekindled. First, a skirmish in the upper Blackwood forests between border reavers. Then, a poisoned well near Derry that took a half-dozen cattle. Robb answered swiftly, dispatching his own men and river lords alike to hold the peace, while the Blackfish rode to oversee the punishment of any lord who broke faith. Catelyn saw in these moments the true challenge of rule. Not war, but justice. Not vengeance, but fairness. News from the wider realm came on Raven's wings. Sansa wrote that King Tommen had married Margaery Tyrell, and there was peace in King's Landing, though Cersei watched from the shadows. No reply came to Robb's refusal to bend the knee. The Iron Throne did not move against the North or the Trident, and the Freys, stripped of their bridge and power, their kin scattered, vanished into obscurity. Yet Catelyn kept a wary eye on the horizon. The Reach, for all its honeyed words, sent no army nor offer of hand. From Dorne came a gift of sweet wine and a note of sympathy for Riverland's losses, but no promise of alliance. The world beyond their rivers waited, uncertain, and Catelyn wondered if it watched with hope or with fear. It was on the longest day of the year that Minisa Tully, Edmure's daughter, was presented to the castle and realm. The entire household, lords and fosterlings, smiths and grooms, children and septons, gathered in the Godswood to witness the naming. Rosalind, pale but radiant, held her babe to the heart tree's white trunk as Edmure spoke the ancient words. Catelyn, standing with Robb and the Blackfish, felt the old gods stirring in the rustle of green leaves, a blessing in the breeze. Afterward, in the hall, Edmure raised his cup. A child born in peace and not in fear. May she know a gentler world than we have made. His voice shook, and a cheer rose to the beams. In the weeks that followed, Catelyn saw something settle in Edmure, a sense of quiet strength. He became a true lord of Riverrun, not merely by right of blood, but by the respect of those around him. Summer ripened. The first harvests were promising. The fields beyond the walls shimmered gold and green. The river swelled with fish, and even the wild hills sent their tribute of furs and honey. Feasts were held in villages that had once known only hunger. The war had left scars, but now those wounds were being healed, not by sword or decree, but by patient hands and the will to endure. One night, as thunderclouds gathered on the horizon and a warm rain began to fall, Robb found his mother walking alone on the parapets. "I dreamed of Winterfell last night," he told her. "I saw Bran, tall and straight as a spear, leading direwolves through the Godswood. I saw Arya with Needle, dancing among the leaves. I saw Father watching over us all." Catelyn turned, her own heart heavy with longing and loss. "You were all children then. I remember how you ran through the snow, wild and happy, and I thought, how could such peace last in this world?" "Esti?" Robb smiled, rain on his cheeks. "Perhaps it never can. But perhaps that is why we fight so hard to protect it." They stood together, listening to the rain on the stone, feeling the pulse of life within the castle and the world beyond. So the summer deepened, the realm gathering its strength for what was yet to come. There were still dangers, bandits lurking at the fringes, old grudges simmering, the silent challenge from King's Landing. But for now, the North and the Trident were as one. Peace, hard-won and precious, settled over the rivers and fields. Catelyn held to hope with both hands, daring to believe that the world could be remade. She saw it in Robb's steady gaze, in Edmure's laughter, in the hush that fell over the hall each night, and in the song of children waking to a gentler dawn. They had not won everything. They had not vanquished every shadow. But the banners flew proud, the rivers ran clean, and the wheel of fate, if only for a while, turned in their favor. And in that turning, the promise of a better future flickered, bright and unyielding, at the heart of all they had endured. Omeyi. The last of summer's heat lingered in the riverlands, the sun striking fire from the water as it swept beneath the western hills. At Riverrun the air was heavy with the sense of clover, ripening fruit, and the clean, sharp tang of the forges. Swallows darted above the ramparts in the evening hush, and the fields along the Red Fork shimmered with wheat almost ready for the sickle. In the villages and along the old roads, folk had begun to speak of the peace as if it were a real and living thing. Fragile, still, but no longer a dream. Inside the castle, the day's last light slanted through high windows, painting banners and stone floors in shades of gold and rose. Catelyn walked the inner corridors, her steps slow, her thoughts far from the comfort of these warm walls. She paused to watch the household at its tasks. Maids carrying baskets of apples, a pair of young pages racing each other with buckets, Sir Desmond Grell giving gentle instruction to a squire as they checked the night's watch. She heard Edmure's laughter echo down the stairwell from the lower hall, and the Blackfish's gruff tones as he discussed repairs to the southern gate with 2 stonemasons. Everywhere she looked, Catelyn saw the workings of a realm slowly coming to itself, like a wounded man testing a limb long broken. She could feel the same healing in herself. The weight of dread had eased from her shoulders, though she knew well that peace was only a respite, never a certainty. But in these precious, ordinary moments, she allowed herself to hope. She found Robb alone in the solar, parchment spread before him, wax seal cooling on the last of his letters. Grey Wind dozed in the corner, tail twitching. Robb looked up as she entered, offering a weary but genuine smile. His hair was sun-lightened from weeks in the fields, his face older than his years, but there was warmth in his eyes. "Word from the north at last," he said. "Lady Mage Mormont writes from Bear Island. They have sent 12 boats down the coast with dried fish and bear furs. She asks after you and says her daughters pray for our house each night." Catelyn smiled, a pang in her chest for all those left behind. "The Mormonts are loyal, always. Did you ever meet Lyanna, her youngest?" "Not since I was a child. I remember her chasing Alysanne's boys across the sands, fearless. I think she would be a terror in a battle line." "She is," Catelyn agreed, pride threading her voice. "The North will stand with you, Robb. Do not forget it, even when the world grows cold." He nodded, eyes distant. "If the world grows cold, it will be the living who keep the fires burning." With each passing day, the rhythm of life at Riverrun became more assured. The first wheat was threshed, and great casks of ale brewed for the autumn feasts. In the forges, Smiths hammered out new swords, but also hoes, hinges, and nails, the tools of peace. Tanners and weavers busied themselves in the markets, and the castle's larders filled with fruit from every corner of the Trident. Edmure, buoyed by the birth of his daughter and the growing respect of his bannermen, took charge of the harvest. He visited every outlying village, walked the fields with the stewards, helped raise a new granary beside the mill. Rosalind, ever gentle, traveled with him when she could, her soft voice a balm to the hearts of widows and mothers who had lost sons to war. In their union, Catelyn saw the healing of old wounds, not just between Tully and Frey, but between past and future. The Blackfish, his hair now almost entirely silver, led mounted patrols along the Trident, keeping the peace between Blackwood and Bracken, Derry and Luton. He took a particular satisfaction in seeing young fosterlings ride beside him, Piper and Mallister and Vance together, laughing and shouting as they learned the ways of war and the laws of peace. Even Roose Bolton, now less often in Catelyn's sight, seemed subdued. He wrote frequently to the Dreadfort, his answers to Robb's questions always careful, always measured. Sometimes, in the small hours, Catelyn would see his pale eyes reflecting candlelight in the council chamber, thoughtful and unreadable. The Knights of the Vale settled into their own routines, patrolling the high roads and keeping a wary eye on the western marches. Lord Jan Royce proved a fair and steady counselor, joining Robb's table with a gravity that never strayed into pride. In the evenings, he and Catelyn often sat together, recalling the high days of Jon Arryn and the old feasts at the Eyrie. One afternoon, as the first leaves began to turn, a messenger arrived from White Harbor with news of trade ships, arriving from Braavos and Lees. The holds were full of salt, olive oil, and fine wine, and with them came a letter from Lord Wyman Manderley. He wrote of dreams for a northern fleet, of a new world where Northmen and riverfolk would build ships that could cross any sea. Robb read the letter aloud to the council, his face alight with ideas. "We could be more than we were," he said. "Not just survivors, not just a kingdom clinging to the past, but a realm of builders and makers. The world is changing, and we must change with it." "Namne," Edmure agreed, voice strong. "Let us build ships in Seaguard, train pilots in the marshes. Let the North's iron and the Trident's wood sail together. Our children should look beyond old boundaries." Catelyn saw the dream spark in their eyes and felt, for the first time since Ned's death, a true hope for what might come after war. The festivals of harvest brought the realm together in ways no council or decree could. Banners hung from every turret and town square, apples and barley sheaves adorned the doors, and the people of the Riverlands came to River Run in great throngs. For 3 days and nights, the castle was filled with music, feasting, and laughter. Minstrels from Fairmarket played in the lower bailey, while Northmen and riverfolk danced together, the old feuds momentarily forgotten. Edmure presided over the games, a tilting contest, a foot race along the bank, a contest of riddles and tales. Rosalind organized a baking competition, and for once even the sternest knights grinned like boys as they sampled honeycakes and pies. Robb wandered among his people with Grey Wind at his side, accepting toasts and blessings, sharing stories of distant Winterfell. He laughed more than Catelyn had seen in years, and she cherished every moment, aware of how rare such peace could be. On the last night, as bonfires crackled beneath the stars, Robb led a circle of children, high and low-born alike, in the old northern songs. Catelyn watched the faces, lit by fire and hope, and thought of Arya, of Bran and Rickon, of Sansa far away. Her heart ached, but she would not trade this fleeting joy for any safer road. As the first chill crept into the air and the leaves began to fall, Catelyn found herself waking each morning with a mixture of gratitude and unease. The news from King's Landing was sparse. Tommen Baratheon's peace held, but everyone whispered that Queen Cersei still spun her webs in the shadows, and Tywin Lannister was seen less and less at court. One dawn, a raven came from the wall, bearing the black seal of the Night's Watch. Jon Snow, now Lord Commander, wrote a careful letter in a bold hand, speaking of wildlings beyond the wall, of the need for peace in the realm. He thanked Robb for the grain and cloth sent north, and hinted at greater dangers yet unseen. Robb called his council at once. "The wall is not our enemy," he said. "We must remember what lies beyond. Cold winds, old magic. If the wall stands, we are all safer for it." Lord Royce agreed. "Grave Wonta." "The tales of my youth spoke of giants and worse things, long buried. Let us hope they stay buried." There's Caitlin, hearing her son's words, wondered if any realm could ever be truly safe, but she was proud to see Robb look beyond his own walls. A season passed. Ships began to launch from Seaguard, their hulls painted with both wolf and trout. The lords of the Trident met to settle new laws, codifying peace between Blackwood and Bracken, setting terms for the fosterlings, and granting fair rents to the small folk who tilled the new-cleared lands. Lord Wyman's fleet brought grain and silver, and the first smiths from White Harbor arrived to train Riverlanders in shipcraft. Caitlin watched the young lords, Piper, Vance, Mallister, Blackwood, gather in the library to read old histories, or train in the yard together, or go hawking with Edmure and the Blackfish. Their laughter carried across the water, a promise that the next generation might know more than war. As autumn waned, the first true frost of the year silvered the grass along the banks, and the castle hounds began to sleep by the kitchen fires. Robb met Caitlin in the Godswood one evening, where the heart tree's leaves fell in silent showers. He was silent for a long time. At last he spoke. "It is almost easy to forget what we've lost, but I cannot forget them. Father Bran, Arya, Rickon, Sansa far away. Every morning I wake and wonder if I am building something they would recognize, or only clinging to dreams." She pulled him close, as she had when he was a boy. "You are not alone, Robb. You carry us all with you. Every name, every hope. That is what makes you a king." Grey Wind nudged Robb's leg, and he laughed softly. "He remembers too, I think. Wolves never forget." They stood together in the quiet, as dusk fell, and the first stars kindled above the river. Winter was coming. The world beyond the Trident would never forget its scars. But inside Riverrun's walls, amid laughter and labor, loss and hope, a new realm was being born. Not of conquest or fear, but of patient strength and hard-won trust. Caitlin looked to the horizon, to the far green hills and the shining curve of the river, and dared to dream that the wheel might not always crush, but turn, and in its turning bring forth seasons of healing and peace. Day. Autumn laid its colors thick along the banks of the Trident, copper and rust and bruised gold, the riverlands painted in fire before the coming frost. Each morning at Riverrun, the mists rolled over the fields and settled in the hollows, only to be burned away by the high sun. The harvest had come early and well, and the old barns groaned with bounty. Barley, rye, fruit in casks, smoked eels, and salted beef packed deep in stone cellars. It was more food than Caitlin Stark had seen in a decade, and as she walked the Bailey and listened to the hammers and laughter, she could almost imagine that peace had truly come. Robb was up before the sun most days, already in the yard with Grey Wind before the household stirred. When the days were clear, he would take a handful of guards and ride to the outlying villages, seeing the repairs with his own eyes, asking after every broken roof and empty larder. At every stop, children followed in his wake, shy and eager, and women pressed loaves or flowers into his hands. He listened, promised what he could, and took careful note of what he could not fix yet. Caitlin watched him become a king not on the field of battle, but among his people, patient, present, just. He was more his father's son now than ever, bearing his cares lightly in public, but never putting them down when he came home. In the privacy of the Solar, he spoke with Caitlin and Edmure and the Blackfish, weighing each word of the letters that came, each problem that surfaced. He had learned caution and mercy both, a hard balance. With Edmure's growing family and Rosalind's easy grace, Riverrun had become a place of new beginnings. Children's voices filled the halls. There were lessons in the library every morning and swordplay in the yard every afternoon. The fosterlings of the great houses ate at the high table, their laughter mingling with the music of the minstrels, their rivalries dissolving into friendships. Blackwood and Bracken, Piper and Derry, Names that had been curses now joined together in song and jest. One afternoon, as the first true frost glazed the fields, Caitlin found herself walking with Rosalind in the garden behind the sept. The roses were nearly gone, hips swelling red among the thorns, but the last of the asters still bloomed. Rosalind moved slowly, her hand on her belly, but her eyes were bright. "I was afraid when I first came to River Run," Rosalind said. "Afraid I'd be a stranger forever. But you made me feel as if I belonged. Even the small folk greet me by name now." Caitlin smiled, brushing a dying blossom with her fingertips. "You earned their trust, Rosalind. The Riverlands are slow to forget, but they know a true heart when they see it." They walked in companionable silence. Somewhere nearby, children's voices rang out, Edmure's daughter among them. The peace was real here, as real as the coming cold. Winter did not come swiftly that year, but its signs were everywhere. The days shortened. The skies grew more changeable, with sudden storms sweeping down from the north, sending flocks of birds spinning across the sky. Caitlin could feel the tension in the air, a waiting that never fully left her. Letters continued to arrive from King's Landing, from the Erie, from White Harbor and Deepwood Moat. Each one bore its own undercurrents, cautious offers, subtle threats, reminders of old debts and new ambitions. Tommen Baratheon's peace held, but the crown pressed for tribute, for marriage alliances, for formal. Lysa's knights in the Vale grew restless for want of glory. In the north, Wyman Manderley pressed for shipwrights and more silver, dreaming aloud of a new fleet that might rival Old Town's. Robb read each message with the same careful gravity, weighing every reply. He sent gifts to King's Landing, honey and smoked trout, and a silver cup engraved with both wolf and trout. To the Erie he sent thanks and tales of harvest, and to White Harbor he sent barrels of Riverland barley, promising more if the next year was as kind. He did not yield to the crown's demands for a Stark bride, nor did he rebuff them. His letters were full of courtesies and little else, neither inviting nor closing the door. The council, now a living institution, met each week in the Round Tower above the river. Lord Jon Royce presided over Vale matters with an easy authority. Jason Mallister brought news from the coast, where trade continued to flow despite autumn storms. Blackwood and Bracken each sent envoys, their old bitterness now quieted by mutual gain. Roose Bolton, aloof as ever, gave accounts of the North's readiness, his men holding fast at Moat Cailin and the White Knife. It was in these sessions that the realm's future was forged, not by decree, but by negotiation, compromise, and, when needed, a king's quiet command. When lords disputed the boundaries of fields or the rights to a weirwood, Robb sent a joint commission of riverfolk and Northmen to judge. When a village quarreled with its lord over taxes, Edmure himself rode out to listen. For banditry or murder, the Blackfish led patrols that brought swift justice. The end of the harvest saw a procession of small folk to River Run's gates. Old men and women, children, swore fealty to king and lord, and were given bread and a safe place to winter. The kitchens were never empty. Rosalind and the women of the castle organized a festival for the new moon, where even the poorest were welcome at the feast. There was music and dancing, and the halls echoed with joy that would have been unthinkable a year before. One night, as the revels faded and the embers glowed in the hearth, Caitlin found Robb standing on the river's edge. His cloak was dusted with frost, his breath visible in the moonlight. "I dreamed of Bran again," he told her quietly. He stood at the top of the broken tower in Winterfell, calling the ravens to him. He said the world was changing and that the rivers must not run red again. Caitlin shivered. "Your dreams grow more like your father's." "I hope I am worthy of them," Robb said. "Sometimes I fear I am only holding back a flood." She put her hand in his. "Then hold it back a little longer, Robb. That is all any of us can do." Never certain eyes. The first snow fell on a still night, veiling the fields in silence. Children woke to wonder, and even the oldest men in the castle smiled to see the white roofs. The river did not freeze. The current was too strong, but the banks were rimed in silver and the air sharp with cold. Work in the fields gave way to work in the halls and cellars. The smiths repaired arms and armor, the tailors sewed woolen cloaks, and the kitchen smoked sausages and dried apples for the winter stores. By the light of the fire, Catelyn taught the younger children their letters and prayers, while Edmure played at dice with his men, and the Blackfish spun tales of the Age of Heroes. One clear, cold morning, a rider arrived from the wall. A black brother, face wind-burned, eyes haunted. He knelt before Robb and placed a scroll in his hands. "From Lord Commander Jon Snow," he said, and every head in the hall turned at the name. Robb read the letter aloud. It spoke of wildlings, of uneasy peace, and of rumors, shadows moving in the far north, old things stirring. "We do not ask for aid, only for watchfulness. The wall is strong, but winter comes, and with it things we do not understand." Robb folded the letter carefully. "We will not forget the night's watch," he said, "nor the family we still have." That winter was long, but not cruel. The North and Trident held together. The roads stayed open, the stores lasted, and when the first ice melted on the river in the spring, there were more mouths to feed and more hope in every heart. Catelyn saw the realm's healing in every face, in the children born after peace, in the laughter of the fosterlings, in the new songs sung at the high table. She saw it in the letters from Sansa, careful but hopeful, in Jon's warnings from the wall, and in Robb's growing surety as king. She saw it most of all in the ways the old wounds mended. In Piper and Bracken sitting side by side at the fire, in the Blackfish training Lord Royce's squires, in the way the people of the Trident spoke of themselves, not as subjects, but as a family bound by the river's flow, and the kin's promise. It would not last forever. In the world beyond the rivers, storms would gather again, old enemies would stir, and the wheel of fate would grind on. But for a season, River Run stood whole and proud, and the peace Robb Stark had won became not only a memory, but a living thing, the heart of a realm reborn. And as the moon rose silver over the river, Catelyn dared believe, if only for this night, that all they had fought for might yet endure. Nay, spring's thaw brought a restless vitality to the riverlands, turning the hard frozen soil to black, fragrant loam, quickening every green thing, as if the world itself yearned for motion after long stillness. Mist lifted from the Red Fork each morning, lacing the water with ribbons of light, and the air was alive with the song of blackbirds and the scolding of nesting jays. The people of Riverrun, like all the folk of the Trident, woke before the sun and worked until the stars, patching fences, mending nets, planting the first rows of beans and barley, feeding new calves and lambs by hand. Within the castle walls, life thrummed to a different, steadier drumbeat. The stone corridors rang with the sounds of hammers and laughter, the clatter of pans and the footfalls of children, the deep bark of Grey Wind prowling the yard with half a dozen fosterlings in his wake. Catelyn moved through it all like a ghost half-turned to flesh, unseen by most, felt by all. She lingered in the solar each morning, watching the light shift across the old oak table as Robb read letters and marked his maps, lips pressed tight in thought. She presided over the kitchens, the sick rooms, the library, always a gentle voice or a steady hand, stitching the fabric of Riverrun back together. Robb grew more the king with each passing week, but he wore the crown lightly. His days were spent with lords and small folk, hearing disputes, setting new laws, making peace where the old wounds still stung. He spoke in the language of grain and seed, of bridges and trade, as often as he did of swords or banners. His council, now a blend of North and Trident, gathered each evening to break bread, to argue and joke and plan, to listen to the grievances brought by men and women of every rank. Lord Jon Royce, whose Vale Knights lent weight to the realm's new alliances, became a fixture at Robb's right hand. His booming voice was a comfort, his wisdom hard-won. Edmure presided over the Riverlands lords with a newfound steadiness, no longer merely the Tully heir, but their shepherd in all but name. Rosalind moved quietly among the ladies of the castle and the wives of the villages, tending to the children, nursing the sick, learning every corner of her new home. The fosterlings, Bracken and Blackwood, Piper, Darry Mallister, even a pair of Stark cousins from White Harbor, grew together into a little court of their own. Under the Blackfish's stern instruction, they drilled with spear and bow, learned to swim the river, practiced their letters with a maester, and their music with minstrels. Rivalries sometimes flared, but were tamped down by Robb's example and Edmure's watchful eye. More often, the young lords and ladies could be seen in the orchard, heads bent together over some game or whispered plot. One morning, as a fine rain veiled the bailey, Caitlin watched them from her window, a knot of children huddled about a wounded dove, arguing whether to bring it to the maester or set it free. She was struck by a sudden ache, sharp and bittersweet. The world these children would inherit was not the world that had shaped her own youth, nor even the one she and Ned had tried to build at Winterfell. It was a world of new balances, new alliances, and she could only hope it would be gentler. The first weeks of true spring saw letters arrive from every corner of Westeros. From the Wall, Jon wrote again of wildlings seeking passage south, of a peace uneasy but holding, of nights grown longer and winds colder than the old brothers remembered. He sent thanks for the food and woolen cloaks the Riverlands had sent north. "We keep watch," he wrote, "not only for ourselves, but for all the living. Tell Robb that his name is spoken with respect on the Wall, and that I remain always his brother. Benistanda." Caitlin sat with Robb as he read the letter, watching the flicker of emotion cross his face. He traced Joan's name with his thumb, as if the paper itself were a lifeline to another world. "We must not forget them," Robb said quietly. "When next the granaries are full, we'll send more, and iron, axes, nails, whatever can be spared." "A king who remembers his kin," Catelyn said, pride warming her voice. "That is a king worth serving." There were letters from Sansa too, each one carefully written, each line a dance of politeness and veiled meanings. She wrote of gardens in King's Landing, of new feasts and old songs, of her prayers for her family. Now and then a line would slip through about the Tyrell's kindness, the Queen's watchful gaze, the uncertainty in the capital. Caitlin read them again and again, parsing every word for hope and warning both. News from the Eyrie and White Harbor was brighter. Lord Wyman's fleet had grown by 3 ships. The Vale's harvest promised to be the best in years. Trade on the Trident was brisk, Braavosi and Pentoshi merchants crowding the docks at Fairmarket and Maidenpool. The Iron Throne still pressed for tribute, for an oath from Robb, but each demand was met with a promise of continued peace and the friendship of the rivers. In these days of rebuilding, Robb led by example. He and the Blackfish rode out often, sometimes to inspect new work on the levees, sometimes to hear petitions in the villages, sometimes simply to make themselves known. Once, after a long ride north to the edge of the Neck, Robb returned with a train of Crannogmen, their chieftain a sinewy, reed-thin woman with a frog spear at her belt. "They come with tidings from Lord Reed," Robb explained, as they were received in the great hall. "The Neck is quiet, the causeways watched, the old stones held fast. If ever the Riverlands need warning, the Crannogmen will send word." "Damstas." The chieftain presented Robb with a net of woven reeds, a sign of alliance, and Caitlin saw the satisfaction in her son's eyes. Every new bond was another stone in the wall against the past. The council, too, took on a life of its own. Disputes were settled not with blood, but with negotiation. Blackwood and Bracken, through the mediation of their fosterlings, agreed to plant a field in common. Piper and Darry began planning a joint patrol of the eastern marches. Even the Vale lords, cautious and proud, learned to listen to the Riverlanders, their laughter sometimes loudest in the hall at night. New roads were built, old bridges mended. At Seaguard, the first of the Riverland ships, a squat, wide-bellied barge, was launched to the cheers of hundreds. The Manderley master shipwrights oversaw the work, teaching their craft to eager boys and girls alike. In every way, the realm was becoming something new, unrecognizable to those who remembered only war. Yet not all threats had vanished. Caitlin remained wary, watching every visitor, listening for rumors of unrest. Once a whisper came from Fairmarket of a shadow in the west. Outlaws gathering in the old woods, banners hidden, gold coin passing from hand to hand. Another time, riders brought word of ironborn longships seen near salt pans. Vanished before any pursuit could be mustered. Tywin Lannister was said to be unwell. But Circe ruled in his stead, her hand as cold as steel. Robb did not ignore these dangers. He kept a garrison at Moat Cailin, another at the Twins, and he made a point to send trusted men north each month to confer with the Umbers and Flints. At River Run, he doubled the watch, and the Blackfish made sure that the guards drilled even in rain and darkness. The council's debates were long and sometimes fierce, but never divided. Roose Bolton, seldom seen except in council, pressed always for caution and economy. "Peace is a blade, my king," he would say, voice thin and cool. "And it can be dulled as quickly as any sword." Lord Jan Royce, by contrast, urged boldness. "Let the world see our strength. Let us send riders to every holdfast, every free company. Show them the North and Trident stand as one." Robb balanced these voices, patient as ever. "We will be strong, and we will be vigilant. But I will not rule by fear. If our peace endures, let it be because men find justice here, not because they are cowed by force." Caitlin saw in the finest of both his fathers. Eddard's quiet steadiness, the Tully gift for winning hearts, even a touch of Lyanna's fire in the way he rose to every challenge. She watched and prayed that it would be enough. When the first grass turned gold and the river slowed, another child was born at River Run. A son to a piper lord, the first boy after a string of daughters. The birth was celebrated with music, a feast, and a rare merry tournament. Archery, wrestling, and races along the riverbank. Robb himself entered the archery, shooting well enough to earn cheers from the youngest, though he laughingly surrendered the prize to a Blackwood squire. Caitlin sat among the ladies and watched the children race, the laughter ringing out, the peace nearly a living thing. In the high summer dusk, as fireflies danced over the water, she looked out over her people, lords, knights, farmers, fosterlings, and felt for the first time the world tilt towards something gentler. The year ripened. The wheat came in heavy, the woods filled with game, and the first apples weighed down the trees in the orchard. River Run's walls stood whole and clean, banners bright. News from King's Landing remained careful and distant. Tommen's peace held, and for now, the realm's heart beat steady. One evening, as the first hint of cool touched the wind, Robb and Caitlin walked the ramparts together. The river shimmered below, starlight caught in its eddies. "It can't last forever, can it?" Robb asked, not as a king, but as a son. "Nothing does," Caitlin answered, her hand slipping into his. "But you have given them something to remember, Robb. A summer of peace is worth a lifetime of stories. And if winter must come again, well, we will face it as we always have, together." He nodded, eyes bright with gratitude and resolve. Below them, the laughter of children floated up from the garden, and somewhere in the dark, gray wind howled, a long, wild sound, fierce and full of promise. And so the Trident endured, reborn in the work of many hands and the hope of many hearts, the peace more precious for its fragility. Whatever storm might gather beyond the hills, within River Run's walls the world was whole, if only for this season, proof that even in a land haunted by loss, healing was possible, and peace, once won, could shape the world anew. The last leaves of autumn skirled along River Run's battlements, chased by a wind with the chill edge of winter behind it. The days had grown brief, gold fading to gray by mid-afternoon, and every field and forest in the Riverlands held the hush of waiting. The harvest was in, cellars and barns fat with grain and salted meats, and even the poorest villages wore a look of comfort unknown in years past. For all the realm's scars, the North and Trident were rich in hope and wary. Caitlin woke each morning before dawn, drawn from uneasy dreams by the habit of worry. Her first task was always the same, to walk the parapets, the cold stones grounding her. Beneath the haze of her breath, she watched the rivers twining below, the mists curling above the water like smoke from 100 hidden campfires. She watched the banners, wolf and trout, Vale falcon, Manderley merman, rippling at their poles, bright and proud. The castle was quiet at this hour, save for the calls of the night watch and the clink of the bakers setting their dough to rise. Gray wind would greet her on the stairs, eyes reflecting the last stars, then pad beside her through the sleeping halls. It had become their ritual, mother and wolf, to mark the edge of each new day before the world's burdens returned. By the time the sun crept over the horizon, Riverrun was awake. Fires kindled in the great hall, the kitchens bustled, and the morning bells called small folk and lords alike to break bread. Ed Muir, robust and ruddy from work and fatherhood, oversaw the preparations for winter with a seriousness that delighted his men and confounded his old friends. Rosalind moved among the castle women, leading them in prayers and laughter, her hands full with Manisa, who toddled everywhere, red-cheeked and quick. Rob had settled into a kinghood rooted, not in war, but in care. He met each morning in council, a map spread before him, a slate of accounts at his elbow. The Blackfish kept the peace along the river. The fosterlings of every great house served as pages or squires, and the Vale Knights rode patrols north and east. Letters continued to arrive from White Harbor and the Erie, and even from King's Landing, where Queen Margaery sent gifts for Manisa and Sansa's careful. Coded words spoke of guarded hope. The rhythms of peace were harder in their way than the rhythm of war had been. Every day brought new small disputes. Over a boundary stone, a flock of geese, a shipment of saltfish. Catelyn sat the council sometimes, quietly pleased to see her son's patience. No slight was too small for his attention. He listened, judged, forgave, and reminded his bannermen that mercy was a king's first sword. On a bright day after the first snow, word came that the Manderley fleet had reached Seaguard with new ships and a hold full of gifts. Cheese, lamprey pies, and a pair of white bear cubs from Bear Island, meant for Manisa and the young Lord of House Blackwood. Rob led the procession to the docks himself, accepting Lord Wyman's letter of fealty and promises of ships and men if war ever threatened again. Catelyn watched the faces of the people, small folk and lords alike, lighting with pride and wonder at the sight of the North's bounty. She knew then, in a way deeper than words, that the union of river and wolf was not merely for this season, but for generation. The world was changing, and her son's kingdom stood at its heart. As the cold deepened, preparations for winter's festivals began. The castle bustled with music and the scent of baking, the lower bailey strewn with holly and pine. Ed Muir oversaw the brewing of ale and the slaughter of the fattest hogs. The Blackfish's voice rose above the clamor as he directed the stacking of firewood and the cutting of ice from the river for storage. Every family in the lands was sent a gift, grain or wool, a cured ham, even a cask of ale. Catelyn herself packed baskets for the septs and for the poorest in the shadow of the walls. On the night of the first full moon, the people of Riverrun gathered in the great hall. The stone hearths blazed with fires, banners trailing from the beams, minstrels singing of harvests and old victories. The lords of the Trident came with their families, as did men of the Vale and the North. Children ran beneath the tables, chased by a white cub and by Manisa in her new blue cloak. Rosalind presided at the high table, radiant, her laughter contagious. Rob, crowned in holly, lifted his cup and spoke. "Let this feast be for the living and for those we have lost. Let it be for the peace we have made and for the spring to come. We have endured as our fathers endured, and we will keep enduring together." The hall thundered its approval. That night, as snow fell beyond the windows, Catelyn sat with Ed Muir and the Blackfish in the warmth, watching Rob and his fosterlings dance, and she thought, this is how the world is mended, not in battles or bargains, but in the bonds that grow in quiet hours. The new year turned. The days shrank to brief windows of pale sun, but there was little hunger, little fear. Rob's patrols kept the road safe, and trade continued even in the worst weather, with Manderley ships running up the river and Royce's men braving the mountain passes. The maesters wrote of this winter as the gentlest in a generation. Still, the realm did not forget the wider world. Letters from John at the wall warned of wildlings stirring and the cold growing deeper. The wall holds, but not forever. Remember your kin in the far north. Sansa's letters spoke of Joffrey's absence and Margaery's influence. The court softer than it had been, but the Iron Throne still watchful, still wary. At the council table, Rob listened to every report, whispers of old sellsword companies gathering in the west, rumors of unrest in the Reach, and signs that some in the north grew restless for greater autonomy. Roose Bolton, polite but unyielding, urged vigilance, and the Blackfish counseled readiness. "We have peace," Robb said, "but it must be watched and fed as carefully as any fire. If the wind turns, we will stand together." One evening, in the hush before the dawn, Caitlin went to the Godswood. The heart tree's red leaves were rimed with frost, its white trunk shining in the moonlight. She knelt and whispered her prayers, not just for her children near and far, but for the people she now saw as her own. Footsteps crunched behind her. Robb sat on the bench beside her, gray wind settling at his feet. "I saw Brannon in my dreams last night," Robb said quietly. "He was walking the walls of Winterfell, the wolves at his side. He said the North remembers, and the river carries everything. Joy, sorrow, memory, onward, always onward." Caitlin smiled, her heart both aching and eased. "You see the future, Robb, not as a king, but as a son. That is your strength." Ning. Robb took her hand, and together they watched the river below, the sky pale and the first light spilling over the hills. Spring came, slow and shy, but it came. The snows melted, green shoots broke through old ice, and the rivers ran quick and full. Riverrun opened its gates to the world again. Lords and small folk gathered for a council of renewal. Old grievances set aside, new vows made. In the hall and on the fields, laughter echoed. The laughter of a realm determined to endure. There were challenges yet to face. Troubles in the west, dangers in the far north, the endless game of alliances and oaths. But for now, in the heart of the Trident, Caitlin saw the shape of what peace might be. Not an end, but a beginning. A promise to build on for those yet to come. And as the first swallow soared above the river and the sun climbed higher, she let herself believe, if only for a moment, that her children, and the world, might know better days. The last snows melted from the banks of the Trident with the arrival of true spring, the water swelling cold and bright beneath Riverrun's ancient towers. The Riverlands, battered but unbowed, woke to a season of renewal so vivid it seemed to burn away the memory of all the years of war. Orchards blushed pink with blossom. Green spears of barley and wheat broke through the black earth. The fields between the rivers were alive with new lambs, and the laughter of children freed from the long darkness. Within the castle, banners hung in every hall. Wolf, trout, falcon, merman, each as proud as the next. Every day brought something of the old joys, the scent of baking bread, the clangor of the smithies, the music of pipers in the evening as folk gathered beneath the high windows. It was not a careless happiness. No one who had survived the Red Wedding and the long winter could believe such things lasted. But it was real, a hard-won peace that tasted all the sweeter for its fragility. Robb had grown into his kingship like a tree into its own shadow, all strength and silent patience. The people of the Riverlands loved him as much for what he did not do, demanding, boasting, crushing his foes, as for what he did. He met with the council each dawn, hearing lords and crofters alike, weighing every petition and grievance. He kept a wary watch on the horizons. Lannister spies, the bandits of the West, the quiet ambition of old houses, the mutters of those who remembered only old wounds. But his justice was fair, his hand gentle as often as it was firm. Most of all, he listened. A king not only of battles, but of peace. Caitlin moved at his side, both witness and architect of this new realm. She had found her old strengths again. In the council, in the kitchens, among the widows and the children, as mediator and confidante to the great houses and their fosterlings. When disputes flared between Blackwood and Bracken, it was often Catelyn who rode out, quiet as snowfall, to pour oil on the waters. She brought letters from Sansa, coded and careful, and news from Jon at the Wall, warning of shadows in the far north and urging watchfulness even as the realm healed. Roslyn, more matron than maiden now, presided over the castle's heart, Her laughter, her kindness, her tireless organizing of lessons, meals, and the endless games of children filling the halls. Minisa, the apple of Edmure's eye, learned to walk on the mosaic stones of the great hall, trailing after her mother with a clutch of squires and pages in tow. Edmure himself found a new peace in fatherhood and stewardship, becoming the steady, kindly lord his father had always hoped he would be. The Blackfish drilled the fosterlings every morning, his voice echoing over the yard. The young lords and ladies, Piper, Derry, Vance, Mallister, Blackwood, and even 2 of the northern Manderless, ran races along the battlements, shot arrows at straw wolves, and learned the old songs at Caitlyn's knee. Their friendships became legend, a living bridge between once enemies, and the talk among the castle women was that the future of the Trident would be kinder, for having grown together in peace. As spring thickened, ships began to crowd the river wharves. The Manderley fleet arrived with more than salt and silver. Northmen in woolen cloaks, new shipwrights and apprentices, a chest of strange Myrish glass, and letters from White Harbor full of plans for a harbor at Saltpans that would rival even Gulltown. Bravosi traders came with silks, dyes and slender daggers. Teroshi merchants brought casks of their spiced wine. Fairmarket and Maidenpool filled with new faces and old songs. For the first time in living memory, the roads were crowded not with refugees, but with merchants and pilgrims, artisans and knights seeking service in a realm at peace. The council, grown to fill a long table in the old tower, became the engine of this rebirth. Robb presided with Edmure, the Blackfish, Caitlyn, Lord Jan Royce, Jason Mallister, and even Roose Bolton. Bolton's counsel remained cold and shrewd, but his loyalty, if not love, was proven in his steadfast defense of the northern border and his quiet efficiency in tax and law. Disputes were settled not with swords but with words and coin. Grain from the Manderley ships was sent upriver to the poorest villages. Fosterlings rotated between castles, their friendships strengthening every season. Robb's letters to King's Landing, careful, diplomatic, never servile, were answered by the new queen with gifts and honeyed promises, but never an open threat. Sansa's own words between the lines told of the slow, careful growth of her own power at court, and her longing for home. Each week, Caitlyn walked among the market tents outside the castle, her hood thrown back. She spoke with the men and women who worked the fields, with the old soldiers and new merchants, with the Septons and the hedge knights. She listened for fear, for hunger, for signs of unrest, but found only the stubborn hope of a people learning to believe in their own future again. Late in spring, as the willows greened and the first strawberries ripened, a raven arrived from the wall. Joan's hand was bold and sure. "The nights are growing stranger, mother. There are dreams of old kings and cold shadows, but for now, the watch holds. The wildlings remain north, but I send this message to remind you, and Robb, that all the peace in the south is only safe so long as the wall stands. Tell him I have not forgotten the old gods or my family's blood." Robb read the letter at council and set it beside him as he spoke. "We will send more grain north, and fresh axes from the Manderley forges. The wall is our shield as much as the watch." Lord Royce nodded. "There are stirrings in the mountains of the moon as well. Some say the old clans grow restless. We must not grow complacent." Edmure agreed, his eyes steady. "Peace is a garden, Robb. It must be weeded and watered and watched always." That evening, Robb walked the battlements with Caitlyn, Grey Wind a silent shadow behind them. "Do you think this can last?" he asked quietly, his breath steaming in the dusk. "Do you believe we have truly changed anything?" Caitlyn thought of Ned, of all her children, of the faces she had buried, and the ones she still cherished. "We have changed ourselves, Robb. That is the only change that endures. The world will always shift around us. But if our people remember what it was to suffer and choose kindness instead, then yes, some part of this will last." "Der Manish." He smiled, tired but hopeful. "Then I'll keep building." The summer progressed with the measured rhythm of a well-tended realm. Ships brought southern glass and spice. Northern traders returned with furs, pearls, and honey. The Blackfish led a hunt in the royal forest, and the feast that followed lasted 3 days, with contests of archery and music, the fosterlings competing fiercely but parting as friends. New roads were built between Fairmarket, Seaguard, and Saltpans. Lord Wyman Manderley brought his master shipwrights to help raise the first true dry dock at the river's mouth. In the villages, old wounds healed. Blackwood and Bracken, Derry and Mooton, their grudges softened by the laughter of their children and the profits of shared trade. Rosalind's second child, a son, was born on a day of gentle rain. The whole castle rejoiced. Rob knelt as godfather, and Catelyn held the babe in her arms, thinking how the world could always begin again, no matter how much blood had been spilled. Edmure, grinning and teary-eyed, made a vow at the child's naming feast. Let my children and yours, Rosalind, grow up never knowing the hatred of the old days. Let them ride together, hunt together, feast together. Let them quarrel, aye, but never for blood. Aye, but never for blood. The realm took his words to heart. Feuds became rivalries. Rivalries became contests. Every feast was a little truce. Every market a festival. In the green heat of high summer, the Trident and the North were at peace in a way no bard song could truly capture. Real, flawed, breathing. As the sun set on another year, Catelyn watched from the parapets while the river ran full and golden. The people of the castle gathered below. Edmure and Rosalind, the Blackfish with a fosterling on each knee, the young lords of every house, the kitchen girls, the smiths, the Manderley shipwrights, the Vale Knights in blue. Rob walked among them, his laughter easy gray wind at his side, and the small folk called out blessings on him in every tongue of the Trident. Catelyn closed her eyes, feeling the air shift around her, remembering all she had lost and all she had gained. Peace was a thing like the river, sometimes swift and dangerous, sometimes quiet and deep, always changing but always enduring. She whispered a prayer to the old gods and the new, for Sansa in King's Landing, for Jon at the Wall, for Arya and Bran and Rickon, wherever fate had taken them, for the Trident, for the North, for the king who had outlived the wedding meant for his death, and for the land that was learning, one slow day at a time, how to live. And as the bells rang out over River Run, and fires kindled on every hearth, Catelyn Stark dared at last to believe that the wheel of the world might turn, not toward ruin, but toward mercy, and a future won by the courage to begin again. Hey. The river was at its fullest, the muddy green torrent, rolling beneath River Run's ancient towers, carrying the last petals of the apple blossoms and the first gold leaves of late summer. Sunlight shimmered off the water, dappling the castle walls and lighting the banners that fluttered from every parapet, stark gray and Tully red and blue, the Vale's falcon, the Manderley merman, even the Blackwood and Bracken sigils, side by side now in uneasy truce. Side by side, now in uneasy truce. Within those walls, the day began early and quietly. The sound of horses being shod echoed from the stables, and kitchen maids sang to each other as they prepared the morning bread. Catelyn walked the upper gallery, the air bright and sharp, watching from above as the yard filled with the voices of children and the measured tread of men-at-arms. She paused at the window that overlooked the main courtyard. Rob was already there, speaking with Edmure and the Blackfish beside the great water cistern. They turned toward the gates, where a party of Manderley shipwrights waited, their cloaks flecked with sawdust. Even at this hour, traders thronged the bailey, peddling braids of garlic and racks of new-made tools. Minisa, rosy-faced and sturdy on her feet, raced shrieking around the legs of fosterlings, her laughter carrying over the din. Catelyn watched it all with the eyes of one who remembered how easily such peace could vanish. She saw the joy. She cherished it. But she also counted the guards posted on the towers, the way the Blackfish's gaze lingered on every stranger, the careful civility that bound the lords of the Trident together. She descended the stairs and found Rosalind in the solar, combing Minisa's hair with practiced gentleness. The girl squirmed, but a smile dimpled her cheeks. "Is father in council?" Catelyn asked. Rosalind nodded. "He called the lords early. The Braavos Sea envoys have come to discuss the new bridge at Saltpans, And Lord Jan Royce is worried about bandits in the high passes. Edmure says the market is full of strangers. Some honest, some not. I'll sit with them then. Thank you, Rosalind. She kissed her granddaughter's brow and slipped from the room. The council chamber was warm with sunlight and the heat of many bodies. Rob sat at the head, his hair now sun-streaked, and his face more carved, more kingly. To his right sat Edmure, sturdy as an oak. To his left, the Blackfish, silver hair gleaming. Royce's broad form filled one chair, while Jason Mallister leaned forward, fingers steepled. Roose Bolton's pale eyes watched the room from under dark brows. The Bravosi had brought gifts. A bolt of sea silk, a model of a ship, a chest of coin. They spoke in honeyed words of trade, of shared prosperity, of a bridge to rival the free cities themselves. Rob listened, weighing every offer, never rushing his reply. We will have need of your coin and your knowledge, he said at last. But the rivers are our lifeblood, not yours. The trident must remain in the hands of its own. Help us build, and you will have friends here for 100 years. But the bridge will fly my banners, not yours. The Bravosi exchanged a glance, bowed with courtly grace, and agreed to all terms, for now. When they had gone, the council turned to Royce. There's trouble in the high hills, he said, voice deep as thunder. The clans have raided a caravan, and the Derrys lost 2 men to arrows in the dark. I've sent knights, but the roads grow dangerous again. Nessunors me. Rob frowned, and Caitlin saw the old wariness in his eyes. Double the patrols, and send a message to Lord Reed. Ask if his Crannogmen can spare scouts for the upper marches. If the Vale is to share our peace, they must defend it as well. Bolton's voice, thin and precise, cut through the room. There are rumors from the west, a sellsword company gathering near the Gold Road, and word of gold changing hands. The Lannisters have not forgotten us, my lords. Nor have the Freys, though their fangs are broken. Edmure's jaw tightened. Let them try. We have peace here, and men to defend it. Peace is a garden, cousin, the Blackfish said. It must be tended. Rob nodded. We will not be caught napping. My lords, be vigilant. Send riders to every hamlet and hold fast. Speak to the people. I want no man's hunger or fear to fester. They rose to their tasks, the council breaking into smaller groups. Mallister talking shipping with Manderley, Royce conferring with the Blackfish, Edmure joking with the Bravosi. Rob lingered at the window, staring out over the river. Caitlin joined him, silent until he spoke. It is never finished, is it? He said softly. I thought when the wars ended, there would be an end to worry. But every day brings something new. She laid her hand over his. That is rule, Rob. Your father knew it too. But what you build now is not just for you, or me, or even for Minessa. It is for all the years to come. Rob nodded, his eyes distant but steady. I will hold it as long as I can, Mother. Outside the castle, the world spun on with the old hungers and the new hopes. The ships of White Harbor came up the Trident, bearing furs and iron and wool. The Vale's grain reached every village, and the feasts at harvest were longer and brighter than any in memory. Blackwood and Bracken still quarreled, but now in tournaments and horse races, not with blood. Census letters continued, as carefully worded as ever, filled with news of King's Landing's pageantry and whispers of new alliances. There was talk of a festival to mark Tommen's name day, and of fresh trouble in Old Town. Priests arguing with maesters, a new band of sellswords recruited by some reach lordling. But in every letter, hope bled through. Hope for peace, for the slow forging of a gentler realm, for a day when she might come home. Joan's Raven came late in the season, the parchment, stiff and cold. The wall holds. The wildlings stir, but their chieftains are wary. The old things are restless, but we keep our vows. Give my love to our kin. Tell Rob I stand watch for him always. Rob had the letter read aloud in council, and afterwards sent a wagon of barley, smoked fish, and new steel axes north. The wall is our shield, he told Caitlin that night, as they walked the parapets. We must remember. They spoke little more, but both felt the old fears, and both cherished the moment's calm. With the turn of the season, the fosterlings grew into young men and women, tall and proud. Malister's boy won the autumn archery contest, but gave his prize, a silver dagger, freely to his Bracken rival. Piper's daughter bested all the boys in the foot race and was hoisted onto Rob's shoulders before the cheering crowd. The Blackfish's lessons, stern but loving, had taught them not just the ways of war, but the bonds of peace. Caitlin sometimes watched them and thought of Arya and Bran, Rickon and Jon, all the children scattered by the winds of war. She prayed for them in the Godswood, her words unspoken, trusting only that some part of their courage and hope had seeded this new generation. Rosalind gave birth to another daughter as the leaves began to fall, and Edmure wept openly in the great hall, holding the child in arms grown strong from labor, not battle. Robb presided at the naming, blessing the girl in both old gods and new, while Minissa danced in circles at her mother's feet. News from the wider realm came and went. A skirmish in the Stepstones, a strange new faith rising in the south, rumors of dragons far across the sea. But at Riverrun, the days flowed by, bright and clear or soft and stormy, and life continued. As the year waned, the first snow dusted the hills and the castle walls. Fires burned bright in every hearth. The people of the Trident gathered for the winter feast, filling the halls with laughter, songs, and the promise of plenty. On the last night of the festival, Caitlin stood at the highest tower and looked out over the river, the fields, the distant woods. She saw the lights in every window, the banners stirring, the promise of what had been won and what might yet be lost. Robb found her there, and together they watched the snow fall. "It will not last forever," he said. "No," Caitlin answered, "but it will last as long as we hold it, and that is all anyone can ask." Beneath them, the river ran strong and deep, carrying the memory of every sorrow and the hope of every spring. And Riverrun stood, proud and unbroken, at the heart of a realm remade. And now, I must say, a thin, pearly mist rose off the red fork, curling between the reeds and over the frost-silvered meadows as dawn came softly to Riverrun. The first rays of sun, shy and amber, fell upon towers hung with banners, wolf and trout, merman and falcon, rippling above the awakening castle like the dreams of old kings. The day brought a hush, as if the world itself held its breath. But beneath that hush, the pulse of new life and the slow, deliberate turning of fate's wheel could be felt everywhere. Caitlin rose early, as always before the household stirred. The chill in the air was sharp, but she welcomed it. The cold that kept the mind alert. The cold that promised spring was only a season's breath away. She wrapped herself in her cloak and moved through the quiet halls, pausing at each window to watch the castle wake. Maids hauling water, the soft grumble of the smith at his forge, children already scampering after the kittens in the kitchen yard. In the Godswood, she knelt beneath the old willow, its branches laced with ice and new green. Her prayer was silent, not for victory, nor for vengeance, but for endurance. For peace, not as a gift, but as a work, a thing made and remade with every kindness, every hard choice, every hour spent listening instead of striking. By the time she crossed the courtyard, the castle was stirring in earnest. Robb stood at the stables, conferring with the Blackfish and a Manderly shipwright over a new plan for the wharves at Salt Pans. Edmure, face flushed from a round of wrestling with the fosterlings, greeted her with an easy smile and swept Minissa up onto his shoulders, the child giggling as she clutched a red apple in each hand. The small folk brought their own news as the day began. Grain stores were full, the roads safe as far as Fairmarket. The first geese had returned to the marshes. In the lower bailey, Rosalind and the castle women prepared for the week's market, doling out honey cakes and brewing the spice cider that made the hall smell of warmth even on the coldest mornings. It was market day at Riverrun, and the Riverlands came together in the castle's shadow. Tents of bright canvas filled the fields, merchants from Fair Isle to Bravos hawking their wares, woolen cloaks, Myrish lace, barrels of Riverlands wine, northern furs, Doran's dried oranges. Caitlin walked among them with Rosalind and Minissa, pausing to greet every merchant and craftsman, to speak with every housewife or crofter who brought news or a small, shy gift. The world had changed. The faces that looked back at her were not all wary, not all hungry. There was a new openness, a look she remembered from the days before the war, when the realm was young and hope was not a stranger. The council met in the solar, sunlight dappling the maps and scrolls that crowded the table. Robb presided with Edmure and the Blackfish, with Lord Jan Royce and Jason Mallister and Roose Bolton in their accustomed places. From White Harbor came Wyman Manderley's son, now bearded and robust, speaking with confidence of trade, new shipyards, and a great fair to come in the autumn. From the Vale, Royce brought tidings of peace in the passes, but cautioned that winter's snows might close the high roads before month's end. There was news from the Wall, a fresh raven from Jon Snow, reporting that the wildlings kept their uneasy truce, but the woods north of the Frostfangs grew ever darker and stranger. The cold is coming early, but the Wall holds, Jon wrote. Remember us when you count your blessings, and do not forget the old gods, nor your own blood. Robb read the letter aloud, his voice strong. We will send what aid we can. The Wall is our shield, and we are theirs. Me? The council turned, as it always did, to the work of keeping the realm at peace. Grain shipments to outlying villages, the punishment of a knight who had overtaxed his tenants, plans for the spring muster, a dispute between two septs over a lost relic. They debated and quarreled, but never as enemies, always as men and women who had chosen to build, rather than destroy. When the Braavosi envoy rose to speak, his words were careful. Your Grace, the ships of Braavos would gladly carry the Trident's goods east and west. But we ask, as before, a token of friendship, a lease of land near salt pans, a small enclave for our merchants. We wish to be partners, not rivals. Robb nodded, and Catelyn watched his face for the shadow of suspicion. You may have your enclave, he said, but only if you build for us as well as yourselves, roads, harbors, watchtowers. The river is not only your highway, it is the heart of this land. If you help us strengthen it, you will always be welcome. The Braavosi bowed, satisfied for now. The matter of the Lannisters was not so easily put to rest. Roose Bolton's eyes were sharp as knives. There is word from the west. Lords gathering men, coin flowing from Casterly Rock. No war banners yet, but the fields are restless. If the lion's tail is not clipped soon, it may lash. The Blackfish grunted. Let them come. We are not the broken men they remember. Catelyn said nothing, but her heart beat faster. She saw in Robb's measured calm the same steel that had carried them through every danger. Send more riders to the western marches, he said. If they seek to test our peace, let them see that we are ready. But we will not be the first to draw blood. As the day slipped toward evening, the castle filled with music and the scents of roasting meat, apples, and fresh bread. The markets wound down, merchants packing away their wares, children tumbling across the lawns with sticky hands and bright cheeks. A troupe of players from Fairmarket performed in the lower yard, their tales of giants and clever maids drawing laughter even from the old men who remembered only loss. That night, the hall was filled with every sound of life, songs and toasts, the thump of boots on the flags, the quiet talk of lords and merchants as the embers died. Robb sat the high seat, Minisa on his lap, Rosalind beside him, Edmure holding his youngest as the Blackfish told stories of river wars and summer hunts. Catelyn watched from the shadows, content simply to witness, feeling the old ache and hope in equal measure. Afterward, as the castle stilled, Robb found her walking the ramparts, the moon rising above the water, silver and cold. You should sleep, Mother. I will soon. I only wanted to see the world before the dark. He stood beside her, silent. Every night, I wonder how long it will last, how much more I can give before it all changes again. You have already given them more than you know, Robb. The peace you built is real. Even if it is only for a season, it is more than most kings ever leave behind. Robb leaned against the cold stone, looking out over the river and the sleeping town. If I could write it in stone, I would. If I could give them my heart and be sure it would hold the realm together, I would do it. Caitlin laid a hand on his arm. You have. The heart you have given them is what makes this peace. And if the day comes when you cannot hold it, they will remember. Spring deepened, then summer again. The roads of the Trident grew crowded with wagons, horsemen, and merchants. Feasts and fairs marked the passing of the days. The sheep shearing in Derry, the berry picking near Maidenpool, the great fair at Seaguard, where ships from the east anchored for a week of games and revelry. Lords and small folk mingled, old grudges dulled by profit and shared labor. In every village, the memory of hunger and fear had not faded, but hope now lived beside it, a second child at every hearth. Minisa learned her letters and sums from the same maester who taught the sons of Bracken and Blackwood, Derry and Manderley. The fosterlings who had once quarreled became fast friends, trading tales, sneaking out for midnight swims in the river, plotting tournaments and feasts, with all the energy of the young guy. Edmure and Rosalind's second child, a boy this time, took his first steps on the polished stones of the great hall, greeted with a cheer that echoed to the rafters. Rob continued his rounds, sometimes with Caitlin, sometimes with the Blackfish or Lord Royce or Manderley's men. He listened to every complaint, accepted every petition, and gave judgment with the fairness that was now his renown. The folk of the Trident began to say he was not only the king in the north, but king of the rivers as well, a ruler for a new age. Sansa's letters became more hopeful. The queen is kind. The king is gentle. There are new songs in the city, and talk of peace. I think of home every day. Joan's ravens brought news of wildlings kept at bay, of strange sightings in the far north, but always ended. Remember, the wall stands for us all. Caitlin watched, listened, and kept her own silent prayer for Arya, Bran, Rickon, wherever fate had scattered them. In the heart of summer, on the eve of the Feast of Rivers, Robb called the realm to gather at River Run. Lords and ladies, knights and squires, merchants and minstrels filled the fields and halls. The market tents glowed by lamplight, the air filled with the scents of roasting meat, sweet wine, and trampled grass. For 3 days and nights, the rivers echoed with music, laughter, and the sound of banners unfurling. Caitlin walked among the people, hearing the tales that had become legend. The king who had escaped the Red Wedding, the lady who had made peace where no man could, the realm that had learned to hope again. For a while, in the golden dusk, the past seemed to fade, and the future opened like a road. On the last night, Robb stood atop the walls, gray wind at his side, the river running black and gold below. Caitlin joined him, silent beneath the stars. I wish Father could see this, Robb said. He does, Caitlin replied, the words as sure as any vow. He lives in every choice you make, and so will you in theirs. She touched his cheek, and for a moment, he was her little boy again, brave and uncertain and filled with dreams. The bells of River Run rang out, calling the folk to the last feast of summer. In the hall, the banners glowed and the songs soared. And beneath them all, the river flowed on, carrying sorrow and hope together toward the sea. River Run endured. The peace they had made was imperfect and impermanent, but it was real, a promise carried on the water, a season of healing, a memory that would outlive every king. Ka-Kay. The autumn of the 3rd year after the peace dawned with a glory that seemed almost defiant. The sky cloudless and vast, the fields blazing with wheat and late poppies, every branch heavy with fruit. River Run wore its prosperity like a new garment, no longer patchwork and cautious, but whole, richly dyed, mended from within, and proud in the open sun. The castle's gates stood wide to welcome the lords of the Trident and their banners, the fish and wolves and falcons and mermen, now joined by scores of lesser sigils, all gathered for the autumn council. Caitlin awoke early as always, her hair streaked with new silver but her step sure. She had taken to walking the ramparts before dawn, watching the mists curl off the river, feeling the pulse of the land. This was the hour she felt closest to Ned, to Winterfell, to all that had been lost and all that might yet be found. The memory was a steadying hand. She felt its strength in her bones as she passed the sentries on the gate, who stood a little straighter at her nod. In the great hall, the hearth already blazed. Rosalind sat with the younger children, helping Minissa with her stitches, laughing gently as Edmur's son, toddling now, fierce as a kitten, insisted on carrying the morning bread to the table. The castle kitchen bustled, the scents of honey cakes and roasting apples drifting up the stairs. Caitlin helped where she could, listening for news from every servant and squire, weaving the daily gossip into her quiet tapestry of knowledge. She paused on the stairs as the bells rang. Clear, 3 notes. The council was called. The autumn council filled the high table. Robb, hair longer and beard sunlit, sat with Edmure and the Blackfish to one side, Lord Royce and the Manderley envoy to the other, with Mallister, Derry, Piper, Bracken, Blackwood, and half a dozen other river lords filling the benches. Behind them stood squires and fosterlings, grown taller now, faces losing the last of their childhood softness. The first business was bounty. Harvest yields recounted, granaries praised, new roads opened, and the first shipments of salt and wool from the east. The Manderley ships had doubled in number, now running to Bravos in the arbor with holds full of grain and iron and casks of northern ale. Lord Jason spoke of trade fair at Seaguard, where even the Reach Lords sent their goods, and of a delegation from Old Town due before the frost. Caitlin listened, noting every name, every promise, every flicker of rivalry that might bloom into trouble come winter. She saw how the lords watched Robb, how his calm, his courtesy, and his quiet resolve had become a living standard in the realm. He deferred to Edmure in all matters of the land, and to Royce and Manderley for questions of trade and ships, but every final word was his. When Derry and Blackwood quarreled over an old water right, Robb sent both their sons to visit the disputed riverbank together, declaring that peace grows stronger when the young learn to listen as well as fight. There was more. The old faith had returned to the villages, a new sept finished at Maidenpool, and the first red priests from the east seeking audience. The council debated whether to let them preach, and Robb ruled. Let every man pray to his own gods, but the king's peace stood above all faiths. It was a simple judgment, but it rippled through the lords like a stone in a millpond. Then came news from the world beyond. Ravens from King's Landing carried letters in Queen Margaery's hand, congratulating Robb on the peace, offering a court marriage for a cousin, never quite asking for more than friendship, never quite letting go of the old wariness. From the wall, Joan's letters told of wildlings settled in small numbers on the Gift, the watch holding fast but ever watchful. From the Eyrie, Lord Nestor Royce sent word that Lysa was ill, but the Vale remained steadfast. Bolton's missives from the north were more troubling. Rumors of broken men in the forests, of wild bands stirring in the hills, of hunger in lonely keeps where the last winter's chill lingered. Robb listened, his eyes clouded, and promised aid, grain from White Harbor, iron and wool from the Trident, even a few master masons to help with new roofs before the snows. As the council closed, the Blackfish reminded all that peace was not a gift but a task. Every road, every field, every coin spent is a thread in the realm's cloak. Let us not drop the spindle now. Then the lords and ladies departed, the fosterlings trailing behind, their voices ringing down the galleries as they debated who would win the next archery match. Robb lingered at the window, looking out over the river, Caitlin at his side. You carry all this with you, she said, touching his sleeve, but you share the weight. That is what makes it endurable. He smiled, weary and proud. It was your lesson, Mother, Father's too. She thought of the old Godswood in Winterfell, the hush of the snow, and all the hard roads between here and there. We learn if we are wise. The days passed in the golden peace of autumn. Markets grew crowded, the roads busier than any could remember. Salt fishers from Maidenpool, Tyroshi traders with blue beards and bright silks, singers from the Westerlands and the north. The fairs became little festivals, with music in every square and minstrels competing in tales of the Wolf King and the Lady of Peace. Caitlin found herself called upon more often than she would have guessed, to bless a new barn, to settle a dispute over a dowry, to sit at the bedsides of sick children with the maester. She was content in her work, content to see Edmure and Rosalind so at ease, their children growing among friends and rivals alike. The fosterlings thrived. There were no more outright brawls between Blackwood and Bracken. Piper's quick wit and Derry's quiet stubbornness set the tone. They trained with the Blackfish at dawn, learned sums and histories from the maester, and, under Caitlin's gentle hand, read the letters that arrived from King's Landing, White Harbor, even distant Dorne. One afternoon, Menisa slipped into Caitlin's lap in the castle garden, her arms full of golden leaves. "When will winter come?" she asked. Caitlin smiled, gathering the child close. "Soon, but not today. And when it does, we'll be ready. We always are." Sansa's letters were a balm, their words cautious but layered with warmth. "The Queen's garden flourished," she wrote, "and young Tommen grew wise and gentle. There were feasts for every holy day, and new songs sung of hope. There was talk of a tournament in the city, of some new order of knights sworn to peace." Caitlin smiled to see her daughter's careful joy, and sent her gifts. Embroidered cloth, books of northern tales, even a pressed sprig of winter rose. From the wall, Joan's tidings were grimmer. "The nights grow longer," he wrote. "The wildlings are uneasy, and the cold is sharp even before the true snow. The watch endures, but I am glad the realm is at peace below. Tell Robb I remember our vows, and send him my brother's love." In response, Robb sent furs, grain, and steel, with a promise to send men if ever the wall called for them. "The North remembers," he wrote, "and stands with you." Winter arrived on a night of silent snowfall, the world wrapped in white by morning. Riverrun glowed in the half-light, the windows golden with fire. The river ran black and swift between its frozen banks. Inside, every hearth was stoked, the halls hung with pine and holly, and the people gathered for the turning of the year. Robb called his council in the great hall, his voice ringing over the long tables. "This peace was bought with blood, but it is kept with labor. Let us share it with all who come, as guests or kin. Let no one hunger in our lands this winter." The stores were open to all who needed them. Markets continued twice a week, even as the snow deepened, and lords' carters carried bread and wool to every distant hamlet. In the evenings, there were tales by the fire, songs and laughter, and lessons for the children. The Blackfish spun stories of the old days. Edmure and Rosalind danced as they had not since their wedding, and Menisa sang the old songs in a voice clear as water. As the year turned, Caitlin sat in the window seat with her knitting, watching the snow swirl and the castle glow. She saw Robb at the high table, his eyes alight with purpose. She saw Sansa in her mind's eye, the children in the yard, Jon at the wall, Arya and Bran and Rickon, somewhere in the wide, turning world. It was not a perfect peace. There were squabbles and sorrows, old wounds that ached with the cold. There were still letters from King's Landing, some friendly, some sly, and tidings of unrest in the western hills and the far north. But Riverrun endured. As the candles burned low on the last night of the year, Caitlin found herself at the heart tree, snow creaking beneath her boots. She knelt and whispered, not for victory or for safety, but for gratitude. For the children's laughter, for the stores full and the gates wide, for the hope that had taken root, deep and stubborn. She rose, brushing the snow from her skirts, and turned back to the warm halls where her family waited. Above the river, the banners stirred in the night wind, and Caitlin Stark, Lady of Riverrun, of Peace Hard-Won, walked into the glow of the new year, her heart strong with the knowledge that whatever else the world brought, they had built something that would last. Hen. The cold that winter settled over Riverrun was a gentle one, a hush of white upon the red roofs and turrets. The riverbanks rhymed with ice but not locked, the fish still running beneath their silver ceiling. The trident's three arms gleamed in the pale light, winding through fields where sheep huddled and wild geese left their marks in the snow. From the castle's walls, the world seemed at peace, as if every grief and loss were just a shadow under the moon. Caitlin rose early, each morning marked by her circuit of the keep, down stone stair and over creaking wooden floors, through the bailey where the stable boys stamped their feet and joked, and out to the frost-laced godswood. The trees whispered with every icy breath, and the heart tree wore its red leaves like a secret kept through the long dark. She always knelt there, her prayers as much for strength as for mercy, for the will to hold to hope even as the winds changed. By sunrise, the castle was alive with movement. The kitchens steamed, maids scurried between fires, and the hallways filled with the laughter of fosterlings and the clatter of boots. Rob was at the center of it all, listening, deciding, always gentle with the children and fair with his men, yet never failing to remind them all, with a word, a touch, a look, that peace was a thing they built each day, and a thing they must defend. Rosalind, glowing in motherhood, led the women in work and prayer, her laughter a melody in every hall. Ed Muir, more confident now than Catelyn had ever seen him, rode out each week to judge disputes or oversee the stores, returning cold-cheeked but pleased. The Blackfish, hale and gray, trained the fosterlings on the green, and Catelyn sometimes paused to watch them. Bracken and Blackwood, Darry and Piper, Stark and Manderley, swinging swords and loosing arrows together, their old rivalries worn thin by new friendship. The Winter Council met twice a week now, a rhythm set to the sun's slow progress across the sky. The high table was crowded, the air thick with talk and the crackle of the great hearth. Rob presided, flanked by Edmure and the Blackfish, Lord Royce of the Vale, Lord Jason Mallister, the Manderley envoy, Roose Bolton's measured voice weighing in from the shadows. News came from every corner. The Manderley ship still ran the White Knife and the Trident, their holds full of salt, smoked fish, and timber. The Vale's roads were open, Royce's men patrolling the high passes and bringing tales of wildcats and winter snows, but little threat. From the west, rumors of restlessness among the lesser Lannister bannermen, still licking wounds and counting gold. The Blackfish dismissed the talk of raids, yet sent extra patrols along the western roads. Letters from the Wall brought grimmer tidings. Jon wrote of a cold, deeper than memory, of wildlings keeping their uneasy peace, but of others, things that moved in the snow. Dead men seen wandering at night, wolves gathering in strange packs. Do not fear for me, Jon ended, but remember your own strength, and keep your fires burning. Rob read the words with a heaviness that only Catelyn saw. That night, he wrote his reply by firelight, sending grain, wool, and new forged axes with the next northern merchant, and a promise. We remember. The Wall will not stand alone. Life within the castle was rich, a tapestry of tasks and traditions. Each afternoon, Rosalind and the women gathered in the solar to spin and sew, their hands busy as they exchanged news and old tales. The children played in the gallery, Minisa and her brother, the fosterlings racing through games of chase and hide, pausing only for lessons with the maester, or for archery and riding with the Blackfish. Catelyn loved to listen at these times, letting the voices wash over her, snatches of songs, the boasts of future nights, the giddy laughter of girls. She saw the shape of a future born, not of blood and loss, but of joy and learning, and she knew it was worth every cost. As the year turned, the castle prepared for the Feast of Lights. Garlands of holly and pine decked the halls, candles burned bright in every window, and the kitchen spilled forth a bounty of pies and roasts, honey cakes and strong wine. The great hall filled each night with music. Minstrels from Seaguard, pipers from the Green Fork, young voices lifted in the old songs of North and Riverlands alike. At the heart of the feast, Rob rose and lifted his cup. To those we have lost, and those we have found. To the peace we have forged, and the hope that grows from it. Let every hall be open, every fire warm, and every hand joined to the work of the realm. We are one people, one river, one land. Let us stand together against the cold. Nanen? The cheer that followed was loud and long, echoing off the stone. The snows deepened, and still the life of River Run continued. Blackwood and Bracken hunters brought fresh venison from the woods. Fairs were held indoors, with children's games and riddles, contests of story and song. Edmure's son, bold and sturdy, won the wrestling match by tumbling 2 older boys at once. Minisa bested her cousin in a race around the lower hall, earning a kiss and a ribbon from Rosalind. Outside, wolves howled at night, their cries haunting but distant. The sentries doubled the watch, but no threat came to the gates. It was a season of waiting, of watching the world beyond the fire's reach. Catelyn wrote often to Sansa, whose letters from King's Landing were filled with news of the Queen's kindness, the King's gentleness, the great feasts and pageants of the South. There were new knights sworn to peace, and rumors of marriage pacts and festivals to come. Always, Sansa ended with a wish to return home and a promise to pray for them all. Jon's ravens, less frequent as the storms grew fierce, always ended, "Remember the wall. Remember me." One morning as the snows began to melt, a rider came from Fairmarket, an old woman wrapped in furs, bearing a letter sealed in blue wax. The letter was from the north, from the Starks' most distant kin in the mountains. The winter had been hard, but the stores sent from the Trident had saved many lives. There was gratitude in every line, and an offer. If ever the realm needed their axes, the mountain folk would come. Robb brought the letter to council. "It is not gold nor grain that makes a kingdom last," he said. "It is kinship. The river that binds us, the snow that tests us, the fire that warms us all. Let us answer every call for help with open hands, and we will never stand alone." And so it was done. Catelyn saw the ripple of pride in every face. As the year faded, the first green returned to the meadows, the river ran swift and bright, and the geese came back to the marshes. Riverrun opened its gates to the world again. Traders from the free cities, bards from the hills, even a party of Ironborn come to swear fealty and trade fish for grain. Feasts were held to mark the end of winter and the beginning of planting. The fosterlings scattered to their home houses and then returned, always drawn back to the friends they had found here. On the first true day of spring, Robb and Catelyn walked together along the battlements, gray wind trailing at their heels. They looked out at the river, the far fields, the castle alive with work and play. "Do you believe it will last?" Robb asked quietly, as he often did. "I believe we will make it last," Catelyn replied, "so long as we do not forget what it cost us and what it gives us in return." He took her hand, and they stood together in the sun, the banners bright above their heads, the river singing below. And in the heart of Riverrun, peace endured, not as a dream or a gift, but as the daily work of hands joined, of wounds healed, of hope kept alive through every turn of the wheel. The world beyond might change, but here, for a season, the promise held. Ka. Mist rose from the riverbanks in the earliest hours, ghosting along the water, blurring stone and sky, until the whole world seemed forged anew each dawn. Riverrun stood at the center of that world, its banners bright above the rushing Red Fork, the towers silvered by dew. It was spring once more, the time when every blade of grass trembled with new life, when every hope seemed plausible and every heart more daring. Catelyn greeted the day as she always had, walking the ramparts in solitude, her fur-lined cloak trailing behind her. She watched barges glide beneath the gates, laden with new barley, lumber, the season's first salted fish. The scents of bread and earth mingled on the morning wind. She let herself stand a moment in stillness, feeling the pulse of her home, this fortress she had come to claim as fiercely as any Tully, this place where the peace they had fought for still clung to every stone. Below her, in the bailey, life unfurled. Blackfish and Edmure supervised a dozen fosterlings at the lists, the thump of practice swords a rhythm beneath the shouts and laughter. Roslyn and Minisa, with a train of maids and squires, wove garlands for the upcoming spring feast, their hands stained with wildflowers. Robb's voice, now as deep and assured as any king's, carried across the courtyard as he spoke to a gathering of merchants and captains. Even now he met each face, high or humble, with a quiet respect. Breakfast was taken in the solar, windows flung open to the fresh air. Minisa, all bright eyes and questions, recounted her plans for the feast, a pageant with every child in the castle, a maypole dance, a recitation of songs old and new. Edmure's son, red-cheeked and sturdy, declared his intention to win the day's race. Even the Blackfish smiled at their ambitions, though he made each promise to try their hand at archery before the sunset. Letters arrived as they ate. Sansa's was the first, a careful note filled with gentle wit news of the Queen's Gardens, the growing friendship between Tommen and his new bride, and a veiled hope that the winds from the north bring peace, not peril. A missive from Jon followed. Shorter, written in a firm hand. The wildlings kept their truce. The cold was lessening. Strange things moved in the far woods, but for now the wall stood. The kingdom you've made, Robb, has given us a long peace. Keep it if you can, brother. We hold the watch for you. Robb read both aloud, then folded them neatly. We remembered, in both places that matter most, he said. Let us do them honor. The day swept on in a rush of preparations. The castle was alive from cellars to parapets, women dyeing banners, children rehearsing songs, Northmen arguing good-naturedly with Riverlanders over the best shape of a maypole. Bards arrived from Seaguard and Fairmarket, a group of Braavosi with lutes and painted faces in their train. The first traders from White Harbor brought not only silver and wool, but news of a fleet to be launched in the Manderley colors before summer's end. At council, Robb presided with a light touch, allowing his lords to air their rivalries and jokes. The Vale's Royce, ruddy and broad, reported calm in the mountains. Manderley's envoy described an agreement to split tolls on the new Saltpans Bridge. Even Roose Bolton, now aged and rarely leaving his chair, voiced approval, though he warned of rumors of reavers in the western woods, sellswards gathering around a Lannister banner. There are always those who wait for the old wounds to open, he said. Do not be caught unguarded. The Blackfish nodded. We'll have extra patrols along the borders, and I'll have every fosterling riding out with me. Let them learn what a quiet border truly costs. Robb agreed. Peace is not the absence of danger, but the presence of watchfulness. If the Lannisters seek to test us, let them find us ready. Men. Catelyn watched the interplay of old men and new lords, the subtle glances between Blackwood and Bracken, the easy camaraderie among the fosterlings, the way Robb's word turned argument to accord. It was a realm held not by fear or force, but by habit and hope, by the simple trust of those who had survived too much to ever squander peace lightly. When the feast day arrived, the castle blossomed. Banners streamed from every window. The scent of roasting meat and sugared cakes drifted from the kitchens. Minstrels played in every courtyard, while the young competed in archery and racing, in riddle contests and songs. Blackwood and Bracken, Piper and Darry, Stark and Mallister, each cheered the other on. Friendly now, their old grudges shrunk to the stuff of half-mocking ballads. Rosalind presided over the tables, ensuring each guest was served, her laughter soothing even the most anxious. Edmure and his son refereed the wrestling and foot races. Minisa, crowned in a garland of bluebells, led the maypole, ribbons streaming behind her as the children circled and sang. Catelyn moved among her people, smiling at the children, listening to the stories of old farmers, blessing new couples, and the first crop of twins since the war. She felt the memory of Winterfell in her bones, the knowledge that every joy was a bulwark against the dark. She shared a quiet word with Robb as he walked the lists, the king in his plain surcoat, greeting even the humblest guest by name. In the evening, when the torches were lit and the last song faded, Robb stood to speak. The hall grew still. This realm is not built of stone and banners, but of lives lived together. The laughter of your children, the harvest in your barns, the stories you tell when the nights are long. My father taught me a lord's first duty is to keep his people safe, and my mother taught me that peace is the work of many hands. Tonight, we have shown the world what that means. Let every house and every village remember it, and teach their children well. A cheer rose, long and loud, echoing through the old stones. Summer grew full and green, and Riverrun thrived. The fosterlings scattered to their home keeps for a time, only to return with stories and gifts: Bracken honey, Blackwood mead, Darry pears, northern cheese. A marriage was arranged between Lord Piper's eldest daughter and a Manderley cousin, a match that brought ships to the rivers and laughter to two once wary houses. Merchants from the Reach and Dorne arrived to barter and learn, bringing silk and lemons, glass and olive oil. In Fairmarket and Maidenpool, new roads were laid. At Saltpans, the Braavosi finished their quarter, raising a stone quay that would bear the arms of both city and realm. The king's justice was swift, but fair. Petty lords learned that oppression brought censure, not reward. In all, it seemed a golden season. Yet Caitlin did not forget the lessons of war. She pressed Edmure to keep the granaries full, the healers ready, the young ones vigilant. She wrote often to Sansa and Jon, urging caution as well as joy, and sent her prayers to Bran and Arya wherever fate had carried them. Rumors of Lannister gold and sellswords came and went, but no banners were raised against the Trident or the North. Tywin's shadow had passed, and Cersei's ambition, once so sharp, seemed dulled by age and politics. The Iron Throne, for the moment, sought allies, not enemies, and Margaery's gentle diplomacy colored the southern wind. When autumn approached, Caitlin found herself once more on the ramparts, watching the sunset gild the river, the fields heavy with grain, the distant villages blooming with banners and bonfires. Robb joined her, silent at first, his face golden in the dying light. "I have dreamed of father lately," he said. Of the words he left unsaid, of the roads he did not walk. "I wonder if he would know the realm we have made." Caitlin turned to him, her eyes full. "He would see your care, your courage, your hope. He would see the peace you keep, not by force but by trust. That was always his gift. And yours." Robb nodded. "I still fear it will slip away one day." "It may," she allowed, "but you have given them a memory to fight for. That is what endures." Together they watched as the river flowed toward the dusk, a silver band binding all their days. The torches below flickered, and laughter drifted upward, a promise in the dark. In the heart of River Run, banners stirred in the wind. Peace, fragile and radiant, persisted, made and remade by every hand, every song, every child's step upon the old stones. The world beyond might change, as all things must, but here, for a little while, the work of hope held strong. And Caitlin knew, as she turned from the battlements to rejoin her family, that the story of this peace was not yet finished. It was only the beginning. By the time the frost came again, a hush had fallen over the riverlands. Not the silence of fear, those days were gone, but the soft expectancy of a realm secure enough to savor its quiet. Snow glazed the low hills and crowned the orchard trees in the outer bailey, the river mist rising at dawn like silver banners to greet the rising sun. River Run's towers were a warm beacon in the cold, their banners bright as fire against the pearl-gray sky. In the still hours before dawn, Caitlin moved through the castle as she always had, her steps sure upon the stones she knew better than the lines of her own palm. The halls glowed with candlelight and the scent of cedar and bread. She stopped in the nursery where Manisa slept curled against her little brother, the two children tangled in a nest of furs, dreams as soft as the hush that lay upon the keep. Outside their window, she could hear the faintest echo of a song, Rosalind's voice, gentle as the snows drifting down, singing to the babe in her arms. Caitlin smiled, her heart full, then made her way to the godswood. The old willow's branches were heavy with snow, the heart tree a stark sentinel against the pale morning sky. She knelt there, whispering gratitude to both gods and ghosts. She prayed for Bran, for Arya, for Rickon, wherever the wide world had scattered them. She prayed for Sansa in the capital, for Jon at the wall, and for Robb, who bore so much and shared it so rarely. When she rose, the world seemed brighter, the air charged with hope and memory. As the day unfolded, the castle shook off its sleep. Robb met her at the breakfast table, already speaking with Edmure about road repairs before the spring thaw. The Blackfish came in with a dusting of snow on his broad shoulders and news from the morning patrols. All quiet on the roads, the fosterlings eager for their lesson in arms. "We'll take them down to the river," the Blackfish said, warming his hands at the hearth. "Let them see the work that keeps these bridges open. A lord who knows how to mend a beam is worth 10 who only draw a sword." Rosalind set a bowl before him and pressed a kiss to his cheek, her laughter a melody in the busy hall. Robb's council was already assembling in the solar, the high table filling with lords and envoys. Lord Royce, silver and straight as a sword, brought word of a safe crossing from the Vale, and a rumor that a new septon in Gulltown was preaching peace and unity between the faiths. Jason Mallister, windburned from a winter ride, spoke of Seaguard's ships, trading now as far as Old Town and the Summer Isles. Manderley's envoy read a letter from Lord Wyman. The White Harbor fleet stood ready to aid the Trident, should the need arise. Roose Bolton's presence, as always, was measured and cool. "The snows are heavy in the north," he said, his voice soft. "But our stores are full, and our men well clad. There have been sightings of wild wolves near the Weeping Water, perhaps an omen, perhaps only hunger. The Dreadfort stands ready." Rob listened, weighing each word, his gaze moving from face to face. He heard of a baker's quarrel in Derry, a dispute over land near Maidenpool, a wedding planned between a Piper niece and a Derry cousin. Proof that the work of the realm was endless, yet lighter now for the unity that bound it. A missive from King's Landing was read next, bearing Queen Margaery's careful seal. The Queen sent gifts for Menissa's name day: a velvet cloak, a puzzle box of rare wood, a painted prayer book. Her letter spoke of King Tommen's studies, of a festival for the coming spring, of hopes for continued amity. The words were sweet and skillful, and Rob replied in kind, sending Riverland honey and a new-turned cup of silver, and news of the harvest's bounty. Afterward, as the lords dispersed, Edmure lingered beside the fire. "You're mending the world, Rob. Even the small folk see it. They say you're as much a healer as a king." Rob laughed, but there was pride in it. If every king learned to patch a roof and fill a larder, there'd be less need for swords. Caitlin rested her hand on his. "It is the quiet work that lasts." Outside, winter's beauty was everywhere. The fosterlings, bundled in furs, walked the length of the river's edge with the Blackfish, learning not just arms but the craft of men who built and guarded bridges, who worked wood and stone and rope with as much care as any sword. In the castle, women spun wool and told stories of the old days. Children practiced their letters, their songs ringing down the galleries. At midday, Caitlin sat with Roslin and the ladies of the keep, spinning tales as they worked. The tale of the first spring after the Red Wedding, of how the bridges were rebuilt, of the feast where Northman and Riverlord first danced together in peace. The younger women listened, eyes bright, some already dreaming of the coming spring and new lives born of hope, not fear. Later, as dusk gathered, Edmure's son toddled into the hall, his cheeks red with cold, a battered wooden sword in one mittened hand. He climbed into Caitlin's lap and pressed his cold nose to her neck, giggling. "I will be a knight," he said, "and ride to Winterfell and bring the snow south for Minissa." She held him close, her heart full of old memories and new dreams. At the evening meal, Rob received a raven from the wall. Joan's letter was brief, the script brisk and bold. The cold was deep, but the wall held. Wildlings kept to their promise. The dead things rumored in the far north had not come south. "Tell our family I keep my watch. Send word if the rivers freeze. I will come if ever I am called." Rob read the letter twice, then handed it to Caitlin. She pressed it to her chest, grateful for each word. "He is alone, but not forgotten." "We are never alone," Rob said quietly, "so long as we remember who we are." The long winter nights were full of warmth. The great hall was a refuge against the dark, the hearths burning bright, minstrels and fosterlings playing for the company. Even Roose Bolton softened in the firelight, smiling to see the children's tumbling games. Mallister and Royce played at chess, the Blackfish teaching Menissa the names of the stars. Sansa's letters came often now, each bearing news of the court, stories of Queen Margaery's wisdom, of young Tommen's gentle rule, of the peace that spread like thawing ice through the kingdom. Always she ended with wishes for spring, for laughter, for home, and home was here. In the faces gathered close by firelight, in the laughter and hope that filled each stone, in the banners above the battlements, and the steady, unbroken song of the river. So the winter passed. The snows melted, the rivers swelled, and the castle's work began anew. River Run endured, not in glory or in splendor, but in kindness, in the endless patching and building, in the hearts that had chosen peace. When the first crocus speared through the thawing earth, Caitlin knelt in the godswood, and thanked the gods old and new for another season, another chance for all they had built to take root and flourish. The story of the realm was not done. The wheel of fate turned still. But here, in the heart of the Trident, where the wolf and the trout flew together, the promise of what might be was stronger than fear, and hope outlasted the cold. Spring announced itself not with a riot of color, but with subtlety. A green haze creeping across the fields, the mist rising earlier and thinner each dawn, the slow swelling of buds on the willows, and the gentle rush of snowmelt over river stones. River Run roused itself from winter with the air of a great beast uncurling, shedding its coat of silence for the hum of preparation. All through the keep and the lands beyond, the sense of expectancy was unmistakable. The people knew themselves safe, and now they looked to build, not just endure. Caitlin greeted the season as she had always done, rising with the pale light to walk the castle's bounds. She lingered on the ramparts, the cool air stinging her cheeks, and watched the river flowing fast and cold below. The water was high, swirling with silt and broken ice. From her vantage, she could see children skipping stones at the ford, two of the fosterlings chasing after Menisa, who shrieked with laughter as she darted past Edmure, her red hair streaming behind her like a banner. Everywhere, life pressed forward. Blackfish's riders splashed through the shallows, the older fosterlings in tow, learning not just the sword but the ways of horses and water, the lay of the land that was their inheritance. In the orchards, women spread ash and compost beneath the trees, and young men rebuilt the willow fences that had sagged beneath the snow. In the yards, carpenters framed new outbuildings, and the clangor of smiths working on harrow and plow mixed with the more familiar ring of hammer on sword. Breakfast in the great hall was a chorus of voices, lords and captains, fosterlings arguing over rations, maids laughing, children chattering as they passed bowls of porridge and baskets of the last dried apples. Rob took his seat at the high table, sun in his hair and the easy smile of a king with time and strength on his side. Edmure read aloud from the latest missives. The grain stocks in White Harbor were high, thanks to Manderley's winter fleet. Mallister's ships had returned from Old Town with a load of rare books and a cask of Arbor gold. Even in the west, Lannister patrols kept to their own lands and sent no challenge. "A peaceful spring, if ever we've known one," Edmure said, his face lit by fire and pride. Rosalind beamed, her youngest child on her knee, while Menisa demanded the stories of the first spring after the war. How the castle's cellars were emptied for the needy, how banners were hung for the first wedding after the Red Wedding, how the folk danced beneath the apple trees until the sun came up. "Tell it again, Mother," Menisa pleaded. "Tell how the banners came down and the wolf and the trout flew together." Caitlin smiled and began, her voice soft but strong, the old tale made new again in every retelling. The fosterlings fell silent to listen, and even the Blackfish paused in his meal, his eyes shining with memory. After breakfast, council was called in the solar. The morning's light spilled through tall windows, dappling the long table where Rob sat at the head. His lords and bannermen ranged on either side. Edmure, the Blackfish, Lord Royce, Jason Mallister, Wyman Manderley's envoy, Roose Bolton, and several of the river lords whose lands had known the worst of the war. The talk was of roads, of the river's high waters, of the new fair at Seaguard that promised to draw traders from as far as Dorne. Royce brought news of the Vale, a promise of more knights for the roads, and a party of engineers to help with the bridge at Saltpans. Manderley's man offered plans for deeper harbors at Maidenpool, and new designs for flat-bottomed boats to ply the marshes and feed half the Trident. Mallister's captains proposed opening the fish markets for Braavosi and Myrish merchants. Even the taciturn Bolton brought forward a tally of wool and hides from the north, ready to trade when the passes clear. The great question was what to do with the windfall. Should the realm invest in a canal to link the Green Fork to the White Knife, build a new holdfast in the disputed marches, or fund the restoration of ruined villages farther upriver? "We do not build for ourselves alone," Rob said, listening to each case with care. "We build for the children and their children after. Let the fair at Seaguard be our model, a place where every house, every banner, finds a welcome and a stake. If the realm is whole, let its riches be shared. Not their role. Bolton's gaze was cool, but he nodded his assent. A king who builds as well as rules leaves more than stories. He leaves a legacy. Caitlin watched the lords confer, their rivalry now softened by the habit of working together. She marveled again at what peace could do. Not the peace of truce, but the peace of shared labor, of land restored and future imagined. The fair at Seaguard opened with the return of the swallows, banners flying from every tower and wharf. Rob, Caitlin, and their household rode downriver for the opening day, welcomed by Lord Mallister with bread and salt, the old symbols made joyous by honest laughter. Tents sprang up along the docks, white for the north, blue and silver for the Vale, every river house staking their ground. Ships from White Harbor and Bravos crowded the harbor, and the markets overflowed with goods never seen so far inland. Lemon cakes, olive oil, carpets of strange design, salt cod, and honey from the summer isles. The fosterlings mingled with traders' children, learning their tongues and their games, racing down the shingle, skipping stones from the docks. Minstrels from Old Town sang of the Wolf King's Fair, while the old songs of the Trident and the North were played on pipes and fiddles in every corner. Council met again beneath Mallister's roof, and for the first time, not as a court of judgment, but as a conclave of builders. Plans were drawn for the canal, with Blackwood and Bracken both offering labor and land. Royce's engineers were dispatched to the bridges. Manderley's shipwrights consulted with riverfolk and sailors alike. Evenings were for feasts, roast goose, salmon baked in clay, cider sweet as the spring wind. Rob drank with the lords, Edmure toasted every rival and friend, and Caitlin presided beside Rosalind and Lady Mallister, their talk turning to the new children born since peace, the weddings to come, the hope that each spring now brought. Rumors from the wider world trickled in but brought no shadow. King's Landing planned a great tournament to mark the king's 16th year. The wall stood strong, with Joan's ravens bringing thanks for each shipment of grain and wool. The Lannisters sent envoys to barter for river fish, not blood. Even in the far north, Bolton reported, the wildings kept their peace, and the dread fort's wolves ranged far, but found only deer and hare. Back at River Run, life gathered speed. The roads grew crowded, inns reopened, and new fields were sown along the river's banks. In the castle, Sansa's letters arrived like clockwork, filled with poetry and news of Margaery's latest fashion, her gentle friendship with the king, and the subtle turns of court. Caitlin read them aloud to Minisa and Rosalind in the afternoons, her heart light with the knowledge that Sansa was safe, clever, and never forgotten. Joan's tidings were brief but steady. The wall endures. The peace you made reaches even here. Caitlin would send each new letter to the Solar for Rob and Edmure, and never failed to whisper a prayer of thanks at the heart tree. Rosalind's third child, a girl, was born just as the first daffodils broke through the earth. The whole keep celebrated, and Edmure announced a tournament for the fosterlings. The children trained in the mornings and played in the fields at dusk, their laughter ringing from the towers. Blackwood and Bracken, Darry and Piper, even Manderley's southern kin, all rode and shot and sang together, the next generation bound by ties their fathers had forged in war and remade in peace. Caitlin saw all this and more, the hard work of carpenters and potters, the trust in every handshake at market, the pride in each well-mended roof. She felt the past loosen its grip on her heart. The scars would remain, as scars always did, but they no longer ached with every change of weather. Instead, they reminded her of what had been won. At midsummer, the realm gathered at River Run for a festival of rivers. The castle spilled over with guests. The lords of the Trident, the Manderleys and their captains, Royce's knights, Mallister's sailors, even Bravosi and Tyroshi in bright silks. Banners flapped from every tower, music filled every hall and court, and the river shone with 1,000 lanterns as boats drifted beneath the stars. Rob stood before his people that night, gray wind at his side, and spoke not of war or warning, but of gratitude. What we hold tonight was made by your hands, your faith, your labor. The wolf and the trout, the merman and the falcon, the lion and the stag, each has a place in the world we are making. If we hold to peace, if we remember the lessons of winter, then every spring will be sweeter. Let the rivers carry our hope forward, and may our children build better still. Amen. The cheers rang out over the water, a promise echoing from the walls. As the moon rose and the lanterns drifted, Caitlin walked the ramparts alone, the old ache in her chest now soft and gentle, a song of memory and hope. She thought of Ned and the North, of Bran and Arya lost to the winds, of Sansa's clever pen and Jon's watchful heart. She thought of Robb, her son, her king, and the people who looked to him now with trust, not fear. The river whispered below, tireless and enduring. Caitlin rested her hand on the stone and let the peace settle within her, knowing that while the wheel of fate might turn, this season at least was theirs. And in the hush before midnight, the bells of River Run rang out, calling all to feast and to dance, to the work of joy, to the future's promise, a peace not given, but made and made anew each day. With the lengthening of the days, River Run blossomed again. Grass grew thick atop the ramparts, white daisies and bluebells bursting from every crack between the old stones. In the cool, sunlit mornings, the riverlands hummed with the clamor of living, a clatter of hooves on the causeways, laughter spilling from the lower yards, the shouts of fishermen along the docks, and the gentle drone of bees in every blossoming orchard. The banners on the towers snapped in the wind, wolf and trout, joined now by falcon and merman, 100 lesser sigils braided together, each one a promise that war was not the only memory the realm could hold. Caitlin woke with the sun and walked the dew-wet lawns, her hands brushing the pale lavender of early irises, her breath misting in the chill. The old ache lingered, but it no longer bit. She carried the ghosts of her losses with the tenderness of one who knew their pain could become the soil of new things. She watched Edmure and Rosalind in the gardens, their children tumbling about their feet. The fosterlings, tall and laughing, daring each other to leap from the boathouse roof into the icy river. Even the old guards, gnarled and scarred, seemed gentler with the passing years, quick to join in a game or share a tale with a new squire. Inside the castle, mornings began with news and bread. Rosalind, now mother of 3, presided at table with quiet efficiency. She saw that each plate was filled, each cup refilled, each child's question answered. Minissa, ever bold, pestered her mother for stories of distant King's Landing and the old gods. Edmure's son wanted only to ride out with the Blackfish's patrol. Even the youngest girl, hair as gold as wheat, giggled from Rosalind's lap, eager to be let down to toddle among the legs of the household. Breakfast was the heart of each day. Edmure recited news of the rivers, fresh nets in Fairmarket, repairs to the locks at Saltpans, a marriage between Derry and Bracken that would have been unthinkable a decade before. Blackwood and Mallister sent word of a bumper barley crop, and the first new ships of Manderley's fleet now sailed the Trident, their holds filled with northern cheese and the laughter of sailors who remembered leaner years. A bard from White Harbor recited a ballad in the corner, his song blending the tales of river and north, the melody familiar, but full of new promise. Robb listened with his usual steady calm, passing judgment where it was asked. An extra tithe to help rebuild a flooded hamlet, a cask of grain for a widow with too many mouths to feed. He read aloud a letter from Sansa, who wrote of her life at court with a grace that veiled as much as it revealed. The king's tournaments, the queen's gentle wisdom, the new order of knights pledged to justice. She asked after every child in River Run, and sent gifts of southern silk and a painted wooden dragon for Edmure's youngest. A second letter arrived from John at the wall. The wildlings still kept their peace, he wrote, and the nights were not so long as the stories claimed. The wall is cold, but the watch endures. Your peace gives us all hope. If the rivers run swift, remember that the north stands ready. Robb smiled as he handed the letter to Caitlin. He always was the best of us, he said softly. The council met in the solar, the air bright with the fragrance of lemon oil and parchment. Robb presided with Edmure and the Blackfish, Lord Royce and Lord Mallister, the Manderley envoy, Roose Bolton, and the river lords of every valley. The talk was of roads, ships, and the coming fair at Maidenpool, Braavosea and Myrish traders already filling the town, their gold welcome but watched with care. Royce reported Vale Knights helping with new stonework at the fords, while Manderley's men built deeper slips at the river's mouth. The Blackfish urged caution in the western marches. A band of broken men, Lannister gold behind them, had struck at a granary, but were turned away. "There are always wolves at the edge of light," he said, "but our teeth are sharper." Catelyn listened, pleased at the quiet confidence of the lords, the way every quarrel was solved in good humor, every promise set down in writing and witnessed by all. The council ended with laughter and plans, new wells for the poorest villages, a gift of iron for the night's watch, and a festival of the old gods to mark the spring's height. Robb closed the meeting with simple words. "We have survived by labor and trust. Let us never forget what the cost of war taught us, nor what peace can buy, if we hold it together." Damda Panir. In the fields and villages, spring was a season of labor and joy. Children learned to plant as well as ride. The old women taught songs and remedies from before the war, and the fairs were larger and merrier each week. At Salt Pans the canal grew. At Seaguard the fish markets swelled. The rivers hummed with the passage of barges, the voices of boatmen and traders calling news from every corner of the realm. Fosterlings traveled between keeps on sturdy northern horses, carrying letters and learning the world. Rivalries, once matters of blood, became friendly contests of riddle and song, wrestling and archery, and sometimes a midnight race on the moonlit roads. Each victory was met with cheers, every loss with a promise of a rematch at the next fair. One afternoon, as the cherry trees bloomed pink along the riverbank, Catelyn sat with Rosalind and Lady Mallister on the sun-warmed steps of the Godswood. They watched the children chase each other with garlands and the men-at-arms drilling with spear and bow. Lady Mallister, gray-haired and shrewd, pressed Catelyn's hand. "This is what we fought for. A peace that feeds itself, not just with bread, but with hope." Catelyn's eyes blurred with sudden tears. "And may it hold, for all the children's sake." As spring ripened into early summer, the fair at Maidenpool became a gathering of the realm. Robb, Catelyn, Edmure, and Rosalind led the household in procession, their banners streaming, the Blackfish and Fosterlings at their side. They were met with cheers and garlands, with gifts of salt and bread, with songs in the square and feasts at every table. Merchants from the free cities vied for places at market. Dorne sent oranges and pale green wine. The Reach offered flower bulbs and honey. The old tales were retold by minstrels, now with new verses for the peace. At the fair's end, Robb and the lords judged a contest of stories. The prize went to a shepherd girl who spoke of the day the king rode through her ruined village and left behind a new plow, a cask of seed, and a promise that her children would never know war. On the ride home, Edmure joked with the Fosterlings. The Blackfish led a band of young knights in mock skirmish, and Rosalind taught Manisa the names of every bird on the wing. Back at River Run, the evening stretched golden and long. The small folk came with their gifts: the first peas, a pair of lambs, a woven basket full of wild strawberries. The old sept was restored, its stones whitewashed, and its bell rung for the first time since the Red Wedding. The Godswood rang with laughter and music, and the children of every house ran wild beneath the willows. Letters from King's Landing continued, each more hopeful than the last. Sansa's words grew bolder. She told of the new order of peace, of the Queen's kindness, of her wish to see the Trident one day. Jon's messages from the wall were fewer, but always ended with a blessing for the realm's summer. Bolton's men kept the borders. The Blackfish ranged far and wide, but found only travelers and traders, not raiders or spies. Even the whispers of Lannister unrest faded, as gold was spent on crops and roads, not swords. As summer's heart approached, Catelyn found herself one evening upon the highest tower, the river below wide and shining, the castle wrapped in the quiet of a realm at ease. Robb joined her, his brow untroubled, his hand strong and gentle as he took hers. "Do you still worry?" he asked, his gaze on the setting sun. "I do," she replied, "but not as I once did. You have given them something that endures." He smiled. The lines of care softened. "So have you, Mother. It was your hope that carried us through. Dalton. She leaned against him as the bells began to ring in the dusk, their sound clear and bright. Below, the fields shimmered with fireflies, and voices rose in song. Riverrun stood, proud and whole, its heart full of laughter and memory. In every corner of the realm, the children of war were now the makers of peace. And Catelyn Stark watched the rivers run on, unbroken, toward the summer's golden promise, a future sown in hope and tended with love. The heart of summer glowed across the riverlands, gilding every leaf and ripple on the trident with a lazy brilliance. Fields lay green and full beneath skies swept clean by southern winds. Villages wore crowns of wildflowers. The roads bustled with wagons and travelers, laughter echoing from the inns at crossroads and ferry landings. The air itself carried the scent of honey and ripe barley, and even the walls of River Run, so often weathered and battered, gleamed warm in the morning sun. Catelyn felt the peace most keenly now, as if the long season of pain had given her a keener taste for every fleeting delight. The peal of bells from the sept at dawn, the scent of baking bread from the kitchens, the rough bray of a donkey cart, and the playful squeals of children in the orchard. Each morning, she moved through the keep and its grounds, taking stock, not of what was owed or lost, but of what had quietly and stubbornly survived. She saw Edmure riding out at sunrise with his daughter Minisa, already tall for her age, her hair in a tangle as she peppered him with questions about the fields and farms they passed. She glimpsed Rosalind, a babe on her hip and another at her knee, instructing the young ladies of the court on matters of household, herb, and song. The fosterlings, now nearly grown, gathered for archery beneath the Blackfish's sharp eye, their banter easy and their skill impressive. River Run had become a court of fellowship as much as rule. At breakfast in the Solar, news was shared and plans made. The council table brimmed with letters, a grain report from Manderley, news of a Myra ship on the Trident, invitations from Mallister and Bracken to the next round of fairs. Sansa's latest letter, brought by a trusted courier from King's Landing, was a small masterpiece, artfully phrased, full of quiet encouragement, her tidings all subtlety and hope. King Tommen's health was good. Queen Margaery's reforms were holding. The Knights of the New Order continued to win hearts among the small folk. She sent a silver hairpin for Minisa and a book of Reach poetry for Catelyn herself. Jon's message, rare and cherished, arrived from the wall with a raven as black as night. The watch stood ready, wildlings kept their peace, and the wild things of the far north remained little more than rumor. "Send the king my strength and my love to all the household," he wrote. "The world is quiet, for now." In the Solar, the summer council met beneath banners dyed by the rising sun. Robb presided with Edmure and the Blackfish, Lord Royce, Jason Mallister, the Manderley envoy, and Roose Bolton. Now older, graver, and at last, accepted as a peer among the southern lords. The chief concern was abundance. The rivers ran fat with fish, the fields yielded more than even the larders could hold, the storehouses at Seaguard and Maidenpool brimming. There was talk of shipping grain and salted beef to the Vale and north, of sending craftsmen and masons to help rebuild the last ruined keeps of the war. Royce reported the success of the new stone roads across the high valleys, a project of years now bearing fruit as trade wagons rolled freely from east to west. The Manderley ships, white sails flashing in the sun, now moved freely between White Harbor, Salt Pans, and Fairmarket. Even Bolton allowed himself a smile as he detailed the wool and timber flowing from his lands into the heart of the Trident. The Blackfish's report was grimmer, but clear. There are still bands of broken men in the western woods, but the people handle them now. They turn to the Lord's men as often as to the sword. Our peace is not a shield, but a cord binding every house to the realm, and the realm remembers the wolf and trout. Robb nodded, his voice easy and measured. Let each lord who can spare it send aid to the poorest villages. Food, tools, coin, and let word go to King's Landing that the Trident stands ready to help feed the capital if the harvest there fails. King Tommen will see it as both kindness and strength, Royce said, a glint of pride in his eye. Catelyn smiled at the circle of men and women, no longer wary, no longer restless, but settled in the business of the realm as surely as any small folk at their plough. The summer festival was the greatest the Trident had seen since before the war. The castle's gates were thrown open. Villagers and lords alike crowded the bailey and lower halls. Pavilions of every color lined the riverside, where cooks roasted beef and fish, and barrels of cider and ale were tapped beneath banners streaming in the wind. The old sept, now restored and whitewashed, rang with song, and the godswood was alive with music and prayer. Menisa presided over the children's games with the confidence of a young queen, her laughter ringing as she crowned the winner of the foot race, a baker's boy from the village, with a garland of wildflowers. The fosterlings, now men and women in their own right, competed in archery and wrestling, the rivalry between Blackwood and Bracken, now a matter of jest, not blood. In the evening, Rob sat at the high table, Caitlin and Roslyn at his right and left, Edmure and the Blackfish beside them, Mallister and Royce opposite. The meal was a bounty: roast duck, baked trout, summer greens, pies of apple and honey. The minstrels sang of peace, of rivers and wolves, of the day the banners of the Trident had flown side by side. Rob rose to speak as the dusk drew in, the firelight playing across the gathered faces. This peace is not my work alone. It is the labor of every hand here, every woman who carried water, every man who turned a field, every child who dared to hope. Let it be known that the heart of the realm beats in every village and keep, in every hall and holdfast. Let the world see what is made when old wounds are healed, not hidden, and when the sons and daughters of enemies grow up as friends. This is the future I would wish for any king. Yeminsao. The cheers that followed echoed over the water, up the towers, and out across the fields. The days lengthened, the harvests began, and the castle's stores filled to bursting. Caitlin moved quietly through the summer, content to play her part as matron and peacemaker, teacher and listener. She saw the way Edmure's shoulders straightened with the years, how Roslyn's children grew in strength and laughter, how Menisa's kindness drew other girls and boys to her side. There were always challenges: a failed levy near Fairmarket, a brief quarrel between Mallister and Piper over river rights, a fire that took half a hamlet in the Blackwood woods. But these troubles, met together, did not shake the foundations of the realm. The fosterlings, now called home for brief months each year, returned with news and gifts. Their ties to each other deepened, their sense of belonging only strengthened by absence. Caitlin sometimes found herself in the godswood, kneeling beside the heart tree, the ground cool and fragrant with moss. She prayed for her lost children, for Bran and Arya and Rickon, for John in the far north and Sansa in the south. She prayed for strength to carry hope, and for the wisdom to let go of sorrow. Often she was joined by Rob, his brow lined with care but his eyes always clear. "Do you think it will last?" he would ask, never quite daring to believe in the peace they had made. She would press his hand and answer, "As so long as we remember what it cost, and what we must do to keep it. That is the only promise any realm can make." Nay. In late summer, as the field stood tall with wheat and the river ran low and warm, a raven came from King's Landing. Sansa's hand was in every line, news of new books in the royal library, a feast for the city's orphans, the birth of a child, Queen Margaery. "The city is at peace," she wrote, "but it is the peace of vigilance, not complacency. I think often of River Run and wish for its son." From the wall, Joan's words were fewer but resolute. "We hold fast. The watch endures. Remember us when the cold returns." Now, River Run sent gifts north and south, grain and furs, strong wool and lamp oil, sweet cider and new tales written by the fosterlings themselves. The season slipped toward harvest, and the people of the Trident sang as they worked. The bells of the castle rang in the mornings and evenings, not for war or warning, but for weddings, for baptisms, for the rites of the old gods and the new ale. The story of the Red Wedding faded, year by year, replaced by the tale of the peace of the rivers, the slow, difficult, beautiful work of joining what had once been broken. On the eve of the harvest feast, as fires blazed in every field and the river gleamed with lanterns. Caitlin stood upon the ramparts beside Rob. They watched the children, Minisa, Edmure's son, the fosterlings, race across the lawns, their laughter the surest music of all. Rob set his hand on her shoulder. "Whatever comes next, we have given them this." Caitlin looked at the castle, at the shining river, at the fields stretching to every horizon. "And if they remember, it will last." So the story of River Run and the Riverlands did not end, but carried on. A song passed from mother to daughter, from father to son, a memory as vital as the flowing of the Trident itself, enduring, ever-changing, alive with hope. K. By harvest's end, the Trident shone with a kind of quiet majesty that belonged to no king and no single house, but to all the people whose hands shaped the land. The fields rolled gold and green, waiting for the reapers, and the air buzzed with the drone of bees, the cries of swallows circling the orchards, and the deep, clear clang of River Run's bells calling folk to work and worship and feast. The scent of new bread mingled with the sweetness of fallen fruit. Carts creaked along the roads, heavy with barley and apples, and the laughter of children set loose from chores. Caitlin walked the roads more often now, sometimes with Edmure or Minisa, sometimes alone but never unguarded. Everywhere she went, she was met with respect. The nod of a squire, the curtsy of a farmer's wife, the sudden hush in the baker's shop when she entered, and the eager, unfiltered questions of small-folk children. She asked after the old and the ill, saw that the poorest homes received grain, and watched as the realm mended itself, not in grand decrees, but in the small courtesies of neighbors sharing salt, of millers lowering their tolls, of boys from feuding houses mending a bridge together. At River Run, the days began with a rising sun, the color of ripe peach. Breakfast was a communal affair, no rigid ceremony, just laughter and the thump of feet as fosterlings and pages brought in baskets of fruit and bread. Rob, sun-browned and open-faced, presided at the high table, but took pains to pass the honey himself and to fill even the lowliest cup. Edmure's son, now bold and full of questions, recited every new word he learned from the maester, while Minisa teased him and the other fosterlings conspired to sneak out to the river for a morning swim. Roslyn, with her third child sleeping in her arms and her daughters on either side, presided over the household with a confidence grown of many trials. The Blackfish had grown leaner with the years, but remained tireless, his voice still echoing across the yard as he put the older fosterlings through their paces at sword and bow. He watched them with a stern fondness, knowing that peace was best defended by those who remembered why it mattered. Council sessions grew longer as the realm's business grew richer. Letters arrived from White Harbor, Seaguard, Fairmarket, salt pans, news of fat granaries, new bridges, bountiful nets. Lord Manderley sent a cask of herring and an offer to fund the first library in the Trident, and Lord Royce proposed a summer school for the children of every great house. Even the gruff old lords of Blackwood and Bracken brought forth plans for irrigation ditches, a project on which they would work side by side. Rob listened to each proposal, guided every quarrel toward compromise, and kept a careful tally of all things needed for winter. There was less talk now of old feuds and more of new ventures. Canals to the Neck, ships to the east, a new granary at Derry, a harbor at Maidenpool. No one, not even the proudest, left the council feeling unheard. The festival of the harvest, the Golden Feast, was set for the end of the month. Minstrels began to arrive by river, bringing with them the newest songs from King's Landing, tales from the free cities, news of distant peace and closer joys. A bard from Dorne played beneath the towers. A woman from the Summer Isles taught the kitchen girls new dances. The days were rich with preparation. Casks rolled into the cellars, flags and streamers hung from every arch, and the scents of roasting meat and apple pie wafted out to the fields. Caitlin helped organize the market stalls, seeing that every village sent its best cheese, its ripest fruit, its cleverest handiwork. The fosterlings competed to outdo one another. One carved a stag from wood, another sang a new ballad, a third won the day by teaching Minisa's littlest sister to swim. Sansa's letter came with the festival's first wagons. King's Landing was safe, the Queen's child thriving, the harvest there was smaller but enough, the realm still at peace. Sansa wished she could see the golden fields of the Riverlands, sent love to all, and begged her mother to write her a new song for the king's name day. Jon's raven came later, bearing few words but steady hope. The cold comes again, but the watch endures. Tell Robb I remember the oaths we swore as children. I pray the rivers run clear and safe for all your days. Now. The golden feast was everything a realm could hope for, rich and abundant, yet warm and simple at its heart. Villagers camped on the castle green, fires lighting the night. The riverbank lined with lanterns and laughter. At dusk, Robb and Catelyn greeted every guest with bread and salt. Edmure and the Blackfish led the opening dance, with fosterlings and children whirling around them. There were contests of archery and strength, pies and songs, riddles and tales. Minisa and her cousins led the youngest children on a race through the orchards. The Blackwood boy, oldest of the fosterlings, won the archery with a shot so true, the crowd wept and cheered. Rosalind presided over the women's table, and Lady Mallister introduced a new game from the Vale that left the Northmen befuddled and delighted. As night deepened, the old songs were sung, and the new stories told. Catelyn's voice joined the others, her song for Sansa weaving together the peace of the rivers and the memory of all that had been lost and found. The fire crackled, the moon shone, and the bells of Riverrun rang over the water, a promise to all within hearing that peace was a thing worth tending. When the last lanterns flickered, Robb stood and raised his cup. "We have known sorrow," he said. "We have known hunger and war. But tonight, we are a family, lords and ladies, bakers and bards, young and old. Let this feast be our vow, that we will hold to one another through the cold and the dark, and that we will greet the next spring as one people. The trident endures, the North remembers, and hope will always find its way home." Menabs. Autumn faded into the first chill of winter, but the bounty endured. The storehouses brimmed, the fires never failed, and the roads remained clear of bandits and fear. Sansa's song was sung in every village, Jon's letter read aloud at every gathering, and the tales of the fosterlings, of peace made and peace kept, became the stories every child learned by heart. Catelyn walked the ramparts each evening, her hands wrapped in wool, her heart alive with gratitude and resolve. She watched Minisa and Edmure's son, the fosterlings and their friends, racing in the torchlit yards, their laughter trailing into the dusk. She thought of Bran and Arya and Rickon, of Jon and Sansa, and of all the hard days that had brought them here. The Trident's rivers ran silver beneath the moon, bearing the memory of every tear and every triumph. One night, as frost rimed the windows and the wind sang in the eaves, Robb found her in the Godswood. "The world is changing again," he said. "But I think, this time, we are ready." Catelyn took his hand, her voice quiet but unshakable. "We are ready because we remember, and because we built something worthy of remembrance." Together they stood beneath the red leaves as the river whispered below and the castle lights danced in the night. Hope was not a promise made by kings, she thought, but a seed planted by the hands of all, noble and humble, bold and afraid, who had chosen to trust again. And Riverrun, unbroken and unbowed, stood at the heart of it, holding peace as a lantern against the dark. The first snows of winter came as a blessing, soft and slow, blanketing the Riverlands in a hush that felt like both memory and promise. The Trident itself ran swift and deep, its dark waters laced with silver ice. Above the river, Riverrun's towers gleamed, first with frost, then with the yellow glow of lamps as dusk drew down. At night, the keep seemed to breathe with its own warmth, holding close the hope that had grown over the years, as precious and fragile as a flame cupped in sheltering hands. Catelyn watched the snow falling from her window, the landscape transformed, the orchards and gardens hidden beneath drifts. From the Godswood, the heart tree stood sentinel, its red leaves vivid against the white, its limbs heavy with the weight of seasons, both bitter and sweet. She found herself praying often in these days, not for victory or vengeance, but for wisdom, patience, and the grace to hold her family's fragile happiness through the months of cold. Inside, Riverrun moved to the rhythm of winter. The ringing of axes as wood was split, the laughter of children tumbling through the halls, the low voices of lords and ladies gathering by the fire. The kitchens bustled with preparation for the festival: pies and roasts, winter root stews, spiced wine, and honeyed cakes. Maids set garlands of holly and pine about the doors, and each window glowed with a candle to keep the darkness at bay. Rob made his rounds of the keep each morning, checking on stores, speaking with every worker and servant, never leaving a task or a question unanswered. His face had grown leaner, marked by years of rule, but his eyes still brightened when he paused to speak with Minisa, or to help Edmure's youngest daughter up after a tumble. Rosalind, gentle and confident, kept order with a glance, her children following her from kitchens to nursery, their laughter the clearest music in the castle. Edmure, hair threaded now with silver, still took pride in riding out with the patrols, checking the boundaries, sharing hot cider with the farmers who kept the roads and bridges clear. The Blackfish, as fierce as ever, drilled the fosterlings and young knights each afternoon, teaching them not just skill at arms, but the old truths of honor and vigilance. The Winter Council met in the solar, the tall windows bright with the glitter of snow. Rob presided, Edmure at his right hand, the Blackfish, Royce, Mallister, Manderley's envoy, and Roose Bolton at the table. The air was fragrant with orange peel and firewood. Letters from White Harbor, the Vale, and the Wall arrived each week, some written in the careful flowing script of Sansa, some in Joan's blunt, steady hand. Sansa's latest told of a mild winter in King's Landing, of Queen Margaery's new hospital for the city's poor, of feasts and songs, and the slow, cautious return of joy to the capital. She sent Minisa a necklace of tiny pearls and wrote, "May every hearth in the Riverlands burn as warm as ours tonight." Joan's letter from the Wall was briefer, yet full of strength. "The watch endures. The wildlings hold their peace. If the winds grow colder, know that the north stands with you." The council discussed grain, the pace of river traffic, the allocation of oil and wool, the training of new smiths, and the fostering of orphans whose parents had died of old wounds or winter's ills. Bolton, now less shadow than substance, quietly reported on the last wild bands of broken men scattered in the hills, dispersed or made honest by hunger and the certainty of justice. There was, too, the business of the wider realm. King Tommen's decree lowering taxes in the north and Trident, the Queen's offer of royal masons for the rebuilding of an old bridge near Saltpans, and invitations for the children of the Riverlands to join a pageant in the capital come spring. Rob nodded as each report was given, adding his quiet assent or suggesting a change, always ending with thanks. "Let us use this peace," he said, "not just to rest, but to build." As the nights grew longer, the keep turned inward. Evenings were for stories and songs, for riddles and games by the fire. Minisa and Edmure's son led a pack of fosterlings in mock tournaments down the long corridors, the echoes of their laughter carrying from tower to tower. Rosalind taught the children of the kitchens and yards their letters. Lady Mallister, now wintering at Riverrun, recited tales of the old Eyrie and sang in a voice still clear as a bell. Caitlin spent many evenings with the younger women, helping to embroider a great new banner for the hall. Wolf and trout entwined, crowned by a ring of river flowers and pine. She listened to stories of betrothals and newborns, taught old songs and prayers, and always ended the evening by blessing the bread before it was shared. One clear night, with the snow drifting outside and the hall full of music, Catelyn slipped away to the Godswood. She found Rob already there, standing beneath the heart tree, Grey Wind silent at his side. "Do you remember," he asked softly, "the night Father brought us here, just before the war began? He told me the gods listened best when the heart was troubled." She nodded, her hand finding his. Hay knew that the strongest prayers are not for ourselves, but for others. Rob turned to her, his face both strong and uncertain. "I worry sometimes that peace makes us soft, that we will forget how quickly the world can change." Caitlin smiled, brushing a lock of hair from his brow. "You are not soft. You are steady. That is the truest strength, the will to hold peace, even when the world would teach you only to fight. They stood together, mother and son, as snow fell among the red leaves, and the old gods kept their silent watch. At the feast of winter's turning, Riverrun opened its gates to all. The great hall blazed with candles. The tables bent beneath the weight of food, the cups full, the songs loud. Rob rose, Minisa and Edmure's son at his side, and spoke not as a king above his people, but as a neighbor among them. This year has been a gift, hard-earned but shared by all. As the days grow cold, may every door be open, every hand generous, every heart willing to forgive. We are strong not in arms alone, but in the ties that bind us, trust, patience, and the hope that tomorrow can be better than today. Many. The applause was warm and lasting. When the feasting was done, the people danced, their boots stomping on the rushes until the stones themselves seemed to ring with joy. The first thaw came in the new year, the river breaking its chains of ice with a song as old as the land. Wagons rolled out to the fields. Shepherds led flocks to the high meadows. Caitlin walked the ramparts in the pale sun, pausing to watch the children chase each other down the sloping lawns, to see the banners, wolf, trout, merman, falcon, lifted again in the freshening wind. Rob joined her, his face alight with hope. "Spring comes early," he said, "and we are ready." She pressed his arm, knowing that readiness was a gift they had made together. Not of swords or gold, but of trust and labor and love. That night, as lanterns gleamed along the river, Caitlin watched the castle from her window and thought of all that had changed and all that endured. She knew that the peace of the Trident was a fragile, living thing, a work not of one hand, but of many. It was not fate, nor luck, nor the promise of kings, but the daily gift of those who remembered. And as the bells rang out into the soft night, the story of Riverrun's peace carried on, quiet, bright, and undiminished, flowing forward like the river itself, ever toward the dawn. Kay. The last of the winter's ice broke beneath the touch of spring, fracturing with a music as old as the river itself. Riverrun, perched like a crown above the swirling waters, watched the thaw with anticipation and quiet pride. Snowmelt flooded the lower fields, leaving behind black earth and pale green shoots, while every willow along the bank burst into a haze of silver catkins. With each day the river ran stronger, its currents alive with fish, and its banks crowded with crocus and bluebell. Within the castle, the shift in season was marked not only by work, but by a subtle lightening of hearts. Minisa and her cousins raced barefoot in the grass, skirts and braids flying, their laughter echoing against the towers. Edmure's son, long-legged and awkward now with the first hint of adolescence, tried his skill at the bow, and won a friendly cuff from the Blackfish for loosing a shaft over the rampart and into the river. The fosterlings, older now, voices deepening, eyes sharpening, trained every morning before the sun with the veterans, then scattered to help with chores, or to join the artisans and farmers laboring in the newly cleared fields. Caitlin moved quietly through these days, listening as much as leading, her wisdom now a thread woven through every part of castle life. In the kitchens, she shared old tricks for leavening bread. In the stables, she knelt to soothe a colt grown shy through winter, and in the solar she listened to the fears of young ladies awaiting their first betrothal letters. She saw the weight of peace most keenly in these small things, the easy touch, the gentle word, the absence of the brittle watchfulness that had haunted every home for so many years. Each morning the great hall filled with sunlight, and breakfast became a council in miniature. Edmure recited news from the roads, and the youngest children recited their sums. Rosalind, with a baby on her hip, made sure every plate was full. Rob, with his hair sun-bright and his voice assured, listened to every voice. A potter seeking clay from the north bank, a tanner requesting help with new vats, a healer from Derry seeking a better store of willow bark and honey. Bolton's steward arrived with letters from the Dreadfort, news of a thaw there, wolves hunting along the weeping water, new lambs in the hills. Lord Mallister sent a jug of spiced wine and news that his oldest son had learned Braavosi fencing from a Free Cities merchant wintering at Seaguard. The Manderley envoy brought a fat book of trade tallies, a recipe for northern berry preserves, and a whispered promise of another ship coming south as soon as the ice left White Harbor. Royce of the Vale wrote that the mountain passes were clear. The engineers at Saltpans had completed the third arch of the new bridge, and a delegation of scholars from the Erie were on their way to discuss drainage in the lowlands. Caitlin smiled as Rob called each question and name, answering with a joke, a promise, or the measured certainty that had made him not only a king, but the true heart of his realm. The council, in the solar, took on the rhythm of festival. Rob presided with a steady hand, flanked by Edmure and the Blackfish, with Mallister, Royce, the Manderley envoy, and even the careful, inscrutable Roose Bolton joining the table. The air was thick with plans. How best to mend the last ruined septs, what seed to send north, whether to try growing sweet apples along the Red Fork, or trust to the old pears and plums. The lords brought proposals and grievances, but most matters ended in laughter or in pledges to meet at the coming fair at Seaguard, where lords and small folk alike would try their hands at archery, horse racing, and even the new game from Bravos, a kind of chess played with carved river stones and wooden fish. Sansa's letters arrived like clockwork. She wrote of her life at King's Landing with deft wit, Queen Margaery's latest reforms, the king's study of the old laws, the founding of a new sept school for the city's girls. There was peace in the capital, she wrote, but it was a careful, precious peace, kept alive by the memories of what had been lost. She sent sketches of her garden, advice for Minnes's studies, and a carefully hidden hope that she might be able to visit the Trident before summer's end. Joan's letter, by contrast, was brief and stoic. The watch endures. The wildlings hold to their oaths. If the old powers move in the far north, they do so in silence. I send my strength and my hopes for the realm. He included a carved direwolf, smoothed with age, for Edmure's youngest, and a handful of raven feathers for Minessa, who treasured them as relics. With the return of warmth, the roads filled. Traders from Bravos and Pentos, Dorne and Oldtown, came with new wares, glass beads, Myrish lace, and bolts of shining linen dyed every color of the sunrise. The fairs of the Trident became the realm's true parliament, and the stories told there shaped the work of every castle for months to come. At Seaguard's fair, Rob and his household arrived to banners and drums, greeted by Lord Mallister and 1,000 villagers and small folk. Races and contests lasted for days. Minessa, Edmure's son, and the Fosterlings won the archery relay, and even the Blackfish laughed as he presented the prize, an old Mallister falcon's feather set in a cap. Rosalind presided over the baking competition, and a dairy girl's honey tarts, spiced with a hint of northern berry, won applause and a marriage proposal in the same hour. Caitlin walked among the crowds with Lady Mallister and the wives of the lords. They spoke with tradesmen and crafters, listened to grievances, and settled quarrels before they ever reached the council table. It was the kind of work Caitlin cherished best, the weaving of new ties, the tending of old wounds, the gentle art of making peace last through the habit of kindness. In the evenings, the high tables overflowed with music and tales. There was always a place for a bard with a new song, a trader with a foreign fable, a child with a joke. Rob raised his cup to every story, and each night ended with the old songs, of the rivers and the north, of lovers lost and found, of the day the banners flew together and the world began again. As spring deepened, Riverrun became a school for the next generation of the realm. Each morning the Fosterlings and the children of the household took their lessons in the castle solar, reading, sums, the histories of Westeros and Essos, the arts of trade, and diplomacy. In the afternoons, they trained with the Blackfish and the older knights, sword, lance, horse, and bow, but also the craft of mapping the land, keeping accounts, and the practice of mediation and mercy. The Fosterlings grew into their roles. Blackwood and Bracken, Darry and Piper, Manderley and Mallister, all were now bound more closely by shared seasons than by blood alone. Their friendly quarrels were watched by every adult, for each rivalry mended was another stone set in the realm's foundation. Caitlin made a habit of joining the lessons, telling tales of her own youth at River Run, her years in Winterfell, the hard lessons learned in loss and love. The children listened wide-eyed, and even the older fosterlings seemed to sit straighter when she spoke of the Red Wedding and the long, careful mending that followed. At week's end, a festival was held in the orchard. Music, feasting, games, and a play put on by the fosterlings themselves. The tale was of a kingdom broken by pride and fear, and mended by forgiveness, friendship, and the daily labor of all its folk. When the play was done and the applause faded, Catelyn looked at Robb and saw tears in his eyes. "That is the kingdom we have made, Mother. No song, no victory, only the simple truth. Peace kept not by the sword, but by every hand in its own small way." She pressed his arm, proud and fierce. "And let it be sung for 1,000 years." As summer approached, the news from the wider realm was hopeful. Sansa's next letter promised a visit to the Trident by autumn, the Queen herself sending gifts of silk and songbirds. Jon's reply from the wall was steady and clear. Spring's melt had flooded the moors, but the watch endured, and the wildlings sent south for healing and trade. Bolton's last missive told of peace in the north, no bandits on the roads, no feuds unhealed. Even the whispers of unrest from the west had faded, as Lannister gold flowed into bridges and granaries, not swords. At the council, Robb raised a toast. "To all the houses, high and low, who hold peace as a treasure, may the next generation never know what it is to be hungry or afraid." In the hush of evening, as lanterns were lit along the river and the castle glowed with life, Catelyn sat by the window and watched the world change again. The old fears had not vanished, but hope was now the stronger thread. She thought of Ned and of all the children scattered and grown, of Minissa and the fosterlings, and of every mother and father, lord and commoner, whose hands had shaped the Trident's new fate. As the bells of River Run rang out for night prayers, she folded her hands and whispered a last thanks, for peace given, for peace kept, for the courage to believe that such a thing could last. And the river, heedless of all but its own song, ran swift and true beneath the towers, carrying the promise of a realm remade, alive with memory and bright with the hope of many hearts. K.E.A. The long summer reached its fullest bloom in the riverlands, the heat ripening the barley and wheat in the fields, and painting the sky with blue so deep it seemed to ring like a bell over every village and vale. The Trident gleamed silver and gold at dawn, alive with barges and laughter, its banks thick with flowers and buzzing with the business of bees. In the forests, deer picked their way through sunlight and shadow. In the orchards, apples swelled and pears hung heavy on the bough. The whole realm thrummed with an energy that seemed part celebration, part thanksgiving, a gratitude for plenty after years of hunger, and a keen awareness that such seasons were rare. River Run, at the heart of it, was nevermore itself, stone and banners and rippling reflection, but also warmth and music and 1,000 acts of daily kindness. Catelyn walked the walls each morning, her shawl caught up in the breeze, her eyes bright as she surveyed the lands that had once been a patchwork of ruin and distrust. Now, every road was watched and well-traveled, every hamlet was bustling, and the old rivalries seemed to have become little more than stories, fierce but distant like the memory of winter. Edmure rode out each week to oversee the granaries and help judge the market competitions. He was met everywhere by laughter, for his son and Minissa had become notorious pranksters, leading the fosterlings in harmless mischief that was as much a mark of peace as the shining storehouses or the quiet of the roads. The Blackfish, his beard now fully gray but his step undiminished, trained the young squires at dawn, and then could be found in the shade of the old chestnut tree, telling tales to a circle of children from every house. Rosalind was mistress of the household, her composure the thread that held together feasts, council meetings, and the unpredictable rhythms of 3 growing children. She saw to every detail: food for the kitchens, supplies for the healers, new books for the maester's tower, and ribbons for the maypole dances. Under her care, the castle seemed to hum with well-ordered life, the kind that gave others room to dream. The council that met in River Run Solar each morning was as familiar as family. Robb presided, his hair sun-bleached, his gaze calm and attentive. Edmure and the Blackfish flanked him, Lord Royce of the Vale and Lord Mallister of Seaguard, brought tidings from the mountains and the sea. Manderley's envoy brought fresh news from White Harbor and Roose Bolton, still reserved, yet always there, now spoke easily of trade and roads and justice in the far north. Grain harvests were so bountiful that the council debated where best to send the surplus. It was decided to send great wagons of barley and salted trout to the north, as a gift to the Watch and the wildling settlements John had written of. More was earmarked for King's Landing, as a sign of friendship and an investment in future trade. Royce reported that the Vale summer fairs drew merchants from the free cities and Dorne. Mallister spoke of a thriving herring fleet, and of children from Blackwood and Bracken joining the crews, learning the river from the deck of a ship, rather than the point of a spear. Robb's rule had become something less visible and more profound. An expectation of peace, an assumption that disputes would be settled at table, and that everyone, lord or commoner, would be heard. Petitions were read, and seldom was a grievance not answered within the week. The council spent long hours planning for winter, for new roads and bridges, for the founding of schools and the restoration of another old sept. Every problem was met not with dread, but with confidence and collective resolve. The harvest festival was set for the eve of the equinox, a day of games and music and feasting that drew people from every corner of the Trident, the Vale, and even distant White Harbor. The fields around River Run filled with tents and pavilions, with wagons and banners, and the laughter of families camped beneath the stars. Minstrels from the free cities mingled with Northmen and river lords. Dornish traders hawked lemons and saffron. Craftsmen displayed clever clocks, bright jewelry, and intricate carvings. The festival began at dawn with a race along the river, won by a fisherman's daughter from Saltpans, who received a silver cup from Robb's own hand. The children's tournament that followed was a riot of colors and bruises, with Minissa, barefoot and wild-haired, leading a team of fosterlings to a chaotic victory in the foot race, and Edmure's son besting all comers at the archery butt. Roslin handed out honey cakes to the winners and the vanquished alike. In the afternoon, Robb presided over the peace court, hearing cases from all walks of life. A miller's son accused of stealing apples was set to work in the kitchens for a week, learning the value of shared labor. 2 landowners who had quarreled over a willow grove were sent back to their village with a new agreement and the promise of a shared cider press. Caitlin spent the day moving through the festival with Lady Mallister, exchanging news with the healers and midwives, offering blessings and small coins to mothers with babes in arms. She listened to tales of the past, of hunger, of blood, of the day Robb's army crossed the river and everything changed, and marveled at how the years had softened even the sharpest memories. As the sun fell, the people gathered for the great feast in the castle yard. The air was thick with the scents of roast pork, baked apples and cinnamon. Banners streamed from every tower. The tables groaned with food and flowers. The old songs were sung, and the fosterlings performed a new play, this one about the peace that followed the last war, full of wit and heart and a promise that what had been built would endure. Robb stood to speak as twilight deepened, Minissa and Edmure's son at his side. Tonight we feast as one realm, not of enemies but of kin and neighbors. We honor what we lost by building what we have, together. This is our song, our strength, and our gift to the children who will follow. The cheer that rose was long and fierce, echoing through the dusk. That night, as lanterns bobbed on the river and the bells of River Run tolled, Caitlin found herself in the godswood beneath the red leaves. The heart tree glowed in the moonlight, its trunk dappled with shadow and memory. She knelt and whispered her thanks. For Sansa, who wrote of kindness and wisdom from King's Landing. For Jon, whose letters from the wall carried news of wildlings and peace in the farthest north. For Bran and Arya and Rickon, wherever the world had carried. She prayed for the realm, for the children sleeping in the castle, for the lords and ladies whose hands shaped the Trident's fate. She prayed for Robb, who had given peace not as a gift, but as a way of living, daily, imperfect, stubborn, and strong. Robb found her there, as he often did, Grey Wind at his side. Another year, he said, his voice quiet in the hush of the trees. Do you ever think we will wake and find it all undone? She shook her head. Not while you remember. Not while you lead. We built this peace out of loss, and as long as we remember what it cost, it will endure. Mendipsherwin. He knelt beside her, and together they watched the river in the moonlight, silent and sure. Autumn wore on, mellow and golden, and the harvest came in with a fullness that seemed to bless every hope. The last of the fairs brought more news, plans for a great library at River Run, a new order of knights pledged to peace, a letter from Sansa promising a visit at the next summer's turn. When winter finally touched the land with its first frost, the realm was ready. The cellars brimmed, the woodpiles stood high, the walls and bridges had all been mended. Catelyn watched Minissa and her siblings skating on the frozen pond, their laughter carrying across the snow. She smiled, her heart full, her hope no longer a fragile thing but a force that could be trusted to last. As the bells of River Run rang out for the turning of the year, she looked to the future, not with fear but with pride and expectation. For the river, ever flowing, was also a circle, and the peace of the Trident, once won, was now a current that would carry all the generations forward, steady as the stars, unbroken as the song of the water itself. Ka. Winter's return was gentle, like a hand laid on a fevered brow. No blizzard buried the riverlands. Instead, a slow hush settled over field and hearth, drawing life inward toward the warmth of fires and the promise of spring yet to come. Snow came in fits and starts. One night, a silvery powder dusting River Run's towers. The next day, a thaw that left mud and green grass peeking through. In the quiet mornings, a thin mist drifted up from the Trident, veiling the fields and lending every view the softness of memory. Catelyn found these mornings to be her truest solace. She walked the ramparts with her shawl wrapped tight, and her thoughts drifting back through years both joyous and bitter. Every sound was familiar. The slap of banners on the wind, the distant cries of children at play, the rhythmic chopping of wood from the yard. The castle felt full, not only of her family and household, but of the generations who had come before and those who would come after, every stone a vessel of hope and remembrance. Edmure was up before dawn most days, riding with the stable lads to inspect the fences and the last of the harvest stores, taking satisfaction in the order and plenty that the realm had achieved. His son, now as tall as his father, apprenticed with the master-at-arms, but was as likely to be found in the maester's tower, poring over the histories of the Riverlands, or writing long, careful letters to the other fosterlings who had returned home for the winter. Rosalind's gentle voice rang out in the halls as she orchestrated the tasks of the household. Her daughters worked with the kitchen maids to prepare preserves and root-cellar stores, singing together as they labored. The youngest, a round-cheeked girl with a willful mop of chestnut hair, was forever trailing after her mother or her siblings, watching and learning and, more than once, being pulled from mischief by Minissa, who had grown into a beauty of poise and laughter. The Blackfish remained indomitable, though the years had bent his back a little and thinned his hair to a halo of silver. He drilled the squires with sharp humor and patient exactitude, teaching them not only to fight, but to think and to judge, to weigh mercy and justice with equal care. The fosterlings, scattered now across the realm, sent letters full of news and requests for advice, their affection for him undiminished by distance. In the Solar, the council met regularly, the old routine kept as steady as the seasons. Robb presided with calm and clarity, flanked by Edmure, the Blackfish, and the trusted lords of the Trident. Mallister from Seaguard, the Royce envoy from the Vale, and Manderly's agent, who brought word of trade in tides from the White Knife. Roose Bolton's reports from the north were brief and precise. The mountain passes held, the wildlings stayed in their new villages, and the wolves ranged wide but hungry, posing no threat to men. This council was less troubled than those of old. Gone were the days of war and famine. Now the questions were of plenty. Where best to send the excess grain, which villages most needed salt or wool, and whether a second mill should be built at Derry to meet the growing needs of the realm. The disputes brought forward were small, and often solved before a judgment was even made, settled by a word from Robb, or a smile from Rosalind, or a nod from the Blackfish. Letters arrived each week. From Sansa came stories of the king's gentle justice, of Queen Margaery's school for orphan girls, and of new gardens in the Red Keep. She sent warm gloves knitted in the southern style for Manisa, a rare book of poetry for Caitlin, and a hand-embroidered banner for Edmure's youngest daughter, a trout leaping over waves. From John came fewer words, but always news of the watch. Wildlings and men of the Knights watch feasting together, a new hall raised at Eastwatch, and a note that the wall still stood strong. The realm felt both small and wide in these days. News flowed easily, and trade was brisk. The lords and ladies of the Trident sent their sons and daughters to Riverrun for winter study, the halls full of laughter and learning. Winter festivals, once simple affairs marked by need, now became true celebrations of abundance. The castle's kitchen steamed with the labor of dozens, roasts turning on spits, spiced cakes stacked in towers, casks of cider and ale tapped and flowing freely. Tapestries were hung in the great hall, new ones made by Rosalind and the women of the household, their bright threads telling the tale of the Trident's healing, the joining of banners, the building of bridges, the birth of children to every house. The festival night began with a procession. Manisa and the fosterlings led the children through the snowy bailey, each carrying a lantern and a verse to be sung at the heart tree. Rob, Caitlin, Edmure and Rosalind followed, the Blackfish walking with the oldest squires, Malister and the other lords and ladies close behind. The heart tree glowed with 100 candles, the snow beneath it trampled to a shining path. Caitlin stood with her family and listened to Manisa's clear voice, led the ancient prayer. Let the light we share here warm every heart, now and for the winters yet to come. The old gods heard her, and the new gods too. The hush that fell was deep and hopeful, a memory in the making. The feasting and dancing that followed lasted well into the night. Malister's son played a new tune from the Free Cities, and even the most reserved lords were coaxed into a reel. Children tumbled drowsy into corners, old rivals traded stories at the fireside, their voices mingling with the snap of logs and the rush of wind beyond the walls. Rob stood at the center, his smile gentle as he watched it all. When the last cake had been cut and the last song sung, he took Caitlin's hand and led her out into the night air. They walked together along the moonlit ramparts, gray wind trailing behind, the castle peaceful and bright behind them. Every winter, I remembered the years when peace was a wish and not a habit, Rob said softly. Sometimes I wonder how long it will last. Caitlin drew her shawl closer, her eyes shining. As long as we keep tending it, Rob. As long as we remember why we worked for it. He nodded, looking out over the fields and the distant glint of the river. I want to believe it can be forever. It won't be forever, my love. Nothing is. But what you've built, what we have made, it's more than a reprieve. It's a foundation. For Manisa, for Edmure's children, for all those who will come after. Then, they paused at the highest tower, where the banners snapped in the wind, and listened to the night. The echo of laughter from the yard, the quiet tread of guards on the wall, the soft, endless song of the Trident. The moon washed the world in silver, and for a moment, it seemed all wounds had healed. The season wore on. Letters continued to arrive. Sansa's full of hope for a summer journey to Riverrun, Jones a promise to send Watch Brothers south for a friendly tourney when the passes cleared. Rosalind's girls learned new songs. Edmure's son was betrothed to a Bracken girl, a match made with laughter and little fuss. Even the Blackfish was seen to smile more often, sitting by the fire to tell the youngest tales of the Age of Heroes. Riverrun stores stayed full, its cellars deep and dry, its hearths always alight. In the villages, none went hungry. When a blight struck the barley in one valley, the lords of 3 houses sent aid before Rob even heard the news. It was not a time without sorrow. Old men died, a fever took 3 children in a far hamlet, and a fire swept 1 barn on the Derry lands. But each loss was mourned and marked, each wrong answered with the open hand of help. Caitlin spent her days teaching, blessing, listening, and her nights writing letters to every corner of the realm. She sent news and comfort to Sansa, pride and encouragement to Jon, warm wishes and stories to the scattered fosterlings, and thanks to every village that sent tribute or news. Her heart was full of longing for those lost, but fuller still with hope for those who remained. As winter melted into spring once more, The realm was ready. The trident flowed strong and sure, the castle's bells rang clear, and the promise of what had been built glowed in every face, every song, every hearth. On the first true morning of spring, Caitlin stood in the godswood as the sun rose. She whispered the names of her children to the old gods, and the new gave thanks for the peace that had taken root, and prayed only for wisdom enough to help it grow. Riverrun stood, ancient and enduring, at the center of a world remade. Its banners caught the dawn and cast their shadows long across the green fields and the singing river, a testament that peace, once chosen and tended, could outlast the longest winter and bloom bright with every spring.